Good morning. We're alive. Took me a little bit longer to get the boat in the water than I anticipated. Can you hear me all right? Miyazaki. Katrina. Howdy. Welcome. Joel Vetters, what's up, buddy? We're here. Sorry I was a few minutes late. So same problem that we ran into at Willow Creek Reservoir on Friday. They have dumped an absolute ton of water out of here. I have never seen Pishkun so low. They got the boat dock moved down like, I don't know, 25, 30 feet from where it was. I almost couldn't put the boat in. It's so low that my damn exhaust was underwater just to get the boat in far enough that I could wrench it off of the trailer. That's crazy. Colby, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hi, Mia. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We made it. I don't know what they're doing with the reservoirs up here. I don't know why they're all so low. Absolutely crazy. But we got the boat in the water. It's going to be fun getting it back out of the water, but we're here. I still need to set up a few things here. Hold on. All right. How's everybody doing today? Everybody ready to catch some pike? That's what I'm ready for. This is gonna be interesting though. It is seriously so low. I fished here much later than this last year and it was never this low. Are there campers? Yeah, there's a bunch of campers here actually. Got some butthole camped in the boat ramp parking. The first camp spot as you come around the corner, when you take the second exit in, there's like 10 cars all parked right in the turn. I almost couldn't get my boat around the corner. So yeah, there's a bunch of people here and they're pretty much all being buttholes. Anyways, so let's see here. We got Starlink set up. I don't know how it's gonna ride. I didn't actually put the mount in. We got it kind of sitting here strapped down with a bungee cord, which should be all right, but we'll see. We'll see how it rides. The audio all right? The video all right? Seems like I'm getting strong signal up here. I didn't run a speed test, but let's get some rods set up, and let's get on the water. Sun is just creeping over the horizon there. We are here nice and early. Oh, let's see here. I think we are going to start out today with what we were running the previous trip that was working well, and we'll get those out and we'll see how it goes, and we will adjust as necessary. Let's see here. We're going to go with one brown, you know, let's do one gold, one brown. Or actually, let's put the gold away, and I'm gonna run. We're actually gonna run two different styles of baits today. One stick bait and one more shad pattern, just to see. Give me a few minutes here, guys, while I get set up. we'll have some pulls in the water here shortly. All right, so first bait of the day here is crystal clear. All right, great. Tassie, good morning, good evening, probably good evening there. How you doing, Tassie? Welcome, welcome. So what we're gonna start with today on the first rod is a Rapala original floating minnow. It's an F18 in brown trout color. This guy dives to about 8 to 12 foot. We're running leaded trolling rods here, which will take it down a little bit deeper. Typically I like to run these anywhere from 20 to 25 foot down, but we will see. The water is very, very low here compared to the last time we were here. I don't have leader on either of these lines, so let's get a leader set up. How's everybody doing today? Oh, I'm excited. I love fishing here. This is one of my favorite spots here within close range to my house to come fish. We usually do pretty good here. And I am really, really surprised to see how low the water is. I don't think that should impact us too much, but we will see. All right, so I'm running from my leaded line, which is Suffix Advanced 832. It's the 17-pound braid coated lead core. Good stuff. All right, so we're gonna get just this one rod ready. Oh geez, I'll twist it up here. I'm still half asleep, guys, or I should say I'm basically a zombie at this point. I didn't sleep last night. We were up watching Skipjack Cindy stream and getting the boat ready and some other stuff. So we're running on fumes already here, but that's typical for me when I come fishing. Anytime I take a trip, I tend to have a hard time sleeping. All right, there's one rod prepped. We need another leader. Are y'all still asleep? Everybody as tired as I am? The Great, welcome to the stream. How you doing, The Great? I feel like most of y'all on the other side there are rubbing your eyes like, why the fuck am I awake right now? Correct. Morning, Dave James. Antonio, welcome to the stream. We're from central Montana. We're currently fishing at Pishkun Reservoir. I just need to find my other leader here, guys. Give me a moment. What the heck did I do with my steel leader? I got a bunch of leaders. There's one that I like to run here for the water wolf camera. I don't know offhand what the heck I did with it. No biggie. We'll just throw a random leader on there. So we have the water wolf camera here. I don't know if you guys have seen this before or seen any of the videos on my channel. I'm gonna smoke a cig with you, big dog. Welcome to the stream, loading. Smoke away, but my man. We're just getting set up here. We'll be out on the water here shortly. I need to adjust the weight on this water wolf, and I need to find my leader, and that'll be our second rod, and we will be good to go. All right, so the water wolf, it's an underwater camera. And it's a lure camera, so it's completely wireless. And what I'm doing right now is it comes with a handful of different weights that help bring it down deeper. I was running it with, I think it's a 1 ounce weight the last time. We're going to switch it to a slightly lighter weight this time, so we can target some shallower water if we have to. Antonio, where are you from? Oh, I already answered that. I want to see some big pike today. No excuses. We will definitely get some pike. I can't guarantee the size. That's always up to luck. But I think we will see a good number of pike today. We usually always do when we fish here. Oh man, this thing is stuck. There it comes. Hope you get that big pike. That's spectacular. Thank you, Tom Max. Welcome to the stream. That's the plan, Stan. We are going to try and pull a lunker out of here. They are in here. I've seen them on the camera here. We still have yet to pull a 40-incher out of this water body, but I don't know, folks. Today might be the day. That'd be a wonderful, wonderful catch here on live stream. Headed to Polson today to go fishing. Oh, right on. Another Montana native. Where at in Polson? I've never fished that area. Are you going to use the underwater camera? Yeah, I'm going to get the underwater camera hooked up on this second line here. We put the smaller weight in it. I'm going to run the shallower crankbait on it. I just need to find my other leader. Carter Hayes, nice fishing day. Oh, it's going to be beautiful here today. It does look like it might rain a little bit. The weather keeps changing. Every time I look, it's different. We have a 25% chance of rain here today. Which if it rains, no biggie. I'm not too concerned about it. As long as it doesn't pour. Let me just make sure I didn't put it in here. Dang, all right. I got way too much fishing crap, and I sometimes have a hard time keeping track of where I put certain things. Oh. So we're gonna just use a different leader, and we're gonna get going here. Possibly Turtle Lake. Okay. What kind of fish are in Turtle Lake? I'm not familiar with that lake. I'm letting my date take me to her spots. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's always nice when somebody else can drive the truck, bring the boat. I'm rarely passenger. I'm always the one that's driving. All right, so the second bait that we're using here is a Bandit 300 series, pearl white, red eye. Again, another one of my favorites for pike. This one gets better, it seems like, the later in the year we get. The last few times that I've been up here, it seems like they have preferred the longer stick style baits, jerk baits, but we're gonna run one of the smaller ones here just to test and be sure. I like to put out a couple of different options in the morning and see which starts getting hit before I go all in one or another. And we will probably switch between a few different bait presentations today. Alrighty, the water wolf is engaged. So again, if you guys are just joining, what we're setting up here is an underwater lure camera. It clips right on your line, and then you clip your leader and your lure to it, and then it just records for, let's see, what time is it, because that's a good point. It records for about 3.5 hours. So at 9:50. Somebody remind me in 3.5 hours to check the water wolf camera. 9:50. All right, but it records 3-minute increments of what's happening below the water, and then when I get home, I can load all the footage off of that and review it, and that's where all my, if you've seen on my channel, the underwater camera videos come from. This little guy, and there's always stuff on it. Even if your pole, it's kind of crazy. Even if your pole is just seems like it's completely dead and nothing's going on with it. Quite often there are all sorts of fish coming and checking it out, and some of them biting at it and completely missing, and you don't even notice it. So I love reviewing the footage. That's honestly one of my favorite parts after of the fishing trip is getting home and popping the water wolf camera into the computer and seeing what the heck is going on. All right, we got 2 poles rigged. We will set up one of the other poles here shortly. For now, I think the 2 is good. Let's get on the water and let's catch some fish, guys. Catch up on chat here real quick. 3, the best fishermen tend to just whip that meat out. Can we expect that today? You will see plenty of meat being whipped, my friend. Tom Max, here we can catch pike with the best, changing weather like they're now. Yeah. Yeah, as we get closer and closer to fall, the fishing around here, especially for pike, tends to get better and better. Antonio, smallmouth, I've heard. Oh, okay, nice. Joel Vetters, do you know if they're currently releasing water? Is the water level stabilized? Joel, the water is down nearly as much as Willow Creek. I've never seen Pishkun this low. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I thought it was just a Willow Creek thing, but no, the water level is incredibly low here. The boat ramp ends 20 feet before the water, and then it's just shallow. I barely was able to get my boat in, and it's never been, I've never seen it this low, at least not in the last 3 years. So I don't know if it's stabilized yet or if they're done. I hope so. Wish I had a boat. Boats are fun, Antonio. Sam Hiscox, welcome to the stream. The fish want to eat it. Yes, we will feed it to them. Anaf, welcome to the stream. AJ, hey Rod, hope you're well. Thanks, AJ. Welcome. We just got the poles set up. We're about to shove the old boat into the water here and get to trolling. B. Lindsay, where do you live? We're in central Montana, Lindsay. Anaf said hi. Welcome. Clark Bay, hi, welcome to the stream. All right, guys, hold on. Let's get the boat in the water and we will get fishing. I think we're all set up here. I just gotta push off. All righty. Oh, I do need to put the transducer down. I forgot about the transducer. Give me a sec, guys. We gotta put the fish finder transducer the rest of the way down. And for you guys wondering what the hell this weird stick is, it's my push pole. I don't like sticking my hand in the water and getting my sleeves all wet, so I just use a push pole to move my transducer up and down for the fish finder, or depth finder. Oh, look at that sky, guys. Isn't that pretty? Let me get out of your way here. This is Big Sky, Montana. That's why they call it that. We have some of the most gorgeous sunsets. All right. Moonshot, welcome, welcome. Sleepy said fish. We're fishing. Good God, look at that sky. All right, I gotta disable the Genesis Live. All right, nope. Yeah, where I'm marking 5 foot depth, actual bottom, Fish Finder says 25. So we're 20 foot off of the of water that they've let out of here. That's insane. I'm back and I still have pepperoni nip nips. That is fantastic, the tasteful thickness. Congratulations. I bet your mom is proud. AJ says, nice view. Yeah, isn't it? Let me get out here a little bit further and we'll try and swing around. We'll be trolling back and forth here, so you guys are gonna get some ins and outs of this view. But yeah, this is the most beautiful. This and sunset, you know, dawn and dusk are some of my favorite times of the day. And up here in the Rocky Mountain front, they are just incredible. These skies turn such just amazing colors. And I am currently the only boat, it looks like, on the water. There are two, again, the people who set up their camper in the boat ramp left their boats docked on the boat dock. So I couldn't even dock my boat. I had to pull it up on shore. All right, we're marking fish all over the place. We're at 17, 18 feet. So let's go ahead and get our first pull out in the water. Again, this is the Rapala F18 floating minnow. It's 7.5, 8 inches. She's a big one, but we're here for a nice fat pike and they like the big ones. Again, we're running the Akuma Classic Pro GLT planer board series rod paired with the Akuma Cold Water series reel, the 3000 series. I love these rods. It's a collapsible rod, so it collapses down from 8.5 to 7.5 foot. They're really handy, especially on a small boat like this. We're running a 16-foot flat bottom John, so there's not a whole lot of room on here to maneuver with. So having the ability to collapse the pole down when you're bringing it in or transporting it is really handy. So we let out, we got 60 feet, which is 2 colors of leaded line out. That'll add another approximate 10 foot of running depth when we're up to speed. Speaking of which, we're gonna bump ourselves up to about 2.5 miles an hour to start. I tend to troll a little 2.5 to 3.5 miles an hour. We're gonna start on the low end today and see if the fish like it, and we'll adjust our speed as necessary. But you let the line out, you turn your clicker on, loosen your drag to when you get a bite on it, you get a nice audible, you can hear your drag screaming. We'll get her in the rod holder. Let me, you guys see that? No. Let's adjust so you guys can see the rod. There we go. All right, so when we get a bite, again, we're trolling a lure. You're gonna see some bobbing of the line. When we get a bite, you'll hear it. Pike are not like the walleye and the perch we were catching at Canyon Ferry the last time we streamed. When a pike bites it, you're gonna hear it. All right, we are now in 25 foot of water. 29 foot of water. So this is about where we want to start our pattern. Roughly 30 foot, 30 to 50 foot is what I'm trolling here this time of the year. So let's get this second line in the water. This is the one with the water wolf on it. All right. Trying to figure out where I left out on chat. Okay. Nice view. Yes, I pooped a whole baby carrot today. Did you really know? That's probably nothing that chat here needed to know about. All right. The second rod here, we're gonna let out a little shallower since it's got the water wolf camera on there. It's quite a bit heavier. Don't forget to smash that like and sub button if you're new. Appreciate that, AJ. Joel Vetters, looks a little cold. What's the air and water temperature? It's actually, the air temperature is probably about 62, somewhere around there, low 60s. Water temperature looks like it's currently 67 degrees at the top. It actually feels really nice though. It's not bad at all. I mean, if you want to, I've opened up the weather command to everybody. If you want to just type in .weather and then space Pishkun space reservoir, it should bring up the current temperatures. Temperature and wind speed. I live in Senegal. Oh, nice, Mariama. Welcome to the stream. Welcome from Senegal. W Green, welcome. B Lindsay, I liked and subbed. I appreciate that, Lindsay. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying the content, enjoying the fishing stream here. We're gonna be for all you guys that are in here right now. This is gonna be a marathon fishing stream. We will probably be live for the next 12 to 16 hours. So get comfy, get your drinks, your popcorn, your beer, whatever it is you need. And get ready to catch some fish. I think we're gonna get on the pike today. I think we might get a nice one. What are you fishing for? We're fishing. The target today is Northern Pike. Foolish. Welcome to the stream, by the way. All right, so we're running 2.8 miles an hour. The line over here is running a lure approximately 25-foot depth, so we're about 5 foot off the bottom on this one. We might need to go a little bit deeper. I wasn't expecting the water to be so low here. The other rod is running a little bit less line out, about 45 foot, and it is running a Bandit 300 series. So it's going down to probably about 15 foot with that combination. Just a cigarette, my friend. Welcome, Adam. Foolish, do you enjoy eating fish? I do enjoy eating fish. I don't eat it all the time, but I do like eating fish, and Northern Pike happens to be one of my favorites. How big is that reservoir? Oh, gosh. I want to say it's like 1,100 acres. I would have to look it up to be completely sure, but I want to say the last time I looked, or if I'm remembering correctly, it's roughly 1,100 acres. There are two halves to it. There's a canal, a shallow canal that runs between the east side and the west side of the reservoir. Today we're going to be focusing on the east side of the reservoir. Well, you can catch pike and trout over on the east side. With the water this low, it's going to be pretty treacherous getting over to that side, and I don't feel like messing with it. Ior Zen says, "Follow me, please." Do you stream? Do you fish? Blizzard Bit, welcome. How you doing today, buddy? Adam, might as well catch a buzz. Don't seem like the pike playing. We've literally had the poles in the water for like 5 to 10 minutes. I have just one iota of patience, my friend, and we will get you a fish. I promise. Rick Rob, welcome to the stream. We are fishing. We're here at Pishkun Reservoir outside of Choteau, Montana, and we are trying to get some northern pike. We just got set up here. We've been trolling in the water for about 10 minutes. We have 2 rigs out, which is the legal maximum for what I can have as a single person on the boat. Chris, welcome to the stream. Good morning. Jim Morrison from the band The Doors once said, "The West is the best." Indeed he did. Ray Too Tough. Shout out, guys, to Ray Too Tough. How you doing today, Ray? Welcome to the stream. And welcome, we got 56 people in here. Welcome. 22 thumbs up already. Let's go. Appreciate that. I'm having a wonderful day so far. I am happy every time I come up here on the boat. Right about now is usually some of the best fish in here. So if the fish are biting today, which I expect they probably will be, I don't think it's going to take long before we get our first nab at one of the poles here. But let's not jinx it. Let's just sit back and enjoy the views for a few here. And I think we'll probably hear the drag screaming here pretty shortly on one of these rigs. I probably should set up my GoPro here. Bill M, welcome to the stream. We're trolling for northern pike today. Good luck fishing, man. Hope you get a muskie. Ray, I appreciate that. There aren't muskie in this reservoir. There are northern pike. Very similar fish. They're both of the same family. Pike don't get quite as large as muskie. But we are trying to see if we can pull a lunker out of here. Bill M, we are at Pishkun Reservoir. It's up right near the Rocky Mountain front. In fact, let me turn here slightly. You can see the mountains coming up in view here in the background, right over here. Those are the Rocky Mountains that you're seeing. That's the Rocky Mountain front. We are right at the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front. And this is one of my absolute favorite places to fish here in central Montana. This reservoir is just loaded with pike. And this time of the year, they usually bite pretty good. I really need to look, though. I need to see why they have the reservoir so low. I've never seen it so low here. What's the temperature? If one of you could do me a favor, type in the chat, .weather, all one word, just period weather, space, Pishkun, Pishkun, space reservoir, and then submit it, and one of the bots will spit back what the weather is. Fender, welcome to the stream. Bill, oh, I just answered that. Oh, nice, brother. I like to see you yell fish on. Hang in there, Bill. Get comfy. I think we'll probably be yelling that lots today. A muskie American fish. Muskie are all over the world, I think. But there's muskie, there's tiger muskie, there's northern pike, there's chain pickerel. There's all sorts of different things that are in the pickerel family. Pishkun. Pishkun space reservoir. RES. ERVOIR. Do you ever fish for salmon? Tom, welcome to the stream. I do catch kokanee salmon occasionally when I'm trolling for trout. I've never actually went out and targeted salmon specifically, but they do cohabitate a lot of the same water bodies here in Montana that have trout in them. And we actually have I think 3 different kinds of salmon here in Montana. The kokanee, which are the only ones that I've caught. There's coho, and then there's also Chinook salmon. There we go. That's the right words, but you put a space between dot and weather. The dot and the weather have to be connected. The dot is a command prefix. So, one more try. You almost got it. Bridgeport. No, that's still not it. Oh, geez. Add one more word to it. Dot weather space Pishkun space reservoir space Montana, because it's not pulling the right location. How hard would it be to rig up a live underwater camera one day? It would be a little tricky. I would need to set. I would either need to bring a tablet or some kind of small computer that I could run OBS on. It's a editing software or a broadcasting software to where I would be able to feed that camera into it. This particular camera wouldn't work. It's wireless. They do make a wired version of this that you run basically like a downrigger, and the camera comes back to a little box, and then those boxes have, you know, USB or auxiliary outputs that you can feed into other systems. This particular one, I would be able to stream it with OBS or something similar if we were using it as the Wi-Fi camera, but that would require for it to be at the surface of the water. The wireless and the Bluetooth can't transmit through the water. But that maybe as the channel grows, I think that'd be a fun toy to get. Something that I could actually, you know, flip to and allow you guys to see under the water in real time. This one, unfortunately, you guys don't get to see until I've reviewed it, chopped it up, and posted it. How deep you're running the lure? Bill M, we're running, the one that's in view here is running approximately 22 to 25 foot, I would estimate. The one on the other side is running about 15 foot. Slightly shallower. And we will, that's one of the things that you kind of have to do as you're moving around throughout the day is adjust the depth, see where they're biting at, adjust your speeds. The last time that I was here, they were biting, I was running 20 to 25 foot on all the lures, and most of the fish were coming from deeper up to it. This time of the year, you know, dog days of summer, they spread out all over the water body. You can find them in the shallows, you can find them in some of the deepest parts of the water. I tend to troll over the deeper bottoms because that's where I found the bigger fish this time of the year. What's the temperature up there, Joe? Water temperature at the surface is currently 68 degrees. Temperature outside here, I would guess, is probably about 62. All right, we are gonna swing back around and head back up the same pattern where we just came from. And we just hit 50 foot depth there. We're pretty deep right now. I'm swinging out slightly wide and we're deeper water, so I can get a gradual turn here and head back towards the mountains over there in the background. Are you going around the perimeter? I usually run a couple of patterns in front of the boat dock here and the west corner before I continue on around, and then I run actually a north-south pattern. And if there's no fish basically in this corner of the lake, then we will continue on around the perimeter towards the southeastern corner of the reservoir. Robert Jarrett, welcome to the stream. What is the kind of line you're using? So on both of these, on my trolling rigs, I use Suffolk's Advanced 832 Superline. It's 17-pound lead core, covered in their proprietary braid. It's pretty good stuff. It helps take the lure down around 5 to 7 foot per color that's let out, which is a little bit deeper than a lot of the other leaded lines on the market. We're running about 60 foot out on the pole that you can see. There's another pole behind me that you cannot see that we're running slightly less line, about 45 foot, so a color and a half, which gets us, you know, another 10-12 foot down. So we're not running as deep as I was previously because the water level is down substantially from where it was the last time I was here. And we do have a little bit of wind picking up, so we're getting a little bit of chop. Not too bad though. I think the wind here is supposed to peak out at about 10 to 12 miles an hour today, so we should have a pretty nice day. There are forecasts of slight rain, slight chance of rain, up to 25%, so we might get rained on a little bit. Are you using braid on those rods? Yeah, it's a braid direct lead core line. Big Homer, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Sorry, I'm reading these posts in a really jumbled order. I'm gonna get in slightly shallower. I'm not marking as many fish, which this time of the day, since the water is cooler, they have a long night for the water to cool off. They do tend to be a little bit more shallow, and then they move deeper as the water warms up throughout the day. So we're gonna hop over to 20 foot right now. There we go. We're at about 30 foot here. And we're gonna kind of do an S pattern and wave our way through the 25 to 30 foot range here. I'm marking quite a few fish. Mostly looks like bait fish right now. Likely yellow perch, rainbow trout, possibly small pike. I do believe there's kokanee salmon in here as well, though I've never caught one. Bring your camera umbrella. Yes, I did. 70-pound line. You hoping to catch Moby Dick? No, it's not. It's 17-pound line, Dave. 17-pound lead core Suffolk's Advanced. 1-7. But yes, I do plan on catching Moby Dick. That is the plan here today. We are looking for a lunker. Good night, Munchie. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Happy Sunday to everyone. Appreciate that, Munchie. How you doing today? Glad to see you. I apologize. It's going to be a little bit noisy trolling around here as we move through the chop. We might move to a north-south pattern a little bit sooner to try and reduce some of this chop. I want to get back over to this northwest corner, though, and finish running this pattern. The sunrise is beautiful, isn't it? Sounds okay. Okay, so the chop isn't too bad. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, it's a gorgeous morning out here. It is a little chilly still. It's a little more chilly when we're going into the wind right now, so a little more chilly. When the wind was at our back, it wasn't quite so bad. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. 29 likes so far, that's awesome. And again, we're just kind of zigzagging back and forth here. Our speeds are up to about 2.9 to 3 miles an hour. But again, Northern Pike, you control Northern Pike this time of the year quite fast. And it seems like actually a lot, oftentimes the bite picks up the faster that I go. I usually don't troll much past 3.7 miles an hour. Though I do know some folks that they call it power trolling, where they troll, 4 or 5 miles an hour quite commonly. Nothing's distorted. Okay, thank you, Mia. Yeah, I hope the picture's coming in nice and clear. We're running the Starlink Mini again today. We are stocked full of batteries here, so we have 4 8 amp hour batteries, and they run about 4 to 5 hours a piece. So we should have anywhere from 16 to 20 hours of battery life just with those. And then I also have a few smaller spare batteries as well to power the camera, recharge the microphone when it decides to die, and to switch to the Starlink Mini if we need to. Bill M, I'm drinking my coffee, watching you fish. I love the trolling live on a lake in PA, wishing I was out on the water. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, Bill. Enjoy your coffee. A nice cup of warm black coffee does sound absolutely delicious right now. I wish I had some. But yeah, we're gonna be trolling here all day. Thanks for joining us, folks. I hope you have a wonderful day. Hope you enjoy watching me attempt to catch some fish out here. Again, the water level is quite low. It is a little unexpected. I was out here just 2 weeks ago, and no, I guess 2.5 weeks ago. And since then, they've dumped a whole bunch more water out of here. So it changes things, but I still think we're gonna get on the fish today. We just need to find them. Got any delicious snacks for a long stream today? I did bring some Reese's Pieces, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. I have a stick of jerky, and I have a couple of bags of Doritos. So just a few quick snacks. Dave James, you should take a little stove with you. Yeah, if I were camping out here, I definitely would. I don't know, I guess I could run a little gas or sterno stove on the front of my boat here, or maybe even on the floor here out of the wind. Do a catch and cook while we continue to troll. That'd be interesting. Good morning, Renee. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I normally don't bring a whole lot of food on the boat. I like to stuff myself the night before or the morning of, before I come here. And I may snack a little bit while I'm out on the water, but oftentimes it's mainly just fishing. We fish. And when I come here, I try to get here as early as I can, and I stay here as late as I can. I don't have lights on the boat, so that does limit me to daylight hours, but we usually do get 12 to 14 hours of daylight here on the reservoir. Ah, damn it, my lighter's not cooperating. All right, we're running a pattern over about 25 to 30 foot depth right now. I am still marking a bunch of bait fish. I'm not seeing anything that's looking too pikey yet. Flash, welcome. Morning, bro. I woke up early to try and hit some spots to get a pike before we start painting the house. Any places I should go? I want to get my first pike. Yeah, it sounds like you hit both of them yesterday. Close to Great Falls, your two best shots are going to be, well, there's 3 spots. 2 of them you can get to without asking permission. The third one you would have to ask. Von Bridge, fishing right underneath it, or on either side of it. That's spot 1. Spot 2 is behind the Beacon Bar, again on the Sun River. Spot 3, if you go to the, I think it's called the Meadowlark Country Club. I don't know if it's still called that or not. That's what it used to be called. Right where the Missouri River and the Sun River meet, where the Sun River flows into the Missouri River. Where I've been streaming from, where I park. If you go talk to the front desk there, and you're polite, and you're nice, and you let them know that you will be respectful, there's a good chance they'll let you drive down basically underneath the Warden Bridge there, and you can fish either directly under the bridge or to the deeper side, which would be the Sun River side, or fish right in the mouth of where the Sun River spills into the Missouri River. That's probably your best bet. But you would have to talk to them to get permission. If they won't give you permission, head over to one of the other 2 spots that I just described. Bill M, what size trolling motor are you running? So I don't have a dedicated trolling motor on here. This is an older boat. It's I'm running a 1984 Evinrude Johnson 75 horsepower 2-stroke with the lower end swapped out for a jet foot. So it's an old 2-stroke jet, and 16-foot John boat, but that's what we have on here, and that's what we're trolling with. Nobody really broadcasting. Do we have memberships for purchase and donations available? Nobody. We did. The channel got officially monetized yesterday. And we opened up memberships. You can become a member of the Rod Squad for a whole 99 cents. You can flick a few pennies my way if you so desire. That'll help pay for the Starlink that powers these streams. Don't feel obligated if you can't afford it. You have other obligations such as rent, food, bills, kids. Pay for that stuff first. Don't be sending me money that you don't have. I don't need it, but if you want to donate to the stream to help pay for the Starlink Mini, which is not cheap, you can hit up my profile and click the join button, or if you hit up the community tab on my profile, look for the not recent but the second post back. It's also got a link to how to become a member. But other than that, yeah, super chats are open, all that fun stuff. Good luck, Flash. I hope you can catch one. Yeah, I'll go talk to the country club. See if they'll let you down there. If you can fish that little chunk of water in between the bridge and the Sun River, I think you'll have good luck. Chris sent 5 gift memberships. Heck yeah. That's awesome, Chris. Thank you. Everybody thank Chris there. Cul-de-sac, welcome to the stream. Fish Stick, welcome to the stream. How's the weather today? It's gorgeous. It's low 60s right now, a little breeze. Let's see here. Who got the gift memberships? Nobody is now a member of the Rod Squad. Woody Wood is now a member of the Rod Squad. Bruce Matthews, Ski Mask Blaze, and Not Brett are also members of the Rod Squad. Again, thank you very much, Chris. That's very generous of you. We appreciate the donations here on the channel to help cover the cost of the Starlink. And more so, I'm just happy to bring you guys along fishing. Again, don't ever feel obligated to donate or become a member. There is no real purpose to it other than you're flicking a few pennies my way to help cover the costs of running the stream. Brid Breath Match said hi. What's up, Brid? How you doing, buddy? David Rose said hi again. Welcome back, David. Joe Ryan said hi. Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. And we are here where we just tucked below 20 foot. I need to pay attention. We're headed now in a north-south direction. We're headed south. And we're going to swap up our pattern here to go north-south instead of east-west. See if there's some more fish over on this side. Ah, the sky is so gorgeous this morning. Chris said, I enjoy your stream, sharing the fun. Well, I enjoy having you guys here, and I appreciate it. Let's catch some fish. We'd really like to get our first pike in the boat here. In fact, as I say that, let's get stuff ready. Let's prep for our first pike. We need to get our pliers out and ready. You're pike fishing, don't bring them itty bitty little pliers. When you're digging in a pike's mouth, you want some nice heavy duty big pliers. Pike have big teeth. They don't feel fun, I promise. And let's also, just in case we get a lunker that we decide we want to get a weight on, we're gonna bust out our scale. And another thing to have handy, especially for two things. If you're fishing anywhere there's turtles, have some of these. If you're fishing with treble hooks, have some of these. You get a treble hook stuck in you, side cutters are going to be your best friend, I promise. Don't ask me how I know that, but I know, okay? Bring yourself some side cutters. Because oftentimes the easiest way out is through. You push that barb all the way out, you chop her off, and then you can bring it right back out the other way. Where are you at today? B, welcome to the stream. We are at Pishkun Reservoir. This is our first stream we've been able to do from Pishkun. It's up in the Rocky Mountain front. Here, we'll give you a little better view of the mountains here. So what you see there is the Rocky Mountains. We're just at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. This is a high elevation irrigation reservoir / fishery. And we're here fishing for Northern Pike. There's also a rainbow trout and I believe kokanee salmon in here as well. Yellow perch. Though we are focusing on Northern Pike today. Via Schwick, welcome to the stream. New audience, welcome. Happy to have you here. What lure are you using? So we're running on the pole that you have in view is running the Rapala original floating minnow. F18 size in brown trout color. It's a 7.5 inch jerkbait. The lure on the other side, the pole behind me that you cannot see, is running a Bandit 300 series deep diving crankbait. It's a 12-foot diver. It's a shad pattern. Shad shape. They're a little short, fat, stubby, so it's about a 3-inch lure, 2.5 inch, and it is pearl white with red eye. These are two lures that I've done real well up here on in the past, so that's what we tossed on to start out today. Again, we're running two different styles of lures, two different colors. Just so we could see if they're keying in on, you know, the stick bait patterns, the longer, skinnier, or if they're liking the shad today. I'm gonna guess that they're still biting on the stick bait, the jerk bait style, as that's what they've been most active on the past few times that I've been here. But later in the season here, they do tend to start feeding on smaller fish. I think after all of the hatches have happened here and the small fish start getting a little bit bigger, a lot of these fish are not necessarily hungry, so a lot of them don't like a big meal, but they're not going to pass up another quick snack when it swims by. So those smaller shad style cranks can do quite well later in the season. But we will see. God, isn't that sky pretty? I love the Rapala. Bill M, yeah, the Rapala are really nice. They're one of my favorite to run when I'm trolling. Danny the Stinger Manny, welcome to the stream, buddy. How you doing? We're doing absolutely wonderful, Danny. How's your morning going? Well, I guess it'd be evening. Let's rock the day, Rod. Right, buddy. Rocky Mountains, Virginia. No, Rocky Mountains, Montana, buddy. Looks like we're getting a few people. I was in, I think it was a Korean fishing stream earlier today. Unfortunately, I do not understand the language. I can't read it. They were fishing on it looked like an ocean charter. And I hung out there for about half an hour or so before I left on the road this morning to come fishing. It looks like we might have drug a few of them along with, guys. Glad to see you. I apologize, I don't understand what you guys are saying, but welcome, welcome. Doing good and enjoying this beautiful morning. Happy to hear that, Chris. That one guy yesterday said he came upon some rattlesnakes. I didn't know Montana had rattlesnakes. What kind do you have? So we have, I believe, 3 different kinds of rattlers in Montana. They're quite common, actually. We have western diamondback, prairie rattlers, and I think we even have eastern diamondback in Montana as well. Montana's kind of the perfect terrain for snakes. They really like it there. Bill M, we're running a 75 horsepower Johnson Evinrude 2-stroke. Dave James, what's the water clarity like? The water here is actually, it's not crystal clear, but much clearer than most of the water bodies that I fish at here in central Montana. And I think it's largely because this is a water body that's fed from snow runoff. We're again right at the base of the Rocky Mountains. It stays substantially cooler than a lot of the other lakes that are at lower elevation. And while there are sometimes some algal blooms here, this year we haven't really had one yet, it doesn't look like. So I would say probably an 8 out of 10 in clarity right now. Maybe 7 or 8 out of 10. Fairly clear. They want to know the country you're in. Mia, can you do some translations back and forth? That'd be really helpful. I would love to. Oh, there you go. You already did. You beat me to it. Thank you. That's awesome, Mia. Yeah, if you could translate back and forth. Again, I was trying to talk to them in the stream I was in. Really pretty on that stream. But I think it was Korean. Clement, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Clement? No, I love having visitors in here from other places around the world. Just as I like visiting the streams of other places in the world. That you know, are great for bringing people together. Complete strangers, we may have a lot of differing opinions or views on religion, politics, everything else under the sun. But we can share, you know, something. And this, you know, fishing is one thing that I love to share with people. Absolutely, Chris. I'm honestly surprised that we haven't got a bite yet. We've been on the water, what? Our stream, so boat's been in the water for 60 minutes. We dicked around at the dock for about 10-15 minutes. So we've been, all right, so we're still in the first hour. We're good. Let's somebody cross their fingers, will a big fish onto the end of the line here. I want to see one of these drags screaming. I'm just the camera rig over here is doing a little bouncy, so I don't know if we picked up some weeds or possibly a perch. We'll see. Stream Elements, thanks for subbing. Back Garden UFOs, welcome to the channel, Back Garden UFOs. Appreciate the sub there, buddy. Lorraine, welcome. Good morning, welcome back. What are we fishing for? What bait are we using? We're fishing for Northern Pike. We're running a Rapala F18 jerkbait in brown trout color on this line, and then we're running a Bandit 300 shad style crankbait on the other line. It's pearl white with red eyes. Do you do a figure 8 pattern, crisscross pattern? So I'm almost never running in a straight line. I like to zigzag back and forth, up and down. I will zigzag back and forth, up and down the inclines, and sometimes over the flats. But basically more like a crisscross pattern until we catch a fish, and then we kind of go into a shallow death roll or a wide death roll while I deal with what's on the line. But it's more of a crisscross. I like to kind of cover some water and keep evenly spaced where I'm trolling. Plus, most of what I'm trolling here, I've been fishing this lake for years now, and there's a couple of points here that I know hold fish. And what I'm doing right now is I'm kind of passing over those areas that I typically will hook up on, seeing what's marking, seeing if it looks like there's bait fish hanging out there, if there's any big marks. Thus far, most of what I'm seeing has been more in the shallow water, which is a little surprising. I am seeing a few fish here out in deeper. Right now we're in 36-foot depth, but I'm coming up on the incline going to a flat, which is what I'm going to go back and forth on that incline, see what's hanging out there. The camera distorts perspective. How far from the shoreline are you fishing? We're about the middle of the lake right now. This portion, the northwest corner of Pishkun's, not super wide. I would say we're probably 300 yards from this shore, and that's got to be about 300 to 400 yards to that shore. Great scenery. We don't get a beautiful horizon like that around here. Isn't it gorgeous, Gary? Yeah, we're right up in the Rocky Mountains here. Rocky Mountain front. It's one of the prettiest places here in Montana, I think. Anywhere along the Rocky Mountain front. Dave James says fish jumped out. Oh, did I miss a fish surfacing? Fishing with JBT. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Fishing with JBT. How you doing today? Thanks for stopping through. Carrie Humphreys, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Carrie Miller show says, awesome, isn't it? Yeah, I love the view up here. I never get tired of looking at the Rocky Mountain front, the mountain range, the big open skies up here. Yeah, this camera rig is doing some funky bouncing. We're gonna bring this in real quick and see if we picked up a snag. We might have hit some weeds, or we might actually have a itty bitty perch on here. They sometimes do go for these crankbaits. Oh, there we did it. Oh, come on, get off of there. Get off. Nope, looks like it's clean. All right, we'll get her back out there. She was just dancing. Guess she's excited to catch fish. Patrick, welcome to the stream. What are we fishing for? Northern Pike. We're trying to pull a chunky Northern Pike out of here today, or rather a bunch of chunky Northern Pike. JBT has a great channel too. Yeah, I've been in JBT's live a few times. He's got a good live. I'm good, boss. Getting everything charged for tonight. Nice. Where are you streaming tonight, JBT? What are you fishing for? All right. All right, we got the second pole reset. Bandit, seeing some action. Yeah. Yeah, she was dancing a little. I thought maybe we picked up some weeds, but And I'm actually gonna let out slightly more line here. We're gonna go from 60 to 75 foot. So 2.5 colors. Get us down just a little bit deeper here. What kind of rods are those? They are Akuma Classic Pro GLT planer board models. They're collapsible, so it's an 8.5 foot pole that collapses down to 7.5 foot pole. They're quite handy on smaller boats. They're also handy. It's nice, especially when you have more than one person on the boat. If you're running more than 2 poles, it's good to be able to get your poles further out. And an 8.5 pole is good for a middle range pole. If we were to run like 6 poles on the boat, you'd mount, another pole holder up at the front of the boat and get like a 10 or an 11 foot trolling rod. But these are my planer board rods. They're kind of my middle rods. I have some shorter ones, some 5.5 or 5 foot rods in the back that we run out the back of the boat if we had 4 rods out. But unfortunately, I'm here by myself today, and you're only allowed 2 rods per person in the Central Fishing District in lakes and reservoirs. Gonna start off bait fishing for bluegill, then go after some catfish, maybe throw a carp rod out there. Heck yeah, JBT. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Looking forward to your stream tonight, JBT. Heck yeah. Michael Watts, are you using nylon filament with the steel leader? So we have on this pole over here, we're running a 50-pound fluorocarbon leader in front of the Rapala F18, and then on the other pole we have the Water Wolf camera on, we're running a 60-pound steel leader. So 2 different leaders. No particular reason other than that's what was handy when I put the poles in the water. What's your go-to lure for river or stream fishing for Northern Pike? Going out later, haven't caught one yet, looking to hook up on my first one. I have a Johnson Silver Spoon and a Whopper Plopper. So redneck, good question. If they're biting topwater, if you're seeing fishing, eating off the top, then yeah, go ahead, throw that Whopper Plopper. Pike will absolutely destroy a Whopper Plopper if they're in the mood. If you don't get hit off that fairly quickly, though, I would switch over to a shallow diving crankbait. Like what I'm running here today. If you're fishing from the bank, you're not going to want to run the 300 series, which is what this one is. This is a Bandit 300. This is the 300 series, so it dives to about 8 to 12 foot. If I were fishing from the shore, I'd run a Bandit 100. It's a square nose, shallow diving crankbait. Rapala makes one like it. Berkeley makes one like it. I don't know offhand what they're called. But this is just a shad style crank. That's what I'd be throwing from the shore. But I'd go with a shallow diver, one that dives 2 to 5 foot. And again, most of them are going to have a square bill. I do particularly like this color for pike. It's just a pearl white with red eye. For whatever reason, this is probably one of my most productive pike lures that I throw when fishing from the shore. That's what I would suggest. If you don't have one of those or you can't find one of those, chatterbait works real well. Spoons can work real well throwing from shore, like a 5 of diamonds or the red and white Eppinger Daredevil. Inline spinners can work well. Pike aren't super picky. Honestly, almost anything you pick out of your tackle box that makes noise or is flashy will almost certainly catch a pike. With pike, it's more about figuring out where the pike are. So you need to find yourself a good pike hole. Use something like FishBrain, or there's various other apps that are like that. Look at water bodies in your area where people are catching them. And like FishBrain in particular, you can see where on the map in particular they're marking where they caught them. So find yourself a good pike hole. The Bandit 100 is what I would suggest in pearl white with red eye, if you can get a hold of one. Otherwise, again, just pick out what you think looks like a pike might bite at, and almost certainly they will. You just got to get it in front of them. Running 6 poles with 3 guys takes teamwork and can be tricky not to tangle. Absolutely, David, it does. 4 poles without planer boards can get pretty tricky too, especially when you're trolling with a jet boat. If you have a trolling motor, an electric trolling motor, they are much more precise. You can send patterns, and you don't get as many tanglies. It gets rough though on a jet boat, especially if it's windy out. But yeah, six poles gets to be almost a nightmare on a small boat like this. It's much better if you got a bigger boat. You can get the poles spread out a little better, and that you have a couple of people on the boat that know what they're doing. Down to 30 to 35 foot now on the Rapala. Yeah, we're at about 30 foot bottom right now. I am seeing lots of fish, and I have seen here on this shoreline, we're on a flat right now, right below drop off, and I am marking a few bigger fish down here. OGI, welcome to the stream. Poor man, welcome to the stream. Running a Swick 14-inch. Nice. Small Water Charters, welcome, buddy. Welcome back. Okeechobee, Florida, passing through. Heck yeah, welcome back, Stillwater or Small Water. Joel, I've never seen that flasher on the back treble hook on that lure. Yeah, so that's I love the Bandit series. I love the body style. I hate the hardware that they put on it. The first thing that I do when I buy them is take the split rings and the hooks off and throw them in the fucking trash can because they're garbage. I get some good owner hooks. This particular one is an owner treble, and it's just got an attractant on it. Sometimes they key in on these, sometimes they don't. I like to have 1 or 2 of them that have that on it, and oftentimes I'll run it side by side and see if they're preferring, just a little extra dangle on the day or not. But yeah, I've swapped out the split rings as well as the front and back trebles on all of these. They're absolutely wonderful lures. They attract the fish, but the split rings that they come with are garbage. A 10-pound fish will pull that off of the lure. And the hooks, I don't know what the hell is wrong with the hooks that come with them, but I lose tons of fish off of them. You get tons of bites, you get hooked up, you get a few cranks in, and they're gone. But after I switched over to the owner, I've been able to land many more of those bites. Awesome, thank you very much, appreciate it. Been killing it. Smallmouth bass on the plopper, just can't seem to hook a pike yet. Yeah, so pike, with the plopper, it's going to be really situational. You're really going to have to find, just that perfect 30 minutes in the morning, 30 minutes in the evening when they're active and they're feeding off topwater, especially this time of year. A topwater for pike would be much better during the spring when they're spawning and lots more are in the shallows, or in the fall when things start to cool down and they're not running largely in deeper water. You can still get them this time of year off of topwater, but it seems to be, those windows where you actually find them feeding off of topwater seems to be much less infrequent for much shorter duration. Victor Schroeder, welcome to the stream, buddy. How you doing? Bill M. Joel, I believe that was a stinger hook. Can you say happy birthday? No, Dave. We're not children here, but good try. Victor Schroeder said hi. Hello again, Victor. Fred, how deep is the water? We're currently over 32-foot bottom. The deepest here is about 75 to 80 foot. When the reservoir is full, we're down probably 20 to 25 foot from full right now, though. They've let a ton of water out of here right now, but we're fishing 30 to 40 foot bottom patterns right now. Any more than 4 rods and I use boards, not often, only in tournaments do I mess with boards. Yeah, so I've used them a handful of times in the past. The main reason that I don't as often is because I run braided line, and the clips on every planer board that I've ever bought or used tears the crap out of the leaded line unless you're running very specific leaded line setup. Some people will rig up, you know, a pole with 2 colors, a pole with 3 colors, a pole with 4 colors, and they'll have just, you know, various rods with different amounts of leaded line on there. And they'll run out, you know, the full 2 colors, and then you hit braid, and then they put the clip for the planer on the braid. But putting the planer board clips on the lead core line, it damages them. It really tears them up. So I don't like to do it. So instead of using planer boards, what I use, if I need to get a line spread and I'm running leaded lines like this, let me see. I think I have some that aren't even out of the package yet. I picked a couple up recently. I think they're in my bag here. Oh, where are you? There we go. So when I don't want to bust out the planer boards because I'm running leaded line, I'll use these, a Dipsy Diver. And you can adjust on these whether they run right, whether they run left, and how much. And there's some adjustability to it. So like on my outside rods, I will throw 1 on each side, and again these will basically act as a planer board, but you run them in line. So you'd run your main line to this, and then from the other side of it down to your leader and your rigging. But that essentially allows you to have an alternate form of a planer board without having to clip and unclip them. And they do also, so kind of like with a planer board, when it sets, when you yank, you can get them to run so that they're not digging and diving and creating a whole bunch of tension. Similar on these, you can yank up and set, and basically set them free so they go from a dive into, you know, just a neutral pattern to where you can pull them up easier. Damn, that's a flasher. Yeah, they're bright. Gamakatsu hooks. Yep, Gamakatsu and Owner are I think probably my 2 favorite hook brands. Nico, welcome. How you doing today, Nico? I use red treble hooks when I replace a bent up hook. Yeah, I do have some red. Most of what I go with is silver though. Again, it just gives that little extra flash. Thanks for subscribing to the channel there, poor man. Welcome. JMO, welcome to the stream. Neil Beachuk, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Nico, anything yet? Nope, we have not had. Surprisingly, we haven't even had a nibble yet. Weren't you fishing last night, Lorraine? Yeah, we went out to the pond for like 3 hours last night, the local pond, and caught a couple of bluegill and a couple of largemouth bass, and we ended up with 1 yellow bullhead as well. Hope you get a good one soon. Appreciate that, Lorraine. Yeah, I sat around yesterday watching a whole bunch of fishing streams, and I was jonesing, so we set up a live over at the local pond just so I could catch something. And hope you catch a real one. Thanks, bud. Outfish Ontario, welcome, buddy. How you doing today, Outfish? Glad to see you. Joel Vetter is getting the shallows early morning, not 30 feet. Get on the points, structure, drop-offs. It's been an hour. Let's go. We've been ranging from 20 to 25 foot. And while I do appreciate the tips there, Joel, you're not direct in this stream, buddy. I've fished this reservoir enough that I don't like, especially with the water level as low as it is, and I'm running my $300 camera. I'm not going super shallow. I get enough activity out here in the deeper parts usually that it's not worth it for me to risk losing my camera. But not bad tips. We're not gonna bark orders, and we're not doing that. I've only used dipsy divers a few times. Good to know boards on lead. Never done it. People do run it. I mean, you can do it. Some clips are more damaging than others, but you're better off not running clipped weights or planer boards clipped directly to the leaded line. How deep is the lake, Don? We're currently over 25-foot bottom. It gets down all the way to 80 foot. Ashley Stevens, welcome to the stream. Are you Kevin Nash's cousin? I am not. I don't know who that is. Brett Prim, where are you at? We're at Pishkun Reservoir. Redneck Amusement, hey, thank you. Appreciate you taking the time and answering my questions. I'll get some cranks and try her out. Oh, anytime, Redneck. Happy to help answer your questions. Do you use the elastic rubber swivel with the dipsies? You can. The snubber, I think they call it. Typically you would run that after the dipsy and before your lure, and it helps absorb some of the snap when you get the bites. I don't find it absolutely necessary, but I do occasionally run them. Nevin, welcome to the stream. Where you at? We're in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. BXR down. You caught anything yet? No, we've been had poles in the water for a little over an hour now. We have not yet caught anything, but we're going to be here all day. I appreciate that, Outfish. Yeah, we get some people in here sometimes. I know he's just trying to help. He's been in the stream a few times, but I don't particularly enjoy it when people start barking orders. This isn't the first time I've been on the water, and this particular water body is kind of my home lake. I know what I'm doing. I may not fish like you fish. I may not fish how you want me to fish. But remember, I'm in the driver's seat. Y'all are strapped in the back seat. You're just along for the ride. I'm happy to take, your tips into consideration, but have a little more tact about it, my guy. Tight lines, bro. Got to go off to the Goodwill. All right, Gary Miller Show. Thanks for swinging through. Hit that sub button. We'll be on all day. Come back and hang out with us again if you'd like. Same at my river. I go through it as well. Yeah. David Rowe, I mostly use boards on inside rod to cover shallow, paid-off walleye tournament with a 6.5 pounder. Really? I don't know that I've ever seen people run boards on... I mean, I guess a lot of people don't like running poles directly off the back. They like to run all their poles out. But if you're running a spread of 4 to 6 poles and you're only running it on the inner, I would think that'd get real tangly real fast. Normally I use them on the outermost to get those way out into the nosebleed section, so I don't have to worry about them. And especially when I'm going after pike, I don't mind running them directly off the back at all. Oftentimes I will purposefully run them right in the prop wash. Big ol', 9, 10, 12 inch swim baits and curly tails. And the pike, you run, 30 feet off the back of the boat right in the prop wash, and they'll come right up and suck your bait right out of it. Appreciate the sub there, Redneck. Had this guy on my live saying you ain't gonna catch nothing on that sad rig. I was like, I just caught 14 smallmouths. I don't know about that. Yeah. No, sometimes people, I don't know. I mean, I get it. Some people don't just enjoy the journey. They're all about the destination. And I think if people stopped and slowed down a little bit and tried to enjoy the journey, they would enjoy the destination even more. Dirty Drag Kid, welcome to the stream. You had any luck yet? Nope, nothing yet. Just one board on the inside. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I would have to see you doing it. I don't know. I don't understand how that would be beneficial running one board in the center. How many is if you were only running, you know, a couple of poles maybe, but if you're running a 6 spread, like that just makes my brain hurt a little bit thinking about how that would help. Reminder to hit the leg. Appreciate that, Outfish. What color are you trolling with? That is something we could switch out here in a little bit. So on the pole that you can see, we're running a Rapala F18. It is in brown trout color. My favorite that I like to run out here is actually a pike pattern in that same lure. But the last time I was here, we had a couple of big ones smack it, and they're a balsa lure. So they're kind of a soft lure, and they get fairly beat up by the bigger fish. And the big one that we caught the last time, it was 34.5, which is big for this reservoir. Not, you know, a monster pike, but it was big enough that it broke, or is starting to crack rather, where the bill is coming out of the front of the lure. So it hasn't fallen off yet. There is just a crack forming. I wanted to, I forgot to epoxy it up before I came back here. But yeah, so we're running with a brown trout pattern on this side, and then the other side we're running a Bandit 300 in pearl white and red eyes, which again are 2 colors and 2 formats of lures that typically do really well at this water body. It is slightly overcast. I'm tempted to swap out the white for a black. Because that one, it does get bit quite often here as well. I like running Suick 14-inch for pike and muskie. Okay. Yeah, that's a good choice. Not 4 poles. Me, I can't. It's just me on the boat. You're only legally allowed 2 per person. Mike Blag, welcome to the stream. Fish stick, I like it. I need to try something different this year. Yeah, it's some days here we kind of go through the gauntlet on the lures, especially, so we normally have a pretty good bite in the morning and a pretty good bite in the evening, and almost always in the dead heat of the day, the bite kind of shuts off here. And I will kind of rummage through and go through the tackle box. From crankbaits to, you know, jerk baits to spinner rigs, chatterbait. Sometimes we'll throw a bottom bouncer on, you know, and run, you know, worm harness rigs. Sometimes we bust out the musky lures. You know, I do have some 12, 14-inch swim baits and, you know, some big rubbers. But again, what I'm running right now is, I've been up here fishing at this reservoir probably 4 times in the last 6 weeks. And both of these lures, the style and color, have done quite well here. But again, there is a change this time. The water level is significantly lower than it was, you know, when I was here a week and a half, almost 2 weeks ago. We took a break from here and we fished a couple of other locations. And it was dropping, you know, the last few times that I was here, but it was, you know, just gradual every time I came. But this time, I almost didn't get my boat in the water. It's so shallow. You're running the Elon dish for the signal. Yeah, we have it. Here, let me flip you guys around. Being as we don't have any bites right now. I didn't get a chance to actually put the dish holder on. So we're just running her with a bungee cord strapped to the front of the boat here. And again, we're powering her with the DeWalt 8 amp hour power packs. So we're just set up here, bungeed. It's pretty stable. And this will actually run. I can set it down flat in there and close the lid if it starts raining. It does get a little bit warm and consumes more battery, but it can run fully enclosed in this Milwaukee case that I cut out for it. But yeah, working well so far. And we've been getting we did a stream on Friday and then a stream for about 3 hours yesterday. And in my testing, I'm getting roughly 4 to 5 hours of runtime per battery. me turn you guys back around here. So we get quite a bit of runtime out of each battery. And on Monday or Tuesday, I think the rest of my order is coming. I actually ordered a they call it a power pack, or it's essentially a unit that will take all 4 batteries and basically turns it into one giant power bank. So instead of having to swap out every 4 or 5 hours to a new battery and restarting the stream, or the stream being interrupted, I'll basically have 16 to 20 hours of continuous runtime out of just one unit. It's going to be a little bit bulkier, but I think it'll be nice, so I don't have to mess with restarting the stream constantly. Super handy though. We're definitely consuming a heck of a lot more bandwidth than I originally anticipated. In the couple of streams that we've tested so far, it takes about, unless you're setting it on low data mode, which I'm not. I'm trying to get as good of a clear quality picture and stream for you guys. And it's running about 2 to 3 gigabytes of data per hour. So the 50 gig plan absolutely will not cut it. After the first stream, I immediately bumped it up to the unlimited plan. We're not going to mess around with it. I'm just going to basically use the Starlink almost everywhere we go. Even the places that I was getting, enough cell signal to stream, it still was only 2 to 3 bars. And rewatching some of those videos, the quality on them is just not great. But I hope and I think the quality for you guys should actually be quite excellent with the Starlink here. Nice, I have the same box you're using. It came with a 3-piece pack out for tools on wheels. Same one. Yep, it's just a Milwaukee pack out. It's one of their shallow ones, and I took a saw to it and cut out the center braces in it so I could fit the satellite in there. Bill M, nice setup on the dish. I have resident Starlink, works great in rural mountains where I live. Yep, Bill, I have the residential service at my house as well. We up until they are just finally getting around to putting fiber in our neighborhood. So sometime in the next few months, I'll probably be ditching the residential service, and we'll just stick with the roam for the fishing channel. But we've had the residential for 3 years now, because the only other option right now is DSL, which is and a lot of people don't even know what the heck DSL is, because it's basically the next step after dial-up. Still uses analog phone lines. It's ancient and it's slow, but that's the next best option to Starlink right now, until they finish with the fiber installation. Julio, welcome to the stream. What kind of fish are you hunting? We're after Northern Pike today. Josh says, looks great. Excellent. I did review some of the footage from the first stream and then again yesterday. And the footage, largely looked quite nice. We should be streaming it next to 4K, pretty close to it. Walleye, nope, we're after Northern Pike, Seacam. There are no walleye in this reservoir. I work at a metal shop, but I'm a construction guy as well. Okay, yeah, so I don't have the Milwaukee tools. All my tools are DeWalt. Unfortunately, though, the DeWalt pack-outs, which I have a whole bunch of, have much thicker tops on them. They're not clear, they're not see-through, and I felt like they would probably obstruct and potentially degrade the signal quality more. The Milwaukee one is just perfect size to fit a couple of the batteries in, as well as the dish, and hold it pretty securely. So we went with that. I'm abandoning my DeWalt collection for one Milwaukee pack-out. Catfishy, what's up, brother? Welcome to the stream, Catfishy. How you doing today? We're chilling. 3.5K, yeah, we're close. Now, I know it's at least a 1080p stream, but it shouldn't be. There shouldn't be a lot of wishy-washiness to it. When I'm streaming from my cell phone, oftentimes you'll get really good picture for a while, but then it kind of gets fuzzy and grainy, and then it'll come back and it's okay. With the Starlink, it should be clear and it should stay clear. I'm a DeWalt fan as well, mostly mechanical tools, can't go wrong. Yeah, I have a ton of DeWalt tools. I'm not in construction, but I do. I'm currently rehabbing my house as well as my mom's house next door. I'm kind of always been a DIY guy. So I've for years I've had a DeWalt collection. Good stream quality here. Okay, excellent. I'm hoping so. It better be. Starlink is expensive. But I'm just excited that I get to show you guys some of this stuff. These are pretty remote locations, pretty remote fishing locations. There's 0 cell signal here. You would not otherwise be able to stream here without a Starlink. There's not enough signal that, you know, a cell phone booster would get you anywhere near being able to stream. Katrina Cook, welcome back. We're using Rapala F18 in brown trout pattern over here, and then a Bandit 300 deep diving crankbait on the other pole in pearl white with red eye. And that answers your question as well, Catfishy. Harry, welcome to the stream. Dave James, have I missed a fish? No, unfortunately you have not. I would love to say love and hate, but no, we still haven't hooked up. We're running 30 foot right now. I'm gonna swing back down to 25-ish. We're marking fish all over. We just have not come across a population of them that's hungry yet. Eduardo says, I'm fishing out on a boat right now. Oh yeah? You just watching the stream from your cell phone? I'm envious of all you people that live in areas that get good cell reception pretty much everywhere you go. We don't. Everywhere around here is so rural. You take a step outside of the cities and oftentimes your connection's pretty much gone. Nope, no bites yet. Muskies. Nope, we're after Northern Pike. Similar to a muskie, same family of fish, but a little bit smaller. How's the weather? It's a little chilly still. It's definitely warming up. It was high 50s when we got here. As soon as the sun came up, it was low 60s. I'd say we're probably 64, 65 right now. Water temperature has warmed up a little bit. It was 67 when we put the boat in. It's now 68.2. Do Pishkun Reservoir space Montana? What it's spitting out there for Bridgeport is not Montana. A watcher for Yeshua. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? We're trolling 3.2 right now, and I'm actually going to we're gonna drop her down. We're gonna go back down to the lower end of the spectrum here. We're gonna dump it to 2.5. Since we haven't been bit up yet, and it is still a little cool and in the morning, we're gonna slow down the troll just a tad and see if maybe that coax something out. And I think here in a few minutes, if I don't get bit on the smaller one here, I am actually gonna do I'm gonna do what I did last time I was here. So the last time I was here, I preface this by saying I've fished this lake for years. I know there's rainbow trout in here. I've seen them on my underwater cameras. I've never caught one. So last time I was here, I had one rod out solely for trout the whole time that I ran here. And I was running Dodgers and wedding rig, Dodgers and poppers, just basically worm harness variations, cowbells, a bunch of different things that normally trout will bite the crap out of. And the trout lures outfished my crankbaits that I normally catch all the pike on. So if we don't get bit up here in a few, we're gonna throw a trout lure on and we'll catch a pike with that. These pike here are a little weird sometimes. Can you go 1.5? So I'm trolling with my jet. I can get it down to about 1.3, 1.5 when the water's calm or when I have, the wind in my face. I normally don't ever troll that slow for pike. You will still get bites, but it seems like normally I don't get nearly as many at those low speeds. Pike they like a chase.
And oftentimes, I think what does it is when you're trolling faster, it gives them less of a chance to look at it, and they like to grab it to see what it is before they think it's going to get away. So if you troll faster, they don't get to swim along it as long to really check it out and decide whether they want to eat it. They basically either have to eat it or it's going to get away from them. And it oftentimes, I think, will trigger a stronger bite. But yeah, I can actually get pretty slow, and in fact, I can get slower than that. It just gets hard to control if you put it, instead of in neutral, put it slightly in reverse. Or even if you back troll, so you actually troll backwards with your lines at the front. Trolling with a jet is kind of a different kind of beast. You guys use downriggers in Montana. They do in the deeper reservoirs. So like Holter Lake, which is pretty close to here, a lot of people salmon fish there, or Flathead Lake. They fish for lake trout there. Lake Elwell or Tiber Dam, which is north of here, they fish for lake trout as well as salmon there. And those lakes do get, 100 foot plus deep. And a lot of guys, especially during summer, will be running downriggers to try and get their gear down deep enough to get the salmon or the lake trout to bite. They're down there trying to get out of the heat. My dad caught a pike with a Panther Martin, a 1/4 ounce. It was crazy. Oh yeah, pike will bite on almost anything. We caught a pike off of a bread ball a little over a month ago here. All the muskie and pike trollers do go 3 miles an hour normally. Yeah, so my typical range for trolling for pike is going to be between 2.5 and 3.5 miles an hour. Again, I've gotten bit, trolling much slower than that, and I have trolled, upwards of 5 miles an hour just as a test, because my friend was saying power trolling, that's what he does. And I did actually still get bites at 5+ miles an hour. But that is a little fast. It differs day by day. Sometimes they like it a little faster, sometimes they like it a little slower. That's one of the things that you should be switching up. If you're not getting bit, try changing things, whether it be, your speed, your depth. Again, instead of trolling a straight pattern, do more zigzags. An S pattern works really good for trolling because you're basically constantly moving your lures up and down in the water column. Your lure on the inside is always going to slow down a little bit and drop. Your lure on the outside as you're turning is going to go slightly faster and rise up. So when you're doing those zigzag patterns, you're slowing down and you're moving your rods all around in the water column. And just those slight changes can oftentimes be enough to trigger them to bite. Miles Fishing, welcome. How you doing? Have you tried a rat? No, I don't have a rat lure. Baseball Kings, welcome to the stream. Have you ever caught a muskie? No, John, I've never caught a muskie. We don't have muskie here in Montana. We do have Northern Pike, and then they do stock in a handful of reservoirs tiger muskie, which is a hybridized cross between a Northern Pike and a muskie. And I have had a tiger muskie on the line right up to the side of the boat, but I missed it on the net. I go 2 miles an hour, but I'm also looking for walleye all the time. Okay. Yeah, 2+ is a pretty good speed. We're sitting at about 2.5 right now, which again is towards the slower end of the spectrum of where I like to fish usually. Yeah, pike, I've almost any lure type, lure color I have in my tackle box, I've caught a pike off in the past. They do tend to key in on, one or more colors or patterns depending on the time of the year, the temperature, what the forage is, what the hatches are in those lakes. So some are going to be more productive than others, but a pike will bite at anything. I say it often when I'm pike fishing and describing them. They're kind of like a toddler with big teeth. They like to just put things in their mouth to figure out what they are. Sometimes they use their mouth instead of their eyes to figure out what something is. especially if they think it's going to get away from them. So one of the recommendations that I always give people that are fishing for pike, especially if you're fishing from shore using a crankbait or anything that you're casting out and reeling in, be erratic, fast, slow, jerk, jerk, jerk. You don't need a methodical. The cadence that a pike will bite on most often is going to be a very erratic one. Fast, slow, jerking, left, right, big pauses, rapid reels. You might be out there looking like a crackhead reeling it in, but you're probably going to catch more fish than everybody else standing on the bank next to you. Blizzard, you catch anything yet? No, we unfortunately haven't had a bite yet. We're actually now in quite shallow water. We're at 20 foot. We changed the speeds. We're just mixing things up here a little bit to see if we can trigger a bite. I'm also kind of doing a lap around the reservoir here to see if I'm spotting any congregations or anything that looks like a pike feeding on bait fish. Yellow? You mean the same as musky? Yellow is a productive color for you, huh? Yeah, I do have, a myriad, a rainbow of different color lures. What I find myself trolling most often, if I'm not trolling, like a true fish mimicking pattern, like, a 3D pike or a 3D perch or 3D brown trout, if I'm not throwing something that looks like really, really like, one of the forage fish, I oftentimes will go with, straight white or straight black. I do have a whole bunch of other colors. Those are just kind of my go-tos, and that's what I tend to feel like I'm most productive on. It may be too early for the old fish whistle too. Oh, it's never too early for the fish whistle, and that's a good idea. That might be just what we're missing. Let's see if we can call in the fish with the fish whistle here, guys. All right, we gave her a few blows there. Maybe that'll do the trick. Thank you for the suggestion. Vlog, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Good Lord, there's 80 people in here. I haven't even been paying attention to how many people. Welcome everybody. I'm glad y'all joined us today. I hope you're enjoying the breathtaking views here of the Rocky Mountain front. We're up here at Pishkun Reservoir in central Montana. It's about 19 miles west of Choteau, Montana, which is a cute little town. Not a whole lot in there, but we're right at the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front here. Those are the Rocky Mountains. Right behind you is the Continental Divide. That is one of the highest locations in our country. It's a beautiful area. These the Rocky Mountains in this area are full of just some absolutely spectacularly stunning views. There's lots of smaller mountain lakes and reservoirs, pristine clear water, and lots of incredible fishing up in this area. This particular water body we come to for Northern Pike. There are a lot of pike in here. And most of the time they're quite eager to come out and play. They're a little picky so far this morning, but I still think we're gonna get into them. I usually do pretty well when we come here. Haha, I get it now. Oh, okay. Did some storms roll through there last night? Might have shut them down at first today. We did, yeah. There was a storm that came through last night. I don't know if many of y'all were on my stream. We did a short stream. I say short, for me and for the channel it's short. We did a 3-hour stream at the local pond last night, and we did basically get blown off the water there. There was a storm front coming through. And that is a good point, David. When stormy weather comes through, it does oftentimes it changes the barometric pressure and it changes fish behavior. Oftentimes the bite will slow down for a little while after a storm system comes through. It wasn't super severe. I mean, you're kind of seeing the tail end of, I think, that storm system passing over there. And it is going to be a little bit stormy here throughout the day. There is a 25% chance of rain, so we might get a little soggy out here in the water today. I don't mind a little rain as long as I can keep the electronics from swimming. But that is a good point, and I didn't think about that, David. I was expecting, normally this time of this is one of the, you know, prime times of the day for pike fishing. The last few times that I've been here, man, the poles were in the water for, you know, 10-15 minutes and we're already lighting up. Today we've been fishing, the stream is almost going on 2 hours, and we've had the poles in the water for about an hour and a half of that 2 hours. So a little surprising we haven't been bit. But again, I'm not too terribly concerned about it. With the luck that I've had here the past few times in very recent history, I think it's just a matter of waiting for the feeding bell. They will turn on, and then oftentimes you'll get hooked up, you know, one right after another. It gets chaotic at times. Fun, but chaotic. I've never felt the turbulence so bad in a plane except when I flew over the Rockies going to Cali. Yeah, you got to get up there pretty high, and there are some weird weather pockets. When you go through, you know, high elevation to plains and valleys and foothills, weird weather patterns and pockets develop. And I think that's probably you're just flying through those different weather pockets. Creates a whole bunch of turbulence. I know a guy in the Bass Hall of Fame, actually the first Canadian to be in the Bass Hall of Fame, tells me if he had to pick one color and it was the only one, it would be black. Interesting. Yeah, so I kind of, there have been a lot of pro fishermen, you know, legends that I've watched over the years, and more than one of them have said similar. Again, I've described a couple of times, and I forget the guy's channel name, but I've watched him for years, and he's been, you know, a pike fisherman for much of his life. He busted out his tackle box and opens it up, and it's just crankbait after crankbait after crankbait, all different sizes, very similar style, but the entire box white, all of them. And he's like, you know, I spray painted all these. I took all of my, you know, fancy colorful lures after, you know, fishing all these for years and seeing, you know, in my water bodies around me what they bite on and what they don't. I found the most productive to be white. I took every lure in every one of my tackle boxes that I fish here, and I painted them all white. And I'm like, damn, that's, you know, that's a little extreme, isn't it? And so I picked up a handful of white crankbaits and started running them alongside of, you know, my pike patterns, my perch patterns, my fire tiger, and, you know, these other ones that I've had decent luck on. And man, I tell you what, I got substantially more bites on just my plain white lures than I did off of, you know, almost all of the other ones. And so I tried basically the same thing with black lures. I started getting some of the lure styles and brands that I like that I'd never really fished in just a plain white or a plain black, and I started fishing the black ones. And again, I running right next to, you know, I got 4 poles running, 2 of them with white, 2 of them with, you know, fire tiger or whatever other colors I have in my tackle box. And man, the white and black lures outfished almost everything else in my tackle box almost every trip that I made out that year. So I do. They're kind of my comfort lures now. I know that they perform, and I know that if that something's not biting on them, that oftentimes the bite is just off. But it's usually not off the whole day, and it's not off on the whole lake. You just got to keep moving around. And that's what I like about trolling. You know, you're not stuck in one spot. You're constantly covering ground. You're putting your bait in front of a whole bunch of different fish. And I think, especially this time of the year where the fish are so spread out in a reservoir like this, it ups your chances of catching them. You could go, you know, anchor up somewhere and fish over structure. You'd probably still catch fish. You could go troll the shallows. You'd probably still catch fish. But at this particular water body, I found that the trolling a little bit deeper, a little bit faster, and again, oftentimes with either the white and black lures, historically has produced better for me. And again, take that with a grain of salt. Your lakes, your reservoirs around you might be different. I know that I take this same strategy that works real well at this particular water body to other places where pike also are commonly caught, and it doesn't always work as well. So, you know, it's not the gospel here. I'm not telling you it's the best way. I'm telling you it's what seems to work for me historically at this reservoir, and has proven to be effective at numerous other water bodies I've fished as well. $91 in your stream, awesome. Yeah, we got a whole bunch in here. What is that? 109 now. I'm way behind on the. I'm skipping past a couple of comments here, guys, just to see how far we are. Ojan, welcome. Nico, welcome back. Blanket Boy, what's up, Blanket Boy? Catfishy, Fire Tiger, the Big Lake Michigan is a definite go-to, or Pure White. Yeah, and again, it can differ throughout, you know, different times of the year too. But it's worth testing. If you guys have never run an all white or an all black lure, pick yourself up some. You know, in the favorite, whether you like the shad, the short fat ones, whether you like, you know, the jerk, the stick baits, the bigger, the longer ones. Pick up some plain white or, you know, plain black. And the white for me, again, I usually try to get with the red eye. And they have proven to be quite effective for me in these reservoirs. Though, of course, because you guys are all watching, we're not going to catch anything today. Kidding. We're going to catch some fish. But I expected to be bit up by now. We've hit a bunch of the structure that I normally will get hits on. We've moved in the first 2 hours. We've checked some of the more shallow depths, some of the deeper depths. What I'm going to start running now are some flats in between. Some drop-offs. So we have kind of a stair-step pattern here. It's deep, and then it comes up, and you got a flat, kind of like a plateau, and then it drops back down, and then kind of a flat. And I'm going to run a pattern over the shallow, up on top of it, and then I'm going to go on the incline of it to see what we see. I love the math for running cranks. It's good to have, you know, a guesstimate. It gets confusing though when you're running leaded line, because you would think it should just be as simple as, okay, I have a 10-foot diving crankbait or an 8 to 10 foot, and then I'm running one color of line out, which should get me 7 foot. You go 10 plus 17, or 10 plus 7 is 17, but it doesn't always work like that. Your leaded line is going to get you down to a certain depth. You don't always get, so like if I'm running a 27-foot deep diving crankbait with 3 colors of line out, you add them straight together and you should have 27 plus 21, you know, 48. It doesn't run that deep. You're running closer to, you know, 30 foot. So you don't always get the full depth of the cranks, it seems, on especially the deeper divers. And I don't quite understand why that is. I know that my speed has something to do with it, but they don't always math together. So it's good to have an estimate, but it's also good to understand that they don't always directly add together. The depth charts that you see on the lure package and your line package and precision trolling app are guesstimates. Oftentimes, I don't believe they're 100% accurate. I usually use plain white, but I clear coat them with a clear nail polish with glitter. Okay, so you get the white and the flash. That's not a bad idea. My buddy's got a 1K boat, but put 14K of electronics on it. Yeah, a lot of people are like that. I need 4K to make it happen for what I want. I'm saving for a spot. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't have a trolling motor or spot lock right now. One of these days I'll buy one. I need to get around to finishing wiring in my battery switch and the other my lighting and ports, you know, the safety stuff before I get to my trolling motor. Josie J, welcome to the stream. Good morning, good morning. Well, it's a community I don't think Rod minds. I'm a sub to you now, brother. Oh, no, absolutely. Outfish, most of the people you see in here with blue names are people that I watched stream long before I started streaming. So a lot of these guys, they're way more established channels than I am, and all of them are good people. I love hanging out with them in their streams. They have good streams. They also have, you know, a good community in their streams. So now any of these blue names, go check them out. They're good people, and they catch some good fish. The way you keep growing on your channel, hopefully YouTube will pay you for your new rigs. Oh, I don't know if we'll ever make any real money at YouTube. Again, it'd be cool, but my main goal on YouTube is just to get to show you guys some of the cool places that I fish. I'm out here anyway, and it's more enjoyable talking to you guys than it is to myself. So, but I don't know. The channel has been growing quite rapidly. It's really caught me off guard how quickly we've been getting subs. And again, we got monetized yesterday, and we have over 50 channel members already. It's just, I don't know, it's insane. But every stream, it seems like the viewers goes up, the amount of subs goes up. And again, with the Starlink, I'm going to be able to take the stream so many different cool places here in Montana and surrounding areas over the coming months and years. So I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, that you're coming to hang out, and that you like to fish and you like to watch. I am trying real hard here to show you guys some cool fish, though. This reservoir is just filthy with pike. We kill it here every time I come here. So it's going to happen here eventually. Outfish, thank you for the for the super chat there, my buddy. Congrats, Rod. Oh, thank you. And again, yours is one of the channels that I started watching well before I started streaming, and I've absolutely enjoyed hanging out in your channel and watching you guys over there. You catch some really cool fish. You're a really nice dude, a knowledgeable dude, and you run a great stream. Catch anything yet? No, we are still on the hunt here. Hang in there, folks. Be patient. We are still real early here in the morning. The bite is coming. We're looking for them right now. I'm checking out some different structure and depths here, trying to find them. We'll get them here in a little bit. And then once we find where they're biting, we can run patterns back and forth over those areas, and I'm usually able to hook up, you know, every few passes. We just got to figure out where they're hanging out. Jealous, the Canadian fishermen, your fishing is absolutely insane and compared to us. The States for walleye and pike. Oh, they do catfishing. They got such beautiful pike up there, especially the pike. Seems like the further north you go, the bigger they get. Adawasi, love you from India. Appreciate that. Thanks for joining. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Elon Sport, welcome to the stream. I was saying cranking odds are good. Sorry, bait, see more fish. Hookup rate versus bite is high. And they catch bigger fish. Oh, okay, I misunderstood you, David. Thanks for the clarification. FaZe, welcome to the stream. Elon said hi. Michael Cooper, welcome. What are you fishing for? We're fishing for Northern Pike. In the creeks, they stay smaller, but big pike in the lakes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. You guys have them in pike in creeks. Just is slightly mind-boggling to me. It's like over in Europe and a lot of other countries, their canals and shit are packed with big old pike. We gotta come out here to these big ass open reservoirs to find them oftentimes here in Montana. Plentiful fish species here. Yeah, plentiful, and they get big. And so many of them that I see on Fish Brain, especially again in those really remote northern spots. They're really nice looking pike, really pretty pike. And a lot of them aren't as beat up and ragged looking as the ones we see around here. Our pike are brawlers here. Most of them you pull in are all beat up and bloody, and they got bites taken out of them, and they fight. What's a gallon of fuel cost for you in Montana? So I use premium unleaded in most everything, high octane. Between $4 and $4.30 a gallon, depending on where you're getting it. If you're getting it in one of the bigger cities, it tends to be a little bit cheaper, more towards like $4. Around Vaughan or Choteau here, I think the premium's about 30 cents more expensive. A little higher in the mountains, a little more remote, they charge more. It seems like, especially the more remote locations that are near lakes and reservoirs, that they gouge people on gas. I think the last place that we streamed from, Canyon Ferry, I think one of the local gas stations there was trying to charge like $5.50 a gallon for premium. So it's not bad compared to a lot of other places in the U.S., but it's, I don't know, the price has gone up a good 20-30 cents in the last 6-8 months. Our gas prices are going up. Everything cost is going up. Groceries here, gas prices. All these wonderful tariffs and stuff are really wreaking havoc on the American market. Catfishing 99. What are you doing, buddy? You're a gal today. Good Lord. Thank you, Catfishy. I mean, that does help. We'll everything, any donations, super chats, memberships, that's all going straight to pay towards Starlink Mini. If we get to a point where we're actually paying for a full month of Starlink Mini with, stream donations, anything else beyond that, yeah, we'll basically be going to gas. Because again, it's like an hour and a half driving up into the mountains to get to a lot of these places. 2 hours, 3 hours for some of them, which again, I don't mind. I would be, just keep this in mind, guys, that are sending me money. Well, thank you. You're awesome. But yeah, I mean, I don't need it. I'm here fishing anyway. If this camera wasn't rolling, I would still be here. I'd still be fishing. So there's no real sunk cost here. I'm just bringing you guys along for the ride. The only real cost for the stream, if we could get to the point where Starlink Mini's paid for, y'all flick your pennies at the other streamers. Help them out. A lot of them, again, I'm not rich, but I'm also not poor. I've done well. I'm nearing retirement. I can afford to play, so I just wanted to get that out. That's one thing I struggled with when I was trying to decide, am I going to turn the money button on YouTube? Because for a long time I thought, I'm not going to do it. I can afford to pay for this. It's not a burden for me. But then again, when I busted the Starlink Mini out and I realized that the $50 a month plan was definitely not going to cut it, and that we're probably going to need the $165 a month. And again, just the amount of sheer places it's going to allow me to take the stream, I figured why not? So many people have asked, and again, that's why I made the channel membership 99 cents. It's pennies, it's not, I'm not going to have a $10 a month, a $20 a month subscription. I'm not asking people for money. In fact, I would prefer, I think, if you helped out some of the smaller streamers, the guys that are struggling to pay for gas to get to the locations or to pay for snacks along the way. But anyways, I'm rambling, and I appreciate the donation. Thank you. You're awesome, Catfishy. And Outfish, and all y'all that are joining the memberships, the Rod Squad. Does the Elon dish need a battery change? No, so we started the stream at roughly 6 a.m. It's 8:19 a.m., so we're 2 hours, 20 minutes in. We probably have at least 2 more hours. Once we get closer to 10:30 a.m. here, I would suspect we might need a battery change. When we do need it, the stream is basically just gonna start whirly birding, and it takes me about 2 to 3 minutes to swap the battery out for the Starlink to reboot, and then the stream should actually recover. So if you just hang out, the feed will come right back, or so it has on previous streams. Got a 30-pound catfish and lost it at the bank. Dang, Wyatt, that's rough. Bro, the entertainment and knowledge literally feels like we're fishing with you, brother. Well, that's the point, catfishing. That's what I hope for. And that's what I'm trying to get out of this. I like fishing with people. Strangers, I don't care who y'all are. Come fishing with me. It's just one of those things that it doesn't matter your differences. We could disagree on every other thing on the planet, but if we both like to fish, you're good in my book. Let's go fishing. Phone is shaking. Heads up, Rod. Okay, yeah, we're it's not the greatest mount. And when we go a little bit slower, the vibration from the jet motor does dance us around a little bit. Rod, you need emojis. Yeah, I haven't figured that aspect out yet. I need to create some emojis, and I need to create some custom membership icons. I was gonna member up, but I'm on my iPhone. Oh, so it's a little more complicated on the iPhone, but it's not really. I mean, all you have to do, and if you don't know, if you just go to somebody's at, so YouTube /@ wannaseemyrod /join. That's it. That's the only format you need. You can go directly to the join page simply by typing /join after their channel URL. It's very cool you help us with lower subscription, as it makes it okay for me to subscribe even with me being on lower income. Yeah, and there again, those of y'all that are on lower income, I know you want to help, and I know I truly from the bottom of my heart appreciate that. But please do not send any money you don't need. I mean, if it's spare, it's 99 cents. I know it's not a lot, but $1 can be a lot to people. Don't send me money you don't have. Don't feel obligated. But yeah, if you want to flick a few pennies over, feel free. But that's why again, I just set it at 99 cents. I figure we have now, I think we just blew past 1,500 subscribers. It was 500, then it was 1,000, now it's 1,500. The channel is growing rapidly, and I think with the speed that we're going, I think we'll get enough people that kick in a buck. That'll more than pay for the Starlink. That's it at that point. Anything else, I would much prefer you guys tried helping out some of the other streamers that are struggling. And any money I make, on top of that is going to be from YouTube. Let YouTube pay me. Y'all don't need to pay me. All you have to do for that is watch, one annoying ad before you come into the stream. Which we're all used to that. We get commercials shoved down our throat all day, every day. It's not a huge deal. Rod, what's your line of work? I never asked. Oh, I do, I went to school, computer science, math major. So I got a major in computer science and a minor in mathematics. But I've worked for years in software development. I've gone the gauntlet from design to development, front end, back end, database, and that's what I did for about the first 10 years of my career in this field. The last 10 years I've moved more towards security, auditing, security consulting. I work with banks and, you know, larger companies that have, you know, office locations all throughout the world, or they're running multiple web assets, you know, websites, web apps, phone apps, that they're required to have security audits as well as compliance audits for different things. So it's, I mean, it's nerdy, it's complicated, and I do still do a fair bit of development and tinkering around, but it's more on the security side of things rather than, you know, websites and web apps. The actual building of it, it's more in securing them. Where are you fishing? We're fishing Rocky Mountain Front. This is called Pishkun Reservoir. It's in central Montana. It's hard when you live on $800 a month. Oh, absolutely, Lorianne. That's for those of you guys on a fixed income like that. It's a struggle. I absolutely understand that. And Lorianne, I would ask for somebody like you with a fixed income like that, please don't buy the membership. No. You get nothing from it. The only purpose of it is to pay for that little satellite right there. And there's going to be plenty of other people that are more well off financially that can help with that. Well, what I want from you is to enjoy the stream. Enjoy the views, enjoy the company, hang out. But no, please, if you're struggling, don't send me money. And that is again why I struggled turning on the channel monetization for, you know, actually accepting the YouTube partnership. As I just, oftentimes it seems like it's the people who have the least that are the most giving. And I don't want that. I don't want y'all sending me money that you don't have or you can't afford. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about the stream here. This is purely for entertainment purposes. We're out here enjoying ourselves. I can afford to play out here. Don't take money away from yourself, your groceries, your bills. But we're gonna drop that. I'm babbling again. Still can't understand algebra. Don't know how I got my degree. Algebra wasn't bad. Some of the more, I think what I struggled with more than anything else was some of the more advanced calculus. It made my brain hurt at times. Now own a small engine shop. And so pointless degree. Yeah, so I worked a long time doing flooring installation and a whole bunch of other things that were completely unrelated to my education after I got out of school. Simply because there were really no opportunities in that field where I lived in my surrounding area. It wasn't until I moved away from Montana and away from the more rural area into a more urban area that, you know, there was more work available in the tech field, in cybersecurity, in development. But I missed Montana. I had to get back out here. I missed fishing too much. And I apologize again. I know the camera's probably a little shaky. The wind has definitely picked up some. So we're getting some waves here. A little bit of whitecap. It should just be momentary from what I saw in the weather report. The wind here is supposed to be fairly mild for the rest of the day. Outfish, good dude, Rod. I appreciate that, Outfish. Again, I'm just here. I'm having a blast. I'm having a fun just fishing, and that's enough for me. You a follower of Christ as well? No judgment, just curious. I have a religious people in my family. I've always, I don't know. I guess you could call it agnostic or atheist. It's not that I don't believe in a God or a higher power. I don't think it's anything that humanity has made it out to be. There's something out there, but I don't think it's what most modern religions that humanity has come up with describe. There's an energy out there. There's something. We live on one little tiny speck of dust in this vast cosmos of just, we don't even know what the hell it is. And it breaks my brain a little bit, and it kind of makes me sad. I kind of wish sometimes that I would have been born 100 years later, or maybe 1,000 years later. Because I really think within, we're at like a cuspis of understanding in humanity, of technology, that I think there might be some real breakthrough in understanding of what all of this is, or maybe at least some more explanation of how maybe some of it came to be. Probably not within my lifetime, maybe not within our kids' lifetime, but a couple of generations. If we don't blow ourselves up by then, or completely destroy this planet, I think with the way that technology is advancing, we might get some better understanding. And here I am again babbling about freaking, I don't even know. Noah Cox, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. Triple integrals are fun. Man, some of that math, it still makes my brain hurt thinking about it, and it's been decades since I've done it. The devil's greatest trick. Good luck. Well, again, everybody's got their own beliefs, and that's why we typically don't get into conversations like this in a fishing channel. We're here to fish. I do wander sometimes in my thoughts, and I hope that doesn't bother you guys. I'm kind of one of those people, it's always a bigger picture guy. I try not to focus on the minutia of life too much. I take a step back and try and enjoy what I have around me, even though I don't understand so much of it. No pike in your river system or creeks in Montana? Oh, we do, yeah. So there's pike in a lot of the rivers. They're just not as plentiful. The Missouri River, for example, is where I've caught the biggest pike that I've ever caught. A 42-inch, 22.5 pounder. Substantially bigger than what I've ever caught in Pishkun here. But also I've caught, exponentially more pike out of this reservoir than I've ever have out of the Missouri River, the Sun River, all the other rivers combined. There's just, our reservoirs tend to hold more of them, not necessarily bigger ones. And we just got kind of turned around on from the wind there. I'm gonna pull this line up real quick. This is the one that has the catch camera on it. And I just know from fishing here previous times, when I get slack line on this pole, the camera oftentimes touches down to the bottom and gets all fouled up with weeds. So we're gonna pull her in real quick and get the slime off of it. And I am also, after we put this back out in the water, I'm gonna start rigging up a worm harness. As I was describing earlier, the last time that I was here, I started running a trout rig, some of the worm harnesses that I tie up, trying to catch a trout, and the pike wouldn't leave them alone. So we're gonna see if maybe they're still in the mood for. Oh, here we go again. This is the joy of trolling in wind and wave in a flat bottom boat. Every once in a while, the wind just kicks up, a wave hits you just right, and you whee. It's like you're a hot piece of metal on a chunk of ice. You just kind of slide around. And it also doesn't help when you're going slow. So we're gonna bump up the troll speed just slightly to give us more maneuverability, more control over the troll in the higher winds here. I think you need help with catching fish at the moment. Nah, Dave, we're good. Still a great guy, brother. No judgment here. I absolutely enjoy the channel. Sorry for asking the question and offended anyway. No, not an offense. Just again, one of those topics that people do get touchy because when yeah, it gets touchy. Nathan, welcome. Dave, I think that's why it's called fishing, not catching. Again, we'll get on the bite when the bite turns on. We're doing just fine, guys. Again, if you're not enjoying yourself, there's so many other things you could be doing with your life right now. This is what I'm doing. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves as well. They're in there. Oh yeah, they're in here. All right, let's get. Oh God! Looks like Buddy over here is reeling in on one. We're gonna miss it. He just grabbed his net. He's got something on the end of his line. Might be a pike, might be a perch, might be a trout. He's out here in just one of them little skiffs moving around. But bear with me a moment here, guys. We're gonna throw on a worm harness. What fish that you got? No, we haven't caught anything yet. Oh, this wind really needs to die down just a little bit. Where are you now? We're in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. I should be fishing right now. I'll fish every day after work this week though. In a sweater. It's trying to cool down. Oh, is it? Yeah, I try to fish as often as I can. Oftentimes the weather is what prevents me from going out. Alright, I'm just trying to decide what I want to throw out here. Thinking we're going to go with black and gold. Alright, so again, this is just this is one of my worm harness rigs for trout or walleye. This is actually a wedding ring that I tie. They're referred to as a wedding ring. And it's missing its trailer hook. They bit it off the last time I was here. They ruined a whole bunch of them. But I tie these up for trout. And I usually do pretty well with trout on them. But again, the pike were biting the crap out of them the last time I was here. So we're gonna see if they're still in the mood. Oh, shit. Getting tossed around here. How are there no walleye? In this particular reservoir, there just are no walleye. There are northern pike, rainbow trout, and kokanee salmon. Oh, yellow perch as well. You're like the JR fishing people that I watch every live stream they do. Oh, okay. What's your bait name? It's called a wedding ring. They're a wedding ring, or the generic term for it is just called a worm harness. They're oftentimes trolled for rainbow trout, salmon, sometimes walleye as well. Right now we're throwing them on because the pike here like to bite them. I've only ever seen northern pike and perch in this water body. Yeah, that's all we've ever caught out of here, Mia, is the northern pike and the perch. But again, I've seen both the trout and the kokanee on the underwater cameras. Man, that wind is really kicking up. You going to be ice fishing this winter, Rod? I've never actually been ice fishing. I've always wanted to try it, and I do have a buddy here that offered last year to let me tag along with him. But I didn't have any of the gear. I am going to try and get some gear this year and go along with him, though. He's got, you know, the whole rig and setup for it. Yo, how we doing? Hope you're having a great day. Appreciate that, Cozy. How you doing today, buddy? We're having a good day. We have not yet got into the pike, unfortunately. We've just been taking in the gorgeous views here. And we just swapped out to a different lure on one side to see if they'll bite on that. This water body is really shallow compared to the last time I was here. They've dumped a ton of water out. You'll be hooked on ice fishing, I bet. As long as I can keep warm, as long as I can keep my hands warm, I'll be good. I don't. If my hands get cold, they start, you know, with that pins and needles feeling, and it lasts for hours. It seems like the older I get, it gets worse and worse. So I try and stay out of the cold too much. But I think with the, you know, the ice hut and proper gear, it shouldn't be a problem. Still here waiting patiently. All right, Bill. Yeah, I'm very surprised we haven't hooked into something yet. This is really unlike this place. The last 3 times that we've been here, and this is within the last month and a half, 6 weeks or so. We've been here three different times in the last 6 weeks, and we caught 10 to 20 pike. Each trip out, or I did, because I was on the boat by myself. And tons of, you know, hookups with misses. They're in here, and they were just biting a couple of weeks ago. The only thing that's really changed is they've dropped the water level a bunch. So I think it's more so we just need to figure out where they are. I'm running back over a handful of other places that I have marked from this reservoir about this time of the year last year. To see if there's any activity there. But I truly think that we will. We just need to wait for the bite to pick up here, or for me to find, you know, a spot. I would be so surprised if we don't get in on them here fairly quickly. Weather. Yeah, that is absolutely lying to you. So Mia or Josie, type .weather space Pishkun Reservoir space Montana. Pishkun. Maybe they're camera shy. Dave, that's how it is. I swear, the moment that I turn the camera on and I try and stream with you guys, all the big fish spook, and I'm left with, the fish are getting progressively smaller and smaller on this channel. It is. It's like a curse. Here the pike bite picks up in the afternoon, believe it or not. No shit. Yeah, we still it's always the opposite here for me. It's, at least at this reservoir, I usually get a really good bite. Again, like 10-15 minutes after the pull drops in the water, I'm almost always hooked up this time of year. And you'll get 3-4 hours of really good bite, and then the middle of the day it just shuts off. I spend hours trolling around, or that's when I oftentimes will switch and I'll go drift towards the south end of the lake here where there's often big schools of perch, and I'll switch to perch for a couple of hours, or I'll tuck into one of the back bays over here and throw lures and anchor up for a little while because the trolling just dies. But then again, 6 o'clock or so at night, the last 3-4 hours before dark, the bite turns on again, and the troll bite is, just fire. But I don't know what's going on right now. David said hi. Welcome, welcome. Redneck amusement. That feels like every time I turn the camera off, I catch a big smallmouth. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's a thing. There's some kind of cosmic energy that is warding off fish the moment you hit record on camera. We'll get them though. We will still get them. It just might take us a little while. We have decent pike here. I've yet to target them, but I know there's absolute giants. Oh, catfish, you meant. Pike are fun. They're big and they're toothy, so they're a little more dangerous to handle. Quite as big, but they put up excellent. And they're damn good to eat too. They're one of the tastiest fish, I think. So, sorry, Rod, did you tell me to type something? Oh, yeah, so you looked for Choteau, Montana, which is 19 miles away, fairly close, but it's far enough that we're in kind of a different weather pocket. Look up on the weather for actually for Pishkun. So, .weather, space Pishkun, Pishkun, space reservoir, space Montana. Because the weather system here from that in Choteau, which is, just a hop, skip, and a jump down the road. We also have huge gar. Nice. Yeah, we don't have very big gar here. No, Pishkun, K-U-N, and it needs a Montana at the end. Pishkun Reservoir, Montana. There you go. Yes, thank you. I need to just add a command where we could just type something like, current weather or stream location weather, and then it'll just look it up for whatever I've marked. No, why the hell is it showing Santa Monica? That's not right. Fuck. That was a fish, but I think it's gone. Damn it. As soon as I pick up the rod, it's gone. Alright, let me make sure we've got weeds and stuff on here. Big bite, and it's gone. Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the pole that's got the camera on it, though, so we won't get to see what it is. I bet you anything, we have had fish following our rigs quite often. Normally, when I check the catch camera after coming here, there's so many fish that come and look and poke around at it. But yeah, that one was definitely hooked up for a solid 5 seconds there. And I'm still kind of playing with the rod here, hopefully, hoping he might come back. Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. You won't miss a bite when the pike bite it. That was a good pike, but we lost it. So these F-18s, they come with 3 hooks on them. Montana State in central Montana here, we're actually only allowed 2 hooks on them. So you have to take one of the hooks off, and you get to choose whether it's, you know, your back, your front, your middle. And right now I do have the middle hook off on this one. And I think on the pike, the other pike one that I'm running, I was trying to see which one I was losing more on. You know, whether I was missing the middle hook and there was a bigger gap between them, or if I was missing, you know, the front hook and I left the 2 back trailing hooks. And it seems like this one that I have the middle hook missing, I get tons of bites on it, but it seems like I have lost a couple of more off of this one than I have the other hook, or when the front hook is taken off of it instead. In fact, let me check that. I think this one's missing the middle hook. Drives me crazy that they make you take off a hook, but I also don't particularly like playing with lures that have so many treble hooks on them. They're dangerous. Madhead, welcome to the stream. Hey, buddy. Mike loves fishing in Canada. The sturgeon are wild and huge. Oh, God, I love sturgeon fishing. I've never really caught a big one. The biggest one that I caught was like 5 or 6 pounds. But they are absolutely top tier. They're one of my favorite fish to catch. They are so cool looking, and they fight really, really well too. In fact, I think a sturgeon probably puts up a substantially better fight than a pike normally will. Yeah, see this one, we have the middle hook off. I'm wondering if I should switch that to the other. Switch the front hook to the middle so we have the 2 trailing hooks rather than a big gap. It's in BC for the sturgeon. What size hook is on the rig? Oh God, I'd have to bust out the package to tell you. Maybe switch to the middle hook. Yeah, catfish, that's what I'm thinking. The other F-18 that I was running, the pike one, that I'm not running right now because it's got a crack in it. That's how I had that one set up, back and middle hooks and missing the front. Trolling kind of fast. We're at 3.1 miles an hour, which is fast if you're trolling for trout, but not fast at all if you're trolling for pike. Ever catch a paddlefish? No, I've never. I don't go after paddlefish. I don't like the way that people catch them. You snag them. You're never going to catch a paddlefish, you know, biting your lure or bait. They're a filter feeder. They feed on plankton and small creatures and nutrients in the water. They basically filter through their gills. So when you catch a paddlefish, you're throwing out big weighted treble hooks and dragging them across the river bottoms, hooking them in the face and in the belly, and it's not my idea of catch and release. You know, if I really like to eat them, I might fish for them that way, but Not only that, what the hell are you gonna do with, 90 pounds of paddlefish? I like fish, but I don't like fish that much. The big Ontario Lake sturgeon we can't target, only up north. They not the same big sturgeon, but cool though. 8-hour drive from me. Are the big ones that you're talking about, are those white sturgeon? Because there's white sturgeon, pallid sturgeon, shovel-nosed sturgeon. There's a whole bunch of different kinds. And we have white sturgeon and shovel-nose here in Montana. White sturgeon are almost extinct. It's something like 50 adult breeding size white sturgeon are suspected of being left in the Kootenai Valley. There's another bite. Where are we at? There's a second bite, but again, just a quick strike and then gone. I'm wondering if I need to swap out that hook for... Swap the hook from the front to the middle. But yeah, so the white sturgeon almost extinct. The pallid sturgeon are extremely endangered. That one, you can't target them, but you do often catch them as a bycatch when you're fishing for shovel nose. But you're basically not supposed to take them out of the water. You're supposed to release them immediately. The shovel nose is what people around here fish for, and they do get to be decent size, but not nearly as big as the white sturgeon. The white sturgeon are the ones that are just the absolute behemoths. Trolling this fast in the Illinois River, you'd be snaked in the face by Asian carp by now. I've seen those videos. That shit's scary. Yeah, we don't have those here. And the pike, people think 3 miles an hour or 3.5 miles an hour is a fast troll. From what I've read, adolescent pike have a burst speed of well over 5 miles an hour for, it's like 60 seconds. An adult pike has a burst speed of something like 20 or 25 miles an hour sustained for like 5 minutes. Like they're like a thoroughbred horse. You're not gonna outrun an adult pike. And again, those aren't the exact numbers. I'm pulling those out of my butt right now, but it's something ridiculous like that, 20, 25 miles an hour, and for a sustained period of time. They're fast. You're not gonna outrun them. Electric fences to keep them out. Lake Michigan, Chicago, but I'm sure they're in there. Once they get in, one water body, they get in every water body that they're connected to. They breed so rapidly. They're a very hardy fish that travels everywhere. It's just a matter of time before they infest pretty much everywhere. Swap it, can't hurt to try. Yeah, I think the only limiting factor there is the split ring pliers that I carry in my my tackle bag here. My good ones are at home. All I have is these shitty little cheap ones, and it is such a pain in the butt to switch out the rings on these. But I think we're going to. That's 2 hits now right in a row that we lost both of them. But we also need to troll right back through where we just were, because that's also 2 hits that we just had in quite short succession. So again, that area over there, we're gonna run a pattern back over. But your suggestion is not bad. I think we should swap the hook from the front to the middle. Which would be a real quick thing to do if I had better pliers here. We'll see. Maybe I'll get lucky. I just know I've struggled with these ones in the past. I need to get a second set of decent ones to leave on the boat. Alright, well that was relatively painless. Let's get her back out there and run back over that spot. Ones in Great Lakes are what they call lake sturgeon. Okay, so that's a completely different kind. I'll check and see what the ones are called up north. We have white sturgeon in Idaho in the Snake River, and they are amazingly beautiful fish. Yeah, so Loriana, I think that's the fish you have there in Idaho are in essentially the same water system, or a connected water system, to those in what I just referenced was Kootenai Valley, Montana. That's northwestern Montana, right where it connects to Idaho. That's the skinny part of Idaho up north. That's the same valley, the same area, the same water system, the same set of same population of sturgeon, white sturgeon. And yeah, they are an absolutely magnificent looking fish, but they are, from what I understand, nearly extinct. We have overfished them. We have destroyed the quality of the water bodies that they live in and breed in. And a large part of the problem, I think, is also the fact that they're a very slow breeding fish, I think. So their life cycles, they live a really long time, but they don't breed very often. And when you basically screw up the ecosystem that they breed in, all it takes is a few bad years or cycles of them breeding, and it really has a devastating effect on them. That, and I think a lot of the problem now is lower water levels, higher water temperatures. We're drawing more and more water out of a lot of the aquifers, the rivers, the reservoirs like this, for farming purposes. So it's just kind of a domino effect. It just gets worse and worse and worse, and species like that have been here for millions and millions of years, they suffer the consequences. Making me jealous I didn't go pike fishing today. Lake sturgeon up here as well. Google tells me. Okay, so it's the same kind of sturgeon. There's just more restrictions in one area than another. I mean, I guess that would make sense. You have the same species of fish, but different water bodies that are, impacted differently by fishing pressure. There might be much stronger populations of them up in the north where you can fish them, and there aren't down south. Redacted, welcome to the stream. How's the fishing? We haven't hooked up on anything. We haven't landed anything yet. We did just have 2 good strikes within about 10 minutes of each other. We're running to go back over that pattern right now. There we go. There's a fish. Ouch. Ooh. Hold on. Fish on, guys. Ouch, I pinched my thumb. We're gonna slow our troll just slightly here. See if we can get this one in. Ooh. He just went dead there. You better still be on there. I think he's still there. Sorry, I gotta switch back and forth between reeling and driving the boat here. Not a very big one, doesn't feel like, but we did get our first pike here. And again, it's on that lure we just put back out there, and we swapped the hook orientation on it. It looks like probably maybe a 3-pounder. Let me get the net out here. I'm just trying not to go in. Oh. You're all right. Yeah, this is just a small one. Oh, and we're landed. There we go, guys. First pike of the day. Took a little longer than I expected, but all right. So I'm gonna try and point us in a straight line here, and let's try and get the hook out of this guy. Alrighty. Oh god, there we go. There's our death roll. I don't like that because we got my camera down right now. Get this guy up a little bit off the bottom. Alright. Oh, we got a bit of a bleeder here. She was stuck in the gill, unfortunately. Very pretty fish. I think based upon the amount of blood that we have here, this one is going to go on the stringer, which is part of fishing. Again, I do like eating these. This is one of my favorite fish to eat. I try and keep this stream catch and release as much as possible. But again, with a fish that's stuck in the gill like it is, for as much blood as there is, there's a high likelihood that it would probably swim away if we let it go. But I don't know if it would go belly up in 30 minutes or not. So we're not going to chance it. This is perfect eater size. I'm going to throw it on the measuring stick here. I want to say it's probably about 26 inches. Maybe a little bit shorter. Oh yeah, 23 inches. My eyeball are a little off this morning. I haven't had a whole lot of sleep. 23 inch. Again, it's about perfect eater size. I don't like to keep them much bigger than this to eat them. Yeah, it got, unfortunately, with those trebles. And that's again why I'm questioning where to leave the hook. I don't think we should take it off the back. But they're basically these stick baits. They suck in pretty deeply. And could oftentimes gill hook them, and this one unfortunately did just get it into the gill. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just getting her on the stringer, and then we'll get the stringer out in the water. All right, one last look at this for those of you that are joining and have not yet seen it. That's our first pike of the day, 23 inches. Quite small, perfect eater size though. We're gonna get this guy on the stringer and in the water. We'll run them for a short while in the water. Let them burn out some of the lactic acid that builds up when you're bringing them in. Not absolutely necessary. And then I will bleed it out before we throw her in the cooler. So give me just a sec here. And again, we do try to keep the channel catch and release if possible. But I do eat fish. I love fish. And I am absolutely not going to toss a fish back in that I don't think is going to make it. And the gill hook on this one kind of kills the likelihood that it's going to make it. Alrighty. Well, there we go, guys. One fish in the boat. Not the monster that we're looking for, but let's get back over that area there, and let's see if we can get another one. Nice, yeah, eat it. Oop, pretty one. Congrats, appreciate that, guys. And I missed some of the comments, I'm sorry. When I'm trolling like this, when you got a boat moving, it's windy, it's choppy, I'm gonna miss some comments here. And as much as I would love to be able to respond to every one of you, I also need to do some fishing while we're chatting here. But I will come back in a second, try and catch up on some of the comments that we may have missed. But more importantly, let's get the pole back in the water so we can catch another fish. And again, so that's now 3 bites that we've had in 20 minutes. So again, it's like I was saying earlier, the bite turns on, the bite turns off. That, and sometimes you need to find the spot. And we're gonna run right back over to that same area there, right within a pretty short, it was probably about a 200-yard stretch is where all 3 of those bites just came from. And again, a little shallower than I was expecting. I was at about 28 foot. And again, those 2 previous bites were 25 to 30 foot bottom. We're pulling the fish from a little bit higher in the water column than that. But the bite where they're biting, where they're active, is a little shallower than I was expecting. But heck yeah, there's a fish. I'm on my way to church. Fishing fingers, hey buddy. Najib Khan, welcome. Stay somewhere and cast. Najib, maybe this afternoon when the water's calm a little bit and the trolling bite stops. Right now, the methodology that we're using is called trolling. We're not anchoring up and casting. So make sure, chat, you guys hit the like button. Appreciate that, Catfishy. Jihani, welcome to the stream. Javon, welcome to the stream. So cool and so beautiful. Yeah, they are really pretty fish, Lorianne. Bill, there you go. We caught you a fish. It wasn't a monster, but we got fish number 1 in the boat. You should definitely make a video on how you clean pike rod. Could use some tips. Yeah, so that's one of the trickiest parts, and I think that's why a lot of people they kind of shy away from pike. There are a few additional steps to cleaning a pike. And there are lots of videos on YouTube showing you different ways that you can do it, some more effective than others. And my way is probably not the best way, but I do fillet a fair number of them, and I kind of have a method that has worked well for me over the years. I could probably do some content, make a video or a short about that. Trolling greater than casting. It depends, David. It really depends on the water body, the time of the year. Trolling is one of my favorite methods for catching them, especially during summer and fall, because they oftentimes are so spread out in the water body. It's not as effective in the springtime when they're spawning, and a lot of them are really packed up in the shallows. Casting then is typically much more effective, at least around here. Summertime, they're so all over in the water body. Yeah, you can cast in shallows, you can cast and jig over deeper structure, and you will catch fish from time to time. But covering more water, being able to present multiple lures at the same time is often more productive in catching them, more of them and bigger ones. During summer, late summer, early fall. Late fall, they tend to again kind of pack up in the shallows again when the water starts cooling down. What lake are you fishing in? Trench. This is Pishkun Reservoir, central Montana. Subscribe to your channel. Appreciate that, Najib. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Trench, Pishkun Reservoir, Montana. Yep. Josie, can you do me a favor and type 1 Northern Pike, and we'll pin that. In the spring, just bank fish them. In bay, we use smelt for bait. Yeah, cut bait can be really, really effective for them. In fact, I think a lot of the bigger, the older fish, the real monsters, lunkers, cut bait will oftentimes way outperform any artificial lure you're throwing out there. Thank you, Josie. All right. I need, before I lose my voice here, I need to grab a drink and start hydrating and giving my voice a break here. The last time we did a marathon live stream, which today is going to be, I literally lost my voice by the end of it. Do you catch muskies there? Trench, in Montana, we don't have muskies. We have Northern Pike, and then we have what are called tiger muskies, which are a hybridization between a muskie and a Northern Pike. They're sterile, though, they can't reproduce. They're genetically created, they're crossed to put into water bodies that we're trying to control white sucker populations here. It's a bucket list fish for me. I've never managed to land one. I did have one next to the boat last year, but lost it. Can you camp on that lake? Yeah, there's tons of people around here camping right now. Are you using the bluegill you caught last night as bait, or using lures? Bluegill are not allowed to use as bait here in Montana. We're fishing just with artificial lures today. Good morning, fishy people. Tight lines, brother. What's up, Shane's Adventure? Welcome, welcome. Gianni, you're from Sri Lanka. Welcome from Sri Lanka, Gianni. Catfish, you ever try reef runners? I don't know if they're popular out there. I've seen a bunch of videos. I've heard of them. I've seen them. I've never actually tried them. They're if I recall correctly, they're more of a stick bait form, kind of like the Rapala floater. Similar to the Bandit walleye deep. They're a jerk bait. They're a stick bait style bait. I think they would actually be really effective here. I don't have any. Can't use them even dead, or just no live bait? Not even dead. So Josie, can you type .baits, .baits? It'll list out the allowed cut baits that we have here in central Montana. RJ, Justine, try changing speeds. We just hooked up on one. We just landed a fish, and we just had 2 previous bites within the last 20 minutes. The speed that we're going should be fine. Do you ever go after cutthroat trout in Montana? I've caught, in fact, there's 2 mountain lakes past us in this channel where it feeds down from the Rockies. 2 lakes up from here is called Tunnel Lake. They have cutthroat in there, as well as the Pokemon fish. What the hell are they called? I always forget the actual name of them. I'll think of it. Arctic grayling. So 2 lakes up from here. It's about a 20-minute drive down the dirt road here through a narrow, twisting, bumpy dirt road. Tunnel Lake has cutthroat as well as Arctic grayling. And if you've never seen an Arctic grayling, look them up. They're of the same family as trout. They're a salmonoid, but they are an absolute wild-looking fish. We call them Pokemon fish. They look fake. They're like a cartoon fish. Alicia Vey, we're in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. We're fishing for Northern Pike here. Oh wow, I didn't know that in my neck of the woods we can use dead bluegill and they work fantastic for sturgeon and catfish. Yeah, I wish we could. Our bluegill only get about yay big here. They're basically, we have an unlimited supply of perfect bait that we can't use, and that are really good for no other purpose other than feeding the fish that are in those water bodies. They don't ever get big here. Yeah, we just hooked up on our first Northern Pike like 10 minutes ago, maybe a little bit longer. But we kind of drifted and went way off a course while I was catching that and getting the pole back out. We're headed right back over to where we had the hookup that we lost, then the solid bite that disappeared immediately, and then we finally caught the third fish. We're running right back through that same patch of water. I'd pick up a few reef runners. They're expensive though. I'm not worried about the cost of them. I have an ungodly amount of lures so far. I've seen a bunch of videos. I've seen people use them. I don't think any of the local stores around here carry them. And I always forget. I open up a tab and like throw a whole bunch of crap in my shopping cart for Sportsman's Warehouse or, Bass, one of the lure websites. And then I'm always, continuously shopping, and then I forget to check out. And then I go back and my shopping cart, they clear it out and I got to start all over again. But I'm pretty sure I've had reef runners in my cart a couple of times. I just didn't actually end up checking out with it. PB Pike coming up. I hope so, Madhead. I do think that there are a couple of really nice lunkers that lurk in the waters here. I've seen on my underwater cameras some fish way bigger than I've ever caught in here. The biggest one I've ever landed out of this reservoir was not a massive pike. It was 34.5 inches, which is still a solid pike, a nice pike, but nowhere near my PB. But I do suspect that there are probably some 20 plus pound, 40 plus inchers that roam in here. Not a state record, but there's some big ones. What are you using for bait? Alicia, we're using a couple of different artificial lures. On the pole that we just caught the fish with, that we've had 3 bites now and landed one, is a Rapala original floating minnow. It's a balsa, a wood lure. They call it a jerk bait or a stick bait. It's a 7.5 inch brown trout colored crankbait or jerk bait. The other line we switched, we're running a trout rig, actually, a trout worm harness. The last time I was here, the pike wouldn't leave them alone, and we were struggling to get a bite a little bit ago, so I tossed one on just for the hell of it to see if the pike are in the mood again today for trout baits. And what the hell, we might actually catch a trout off of one. They're in here. There's a whole bunch of them in here. I just can never seem to get them to bite. The pike always get to what I throw for them first. I'm on the East Coast. We catch sea robins in the Atlantic. Creepy looking fish. Man, there are so many weird looking fish in the ocean. Classic lure. Yeah, the Rapala F18 is an old style of lure. Or the Rapala floating minnow, I should say. They've been around for decades, and they're a highly effective lure for lots of different species of fish. This particular water body, the brown trout pattern and the pike pattern both do really well. We were running on the other pole a shorter, a shad style, fat head, skinny body, tiny wobble. We were running one in that style on the other pole for a while, but it just wasn't getting any action. So we switched back over to a trout rig, a worm harness, to see if the pike will key in on that again. Freshwater, Najib. What's the point of converting your boat to jet if it makes it slower? Doesn't necessarily make it slower. The The main drawback of a jet boat is areas where you have a lot of rocks sticking up, debris sticking up, things that you would have a greater chance of shearing your prop pin and losing your prop off the back of your boat. Jet boats aren't typically as susceptible to damage like that. I've run into a few gnarly things learning how to drive this boat and driving it in new water bodies that I wasn't familiar with, especially rivers that, you know, can get really shallow real quick. And you know, your jet foot jumps in the water, and then you're good to go. You're moving again. You hit something like that with a prop, and you're going to bend your prop. You're going to shear a prop pin. You're going to screw it up, and you're going to be dead in the water. So I think that's one of the main benefits, and why a lot of people like jet is they're a more durable motor in a lot of circumstances. But there are a lot of drawbacks to them, though. Again, you lose control at slow speeds. If you have a lot of surface weeds or run up real shallow, you can oftentimes, you know, plug up the grate that goes over your jet intake. If you suck up a bunch of debris, basically, you're dead in the water till you stop and you clean it out. Whereas prop boats, in a lot of those scenarios, you just churn on through it. As long as it's not hard, something that's going to break your prop, shear your pin, you're good to go. I mean, so there's benefits, there's cons to both of them. Also, that, you know, the flat bottom johns, they're less draft, so they sit shallower in the water. You're able to get into shallower water oftentimes with them, whereas your prop would stick down further, and you lose, you know, 6-8 inches of draft. Just don't run into sand or tall weeds in a jet boat. Yeah, they'll suck up all sorts of crap, and it gets real messy, but I get clogged up every once in a while. Normally it's just the grate, though. You normally will get a bunch of debris that clogs the grate, and you just got to stop, reach down, peel it off. It's a pain in the butt. But I've never been clogged to the point where, you know, like the impeller wouldn't move, or I didn't have enough suction, you know, to get the boat to move. Overall, I've liked the jet. It's just, it's not an ideal motor for trolling. I really need to get a proper trolling motor in this boat. Trolling with a jet motor is, I mean, it's basically, think of yourself on that your feet were hot metal and you're trying to walk or steer across ice. It's just you're slipping, sliding. There's no, it's hard to describe. They're not responsive. You turn left, you don't immediately turn left. You gradually glide to the left. You turn right, it takes a few seconds before what you're doing on the steering wheel makes any meaningful impact on what you're doing. And progressively more, it's exaggerated the slower you're going. If you're moving faster, you know, it's quite responsive. You get good control. It just, trolling speeds, especially a slow troll, I mean, you're slipping and sliding around the whole time. You get into ice fishing, my goodness, does that get expensive too. Oh, I'm sure. There's nothing cheap about this hobby. You'll love a bow mount. Yeah, one of these days I need to get one. I need to finish wiring the boat up. There aren't enough days in an hour at this point. My to-do list is like 10 miles long, and my patience for the to-do list is about yay big. So I end up fishing, not getting shit done. We used to catch chain pickerel. See, I've never caught a chain pickerel. I don't think we have those here in Montana. We just have the Northern Pike and then the tiger muskie cross. It's cheaper than golf balls, cost a fortune. Oh, you golf? Yeah, that's one sport I've never really understood. Winter is boat modification. See, and that's what I told myself last year, but my shop that I keep the boat in, I haven't rewired that yet either. So I bought this house a few years ago, and it did have power run out to the shop, but somebody had over the years, whether it was working on the yard or something, somebody put a shovel or something through the electrical line that runs from the main house to the detached shop. So I don't have have electrical out there right now. I have to run an extension cord, which I don't want to do during the dead of the winter. So that's another thing on my to-do list, was to rerun a buried line out to a junction box out there. I haven't gotten around to it. Otherwise, yeah, it's definitely a winter project. Perfect time for it. Just caught my first northern the other day, 20 inches. Heck yeah, Chuck and Chicken. That's not a bad size. Wayne Creech, welcome, welcome. Are you using the big motor or trolling motor? I'm gonna troll for muskie this fall. Right now, I don't have a proper trolling motor on this boat. We're just running my my old Johnson Evinrude 75 horsepower jet to troll with. That's what we were just talking about, Wayne. Hi from Taiwan. Welcome, welcome to the stream. How's Taiwan? How's the fishing in Taiwan? Chaz Richards, yeah, show us. Boat tour, please. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can. Let me catch up on comments here. I'm almost caught up. I catch a lot of chain pickerel while largemouth bass fishing in my local lake here in PA. Nice. Yeah, I've never caught one. They're cool looking fish. I mean, they're basically just like mini pike with horizontal lines instead of the dots and dashes that the Northern Pike here have. I'd imagine they have pretty good sized teeth like Northern Pike too, don't they? I use a 4 horsepower on my inflatable boat. Oh yeah, no, this is an old school 2-stroke Johnson Evinrude. This boat is old, it's tired, it's beat up. I bought it from my neighbor a few years ago. So here, we'll do a quick tour here. Oops. All right, so again, that's what's powering our stream there. Hooked up. I mean, this is a pro installation here. We got a bungee cord and some duct tape, and this is again our maiden voyage on the boat. I just wanted to make sure it was running and where it was going to run well before I started poking holes in the old aluminum boat to mount it. But so there's our Starlink Mini that's powering the stream. And I got kind of crap everywhere. It's got under storage, which is full of tackle boxes and life jackets. I got my trash bucket that serves as another lure box. We have our anchor because we have no spot lock. This is kids. This is what spot lock used to look like. This is spot lock, aka an anchor. My anchor, second anchor rope, a boat rope. My fancy paddles, just in case the old beast of the motor decides it doesn't want to move us anymore. We bust them bad boys out. They take up a lot of room on the boat, but you got to have those because you're not going to get very far without them. So there's I hate the helm on this boat. It shakes. It's aluminum. It's somebody's aftermarket mod that they didn't do a very good job on the install. One of these days I'm going to tear it out and rebuild it. Last year my throttle went out, so I bought a new one and mounted a new plate there, and it fits my chair here, which is a very large chair for a very tiny boat. It's comfy for me. It's pretty much not comfy for anybody else unless you're built like a 13-year-old boy, which is basically me in a nutshell. I'm a very small man. Lots of storage underneath. The second bench here opens up and it's just full of tackle boxes. We got our cooler. Hold on, I'm trying not to wreck here. The tackle box normally sits at the front of my boat, about where Starlink is sitting, so she's moved for now. Throwable. We have a fish mat down there for the monster when we catch them. It's 48 inches long. I use it for the bigger pike, the bigger carp when I catch them. If I'm trying to weigh them, I don't know if y'all have ever weighed a big fish. The lip clamps don't stay on a big fish, a heavy fish, a thrashing fish very well. So I throw it in the mat there, and then you can easily clip onto the handles. We have a a pretty large gas tank. There's a lot of weight in the back of this boat. I need to even it out a little bit, but that's one of the first things I did when I bought the boat was swap it out, and I put the biggest gas tank I could fit in there. It's either a 12 or a 13 gallon. It allows me to troll for, I can troll basically all day, 15, 16 hours on a single tank of gas. There's the old Johnson Evinrude, 75 horsepower. It's built in 1984. It's ancient, probably older than a few of you in the chat here. It's a 275 horsepower converted over to a jet foot. It's a 16-foot aluminum, flat bottom aluminum John boat. I mean, it is. It's small. I would like a little bit bigger, but honestly, it's about perfect size, especially if you're handling it by yourself, loading and unloading. You can get into lots of places. It's easy to, you know, get up on the shorelines and anchor up. We have the batteries back here. There's our crank battery that's currently running the finder. Only because the house battery has only been mounted, it's not hooked up. We're running absolutely nothing on this battery. I haven't decided yet where I want to mount the battery switch, and oh shit, we're going in a death roll here. Sorry guys. I get talking and the wind picks me up and takes us the wrong way. But yeah, so that's why I don't have a trolling motor yet, is I have not yet decided how and where I'm going to mount the battery switch, the fuse panel, all of the goodies that need to go back there for me to wire out the rest of the boat, to put lights on it, to put additional electronics, a fish finder. I mean, it's an old boat. It's beat up. I mean, it's a wonderful little boat. It was cheap. It's been, you know, pre-beat up, so I don't feel bad if I put dents or dings in it. It's small enough that it's super easy to maneuver, but big enough that, you know, I can go in quite a few water bodies around here. Was that drag slip your video or my pole? It's messing up my head. Oh, that you might have heard us catch the fish a little bit ago, or one of the bites we missed. How much did you pay for the boat? I got the boat, the trailer, everything except for, you know, the electronics, for $3,500. It wasn't bad. I got a pretty good deal on it. Perfect setup for a bow mount trolling motor. Absolutely, yeah. No, it'll fit nicely on here when I finally get one. Spot lock anchor, yeah. Blizzard bit. How big was the Northern Pike? 23 inches, probably about 3.5, maybe 4 pounds. Not a very big one. Can't go wrong with the Johnson. I had an 89, almost bulletproof. Yeah, they are. I hear actually that a lot of people that buy newer boats seek out the older two strokes. They're a lot lighter than the newer motors. You have to mix your fuel and gas, but there's a lot fewer things to break on them. They're a workhorse. They're like a lot of the things that were built, you know, ages ago. They just work. They're a hell of a lot easier and more simple to work on and fix. But I think the main reason is they're substantially lighter than a lot of the newer motors. Yeah, we caught one Northern Pike so far. And we've had 2 other pretty solid bites, but we didn't get hooked up on them. Your clutch just went? What clutch? There is no clutch. You ever considered getting a fishing kayak? Absolutely not, Mr. Minerva. You would not catch my ass in a canoe, a kayak. This is about the smallest boat you're ever going to see me in. I don't swim in a kayak or a canoe. Small boats like that, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So, not a chance in hell, my friend. You're going to be looking at 99 Ranger Sport 60. Uncle doesn't want it anymore, mint condition. Oh, nice. V-bottom trailer here for sale. 800, has mid-size motor. You'll love autopilot. Yeah. I mean, spot lock and being able to run contours with the fish finder will be a breath of fresh air for sure. Secondhand trolling motors are also easier to go. At least the older models, you can rebuild them. Yeah, no, I want something that's going to integrate with my fish finder to where I can either pre-program routes or get it to follow contours. Does Montana have many restrictions between bodies of water and two strokes? Nothing regarding two strokes that I'm aware of. And the only restrictions I can think of between bodies of water is mostly the invasive weeds issues. There are a couple of water bodies here that have been known to house invasive species of either weeds or mussel or stuff like that they require, a certified contamination if you're moving it to or from those water bodies. Alex Halsell, what do you do for work? Just curious. Web development, cybersecurity, security consulting, nerdy shit. I'm getting pretty close to retirement though. I feel you on kayaks, man. They use them on Lake Michigan. They have them rigged up. Just expensive as a boat. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with them. Absolutely nothing wrong with them. In fact, I'm jealous of a lot of people that do use them, that get to bring them into some of the water bodies around here that a jet boat would absolutely not be allowed, or that they're just simply too shallow to launch a big boat like this. I mean, like the local pond that I fish at, there's supposedly brook trout in it, but you can only catch them between two islands, 2 points. I will never catch them because I ain't swimming my ass out there, and I don't have a kayak, so I do. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, and if people do rig them up, they're super handy. They're just, like I said, I like to be right here in the dry. I don't want to be down there. And y'all that fish kayaks and canoes, y'all do that all the time. Not me. I feel you on the kayaks. Oh, 3, huh? 3, what do you mean? What did I miss? 3, the person is saying. The top fisherman videos tend to just whip that meat out. Can we expect that from you? That's the second person that's come in here and said that exact same thing. Is that a bot? Is there a whip the meat out bot? Is this a TikTok trend I'm unfamiliar with? Somebody tell me it's a TikTok trend. You can sneeze and flip a kayak. Yeah. Now there's endless choices, dumb ways to die, and I think drowning is top tier. It's right up there. I don't want to drown while fishing. That'd be a dumb way to go. I mean, I would much rather get hit by a bus or die on the crapper than fall out of my fucking boat and drown. $116 likes. I appreciate that, you guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know we haven't caught a whole lot of fish yet. I know that frustrated some people. Some people left. Some people got a little snippy. But that's okay. We're having fun. As Ontario said earlier, that's why they call it fishing, not catching. Y'all chill. I mean, we're not catching fish, but look at this. I mean, when was the last time you guys saw the Rocky Mountains? And the beautiful sky, and I mean, it's a wonderful view. We will get into the fish. I really think we're gonna find them. I'm kind of running a circle around here. We're basically trolling around the perimeter of a bowl. It's not really a bowl. It's more of a flat, but like a swimming pool. There's elevation, there's ledges all around, and all 3 of those hits that we got were basically right on top of the ledge before the drop off. So we're kind of running a similar pattern here to see if we can get them to come out. I mean, it was 3 short bites in very quick succession. We landed one of them. They're in here. They're biting today. We just need to get back on top of them. They do move around throughout the day. That's why it's not the type. A lot of people can't stand trolling. I know I've fished with a couple of people that have come on the boat, and after 2 hours of, you know, going in circles, they're like, "Good God, man, how long do you do this when you come?" I'm like, the sun goes away and I have to take the boat out. Like, doesn't drive you crazy? I'm like, no, I catch a ton of fish. Why would it drive me crazy? It's like bank fishing, but in a boat. Holy shit! Wait a second, am I reading this right here? Double A Fishing just sent 20 gift memberships. Double, that is incredibly generous of you. I mean, thank you. That really helps with the Starlink. But y'all are now in the rod squad. Look at that. Alex Halsell, Jesse Deo, Double A Fishing, Bass Bros, Ernie Grass, Hunter Blue Collar, Justin Hill, Shane's Adventure, Danny the Stinger Manny. All y'all are now part of the rod squad. Dave James, they normally have a ban on carburetor boat engines. We do over here. Oh, really, Dave? No, nothing like that here yet. Trolling is a more rewarding version of mowing the lawn. I mean, you could say that. Definitely more rewarding. But you are Danny A. Fishing. You're a baller today. That is awesome. No action at Vaughn, Olmbridge after 2 hours changing spots. Oh, dang, that sucks, Flash. We started hooking up. We've landed one so far. We had 2 solid bites like within 10 minutes right before we landed that. I am getting back over to where we were running. Bass Bros, Spooky, The Art of Pain. Man, a bunch of you guys just got gifted. Bass Bros, welcome to the rod squad, all of y'all. We just started the membership yesterday. So brand new members. We have a 99-cent membership on this channel. Purely entertainment purposes. We don't need the money. You're not helping fund my college tuition, my retirement. We don't need the money, but if you want to help out, we have a 99-cent membership. The streams that we're doing, like the one we're doing today, is powered by Starlink Mini. We're out in a remote mountain reservoir. There's no cell signal here. The only way you're going to get a live stream up here is via Starlink satellite. And so we did. I have an unlimited plan on the Starlink Mini here that we bought just for the stream, so I could take you to places like this. And the memberships to the channel, the super chats, they all go towards just paying the egregious amount of money that Starlink charges for their unlimited data plan on the roaming satellites. But congratulations, all of you. There's a whole bunch of you that just got added to the Rod Squad. Dirty Mike, put me in, please. Night Struck, welcome to the stream. That's sick, much appreciated. Yeah, that's badass. We did yesterday. We had somebody earlier today, one other person gift five memberships. During yesterday's stream, 3 different people gifted 10 memberships. So the Rod Squad we're at like 75 or 80 members already in less than 24 hours. Pretty crazy. Double A Fish, thank you again. Incredibly generous. I appreciate it. And I'm sure the 20 people who just got entered into the Rod Squad do as well. You're blowing up, bro. We're just having fun fishing, and I'm glad as hell that you guys are enjoying it. Danny, I'm doing all right. Taking a break from planning my mom's. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Double A. Losing family members is rough. My condolences, buddy. But I hope fishing it will help take your mind off things a little bit. Let's see if we can get a fish for AA here. Shane's Adventures, you liking the Starlink Mini? I hear nothing but good things from it. Other than the cost, yes, absolutely. They're incredible. I don't know, how does the stream look? We're 20 miles from civilization. There's no satellite, or excuse me, no cell signal for miles and miles and miles in any direction. I think the footage that I reviewed from our last couple of streams that we did with the Starlink, to me, look better than all of the streams that I had done previously that were using Verizon when I'm in, urban areas that I'm getting 2 to 3 bars of signal. But yeah, no, it's done well. I think the picture quality, the sound, I mean, anytime you're on satellite, you get a little bit of wonkiness from time to time, but it's the videos that I reviewed, it looked crisp. The sound sounded nice. I've been in this lake. Are you in Colorado? No, Mr. Random Guy. This is Pishkun Reservoir. It's in central Montana. We're right on the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front. That's what you see in the background there. It's the Rocky Mountains. The stream is very clear. Okay, cool. Square body Chevy, rest in peace. Absolutely. Yeah, sorry to hear that again. Nathan Renz, I thought your video quality was really good. I know I've buffered a few times, but it's been on my end. Seems like Starlink is pretty cool. Yeah, it's incredible technology. It's expensive. I mean, it's expensive. I'm pretty sure they're still operating at a loss. It's really, really expensive to get all the satellites out there that are required to basically wrap the world in Wi-Fi. But yeah, it's $165 a month for the plan for this, so it's not cheap. So the donations, the channel memberships, they will go a long way towards me digging deep to be able to bring you guys fishing. But it is pretty power hungry. I think beyond the cost, the only real complication you're going to have with it, unless you're running it, off of a pretty big battery bank, is battery life. Right now, we're running it off of DeWalt 8 amp hour power packs. I have a bunch of DeWalt power tools. I have a bunch of DeWalt batteries. I often will, power my camera when I go camping. We charge everything off of the DeWalt batteries. They make these little DC to DC adapters that switch it over to USB-C or USB-A, and it allows a charge up to 100 watts. And while the Mini doesn't draw a whole lot once it's established, connected, and streaming, it's 20 to 25 watts. During the initial boot up, and while it's searching for and connecting to the satellites, it can consume upwards of 60 to 65 watts. So most USB chargers, most battery banks aren't enough for boot up. I know that my Anchor battery packs that I charge a lot of other things off of will not boot up the Starlink. It'll turn on, but it's not enough power to get it through its boot up cycle and finding the cell signal, while the DeWalt batteries were. I get about 4 to 5 hours so far, it looks like, off of each 8 amp hour battery pack, which is not bad. I have 4 of them, so that's 16 to 20 hours of streaming that I can do without having to recharge anything. But if you don't have the DeWalt battery packs, it is not the way to go. You will pay a ton per amp hour compared to other lithium battery options, building your own battery array. But if you have them, they're awesome. You'll probably want to get or make sure you have some of the bigger ones. I know they make upwards of 12 amp, 15 amp hour. They make some pretty big batteries for the flexible tools that a lot of you guys might have. But yeah, so that's going to be your biggest complication, is figuring out how to power it. I was in a fishing contest. Oh, hold on a second. Here we go. Yeah, Big Homer, I don't know how you missed out on the rod squad there. Some of you guys are lucky, some of you guys aren't. We've been gifted 25 memberships to the rod squad so far in today's stream. All of it smooth. Nice. Double A, sorry. Did the device cost you? What did the device cost you to run? Oh, so the Starlink itself, they're a little bit pricey too. I just bought one of the refurbished models from Starlink. Starlink runs, if you keep an eye out for them, Home Depot, Walmart, Lowe's, will often have for $299 you can get the Starlink mini starter kit for brand new. When they're not on sale, they're $5.99, so it's a bit expensive. But you can also go to Starlink's website and you can get a refurbished Starlink mini kit for the same price that they are on sale, so $2.99. That's what I did. I just bought a refurbished kit for $2.99. The batteries, though, if you had to go out and buy four of these 8 amperes, you're looking at probably $700 or $800 for the batteries. The bigger DeWalt batteries are not cheap. Though somebody in yesterday's stream did make a good point. You don't have to buy the DeWalt brand name ones. You can go on Amazon and get the ones for a fraction of the cost. You can get 2 of the 8 amp hours for like $80 instead of $350. So it's not actually a bad option if you're willing to go to the off-brand devices. David, you ever see a streak of lights in the night sky? Don't panic. It's just Starlink satellites. Yep. You will oftentimes see that. You can see them with your bare eye. You'll see like a whole line of lights. That's because it's not like our typical satellites that are up there, that are up in high. They're in low Earth orbit. They're basically just high enough up there that if they went down any, they'd fall out of the sky. Gravity would drag them back down to Earth. And that's kind of the rationale, is that they're not meant to be long-term installations up there. They're made to be relatively short-term. We send them up there. They're useful for, you know, a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever the time span is, and then they get rid of them by allowing them to fall out of orbit, and it burns back up on re-entry. So there's not a whole lot of space debris left out there. But yeah, they're hanging just right up there, that if they go any lower, they would rocket back down and die. Alex Halsell, what vehicle do you drive? I drive a GMC pickup. I bought it from an auction. It was a theft recovery. Got a really good deal on it. It was almost a brand new truck when somebody stole it. Somebody stole it and had it a real long time. I don't know how the hell they managed to get away with not getting caught with it, but they had it long enough that they spray painted it 3 separate times. It started out, it was silver. It got spray painted like blue, like old Ford blue, like blue. Then it got painted a red, and then it got painted a flat black. So it looks like hot sick ass. It's a turd, but it's basically a brand new truck underneath the turd. And I got it for a sick deal because it looked so bad. But when I bought it, I think it had like 40,000 miles on it. I mean, barely any mileage. And I got it for like 10 grand. Not bad for a truck that came off the lot, probably costing somebody between 60 and 80 grand. And I'm way behind on chat here again, guys. I'm on a... We are babbly today. I'm sorry. Sure, aren't biting. We got one. We got 3 bites real quick. I'm running the same pattern that all 3 of the bites came from. They're not having it. Yeah, you showed the adopted for the batteries and ordered a couple that night. Sucks. A great idea for the battery. Yeah, they work well. And so what I actually ordered that is going to make it even handier. So they make these, they're called a power pack, or there's a bunch of different names for them, but it's essentially a power bank. It's a piece of equipment that you could plug, you know, anywhere from 1 to 4 batteries into it. They make them up to 6 or 8 as well. They make bigger ones. But it combines all the batteries into one power bank, and then you can run stuff off of it, whether it be from an AC cord to USB-C, etc. A lot of them you can then also recharge all the batteries by plugging the power bank in. It's also hot swappable, so you can be powering stuff off of it with one battery. Your one battery's getting dead, you can plug in one of the other slots a second battery, a third battery, a fourth battery. Say you got 10 batteries and 3 of the 4 that are in there are dead, you pop them out, you're still powering everything from the one battery that's left, and you can plug 3 more in. It's hot swappable. So basically I'll have the combination of 8, 16, 24, 32 amp hours of battery life in one unit, rather than having to swap every few hours or every 4 or 5 hours to a new battery. Brad says, I want to see a fishy. Oh God, I'm talking too much. Let me catch up on chat here. How did I get a membership? Justin, hell, you were gifted a membership. 25 people in the chat were gifted a membership. Joel Vetters, can you tell me how long my comment timeout is? Joel Vetters, what do you mean? Somebody timed you out, Joel Vetters? Can we get a fish for Double A's mom? We're trying, Square Body. Good call on keeping the bleeding northern. People should keep more delicate trout if they handle them so much, dropping them and losing much skin slime. Yeah, no, I try to catch and release when possible, but again, when a fish gets bleeding like that, or you've handled it too long and it just, you got that gut feeling it ain't gonna swim away and make it, throw her on the stringer, take it home and eat it. In fact, I probably should bleed this guy out and get her in the cooler here. My GMC has 325K and 08 as the aluminum block. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, mine's at 2015. It's much newer than that. You're so interesting on so many topics. Love your channel. Thanks, Lori Hen. I'm glad you're enjoying the conversation. Driving her into the ground. She's my service truck anyway. Yeah, I mean, as long as it still runs good, I'd drive her till she tells you she wants you to drive her into a ditch. Rank Rodeo, what's up, buddy? Xandro Believer, what's up, Xandro? Square Body, how do you get free membership? People have just been coming in here, and instead of just buying a membership for themselves, they spend a few more bucks and they've been gifting memberships to other people in the chat. And from what I understand, and I didn't find this out until yesterday, I always thought when people gifted memberships, they pick who the memberships go to. They don't. They are they're donating the memberships, and it just gets randomized to people that are in the chat. Is it dead now? No, she's still kicking on the side there. We're trolling under 3 miles an hour. He's just swimming along. Probably not having a good day, but still alive. Going to the main Ulm Bridge now. Oh, that you can catch them there this time of the year, Flash. It's gonna be there's gonna be a lot of debris. You can still catch them there, and that's actually I don't know why I didn't mention that spot. I've never had great luck, but I've seen a lot of other people have had great luck pulling them out from the bank there. I just know that the times that I've fished there, it can get there's a lot of floating debris this time of year. You're gonna be pulling in a lot of weeds and just junk. You'll still catch them there though. Justin Hill, well, not free in the sense that nobody pays for it, but we've had the bulk of the people who are members of the Rod Squad right now have been gifted their memberships. We've had a handful of people come through and gift 10 memberships, 5 memberships, 20 memberships, another 5 membership. Are you in a lake or sea? We are in Pishkun Reservoir. It's a man-made lake. Oh. Can you show me the pike? Yeah, you guys can see. It's just a little guy. It was we had a pretty deep hook set on it, so it It was bleeding. A little too much for my comfort to throw back in the water. Here, let me try to switch the camera around here. There's the one Northern Pike, and she is still alive. But it's pretty cool water. I like to run them for a little while after I catch them before I bleed them out, gut them, and throw them in the cooler. It's about time to bleed it though. Yeah, it's about a little over 3 pounds, I'd guess. Anything bigger than that, I don't like to keep to eat because they don't taste particularly great. They don't taste as good. YouTube is randomized membership. On Twitch you can pick. Oh, okay, that's good to know, Shane. Yeah, I always thought they picked, but after people started gifting them yesterday, somebody explained that it's actually random. Which again, I mean, that's just really generous. The people that come in here and do that. Man, I can't believe, I don't know how many it is exactly at this point, but I think we're over 75 members in the Rod Squad so far. Which again serves no real purpose. You don't really get any benefit. We don't have any perks yet. It's a pretty damn new channel. This channel, believe it or not, we started this channel like June 23rd or something like that. It hasn't even been 90 days. And we're up over 1,500 subs. We're fully monetized. Which I don't care about. Again, I don't care about the money from it. It's just, I know that a lot of the stream, it takes a long time often for people to get monetized on here. 6 months, a year. I know a couple of people who've been at it for a couple of years trying to get monetized. So it's incredible how much support we've had in such a short amount of time. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say. Square body Chevy, what did I miss out on? We've caught one pike so far. We had one really nice bite. The first bite that we had was a big fish. But I grabbed the rod up out of the reel, or out of the holder, and had one good tug, and she let go. And then about 10 minutes later, the same rod lit up again, but it was just a smash and grab, and it was gone. I switched the hook again. We're running the Rapala original floater, an F18. It's the biggest model they have. It's, I believe, 7.5 inches, but it comes with 3 trebles on it. In Montana, you're technically only allowed 2 hooks per pole. So I take off the third treble, and I've been going back and forth as to which treble is going to impact keeping the fish hooked the least. I thought maybe the middle. We ran one lure like that with the middle off and one with the first hook off the last couple of times that I've been here, and it seems like the one with the middle hook loses more fish. The one with the back 2 hooks seems to retain them much better. So we switched from the middle hook, or the front back to the middle, so we have the 2 trailing hooks on it, and we almost immediately hooked up and landed it. I prefer to just gut them, wrap them in tinfoil, lemon slice, and seasoning, but seafood seasoning, I found Rachel Bay's Seafood. Yeah, so I like fish. I like mild tasting fish though, and I find when you cook them in the skin, if you're not getting rid of the blood line, the lateral line on them, that dark meat, and the skin, you're leaving a lot of the fishiest tasting parts of the fish on there. So I bleed them. The blood has a lot of the fishy taste. I skin them. The skin has a lot of the fishy taste. And I get rid of the lateral line, the dark red meat that runs along the side of them. Because not only does that have a lot of fishy taste as well, it contains not all, but a lot of the heavy metals that are so dangerous about consuming the bigger predatory fish over the long term. So getting rid of the blood, the skin, the blood line, the lateral line, helps your fish taste better. You don't need to do the whole soaking it in buttermilk and all the other odd things people have come up with to try and mild out, you know, the strong fishy taste. Tommy Stam, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? We're having a wonderful day here. I'm at one of my favorite places in the world right now. This Pishkun Reservoir is kind of the place that I go to connect with, I don't know, with nature, with the energy of this planet, with some people I miss. We're having a good day, and I'm glad to bring you guys here along with me. We do have one pike in the boat so far. We've missed a couple of other hook sets, but we should get on them. I think we're gonna get on the fish here today. We'll figure them out. Hope you're having a good day, Tommy and Hammer Time. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, Hammer Time. Josie says you do a great job of communicating, and you're not a bullshitter. That helps a lot, I think. I appreciate that, Josie. I try. Again, I'm out here fishing. I'm having fun. You know, a lot of y'all share the same hobbies and likes. A lot of you guys have questions. I try and answer them to the best of my ability. If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know, because I definitely don't know everything. But I'm here to help if I can. Crazy how much weather is the same today from Montana to Idaho. Nice overcast. Yeah, now that the wind has died down a little bit, it got a little gnarly there for a while. But it's absolutely gorgeous out right now. There is a chance of rain. I do see the clouds behind us dumping a little bit. Hopefully it goes around us. I've pickled pike, and it's pretty good mellows out the fishiness. I've never actually had pickled fish. I've had lots of different pickled things, but never tried pickled fish. Huh. You can cook fish in a dishwasher wrap well in foil, put on hot wash, no soap. I've seen that. I've seen people cook food in their dishwasher, or people will do oh, I forget what they call it, but you're basically you're putting it on your engine, and they time out their drives based upon the meal that they're cooking. There's a whole thing. I've never done that. It seems a little weird. If I want to cook something, I'll put it in the microwave or on a grill, or I don't know. I guess people get creative. Redneck, you do a great job, man. I'm brand new to the channel, and you're a great man. I appreciate that, Redneck. Yvonne Gaming, welcome back to the stream. How you doing today, Yvonne? I've cooked on an intake manifold in the vehicle before, called out. Yeah, there's a whole, there's like a passionate following for this. They make like maps, like coordinating with meals, and you can order the map, the meal kits, and then people go take trips based upon these maps, and they cook the meals along. That's a whole thing. It seems weird to me. I mean, it's not a bad idea. You stop, you're hungry, you eat, you get back on the road. You don't got to worry about waiting, and I don't know. Interesting concept. Slightly bizarre. I was a commercial fisherman in Maine. Lobster, we'd cook a lot of stuff on our engine. Burritos, canned stuff. Yeah, I think it's been a thing for a long time. I don't think it's a new thing. I think it's a new thing that it's become a kind of a fatty, like, popular thing to do. I think just out of pure necessity, a lot of people have probably done that for a very long time now. When you got shit, you're hungry, and you need to cook it, and that's the closest and most convenient source of heat, then why not? Xandro, I'm a new subscriber. I appreciate you subbing to the channel there. all y'all that are subbing, 129 thumbs up so far. I'm loving it. Y'all are awesome. Breakfast sandwich. Man, that sounds good. When I was down in Texas, I was traveling, I was down in the Austin area, and there were a couple of food trucks that were in the area that I hit up the whole time that I was there. Good God, man. That one food truck had the best breakfast burritos I've ever had in my life. I can close my eyes and think about it, and I can still almost taste it, like my mouth waters. Cooking using engine heat. Yeah, engine heat, the intake manifold, exhaust headers. It really depends on what the meal is, what the cooking temperature required is, what the cook time is. Yeah, people get real creative. Good hot Sammy on a cold day is something else. Heck yeah, dude. Appreciate the sub there, Joshua Little. Welcome to the channel. All right, I'm gonna head just a little more shallow. We're at about 35 foot of water right now. I'm gonna head back into the 25 to 30 foot range. We seem to have lost the fish again. We were on them there for a minute. We'll find them again. Yeah, I don't remember if it was a YouTube series I was watching or something on Netflix, or I don't know. It's just one of those things that came on that I'm like, wait, what are they doing again? They're cooking what on where? And then I started watching it, and I was like, oh, this is kind of weird, but it's kind of interesting too. And then after, a couple hours of watching, it's like, good God, these people are like, this is like a lifestyle for them now. They do, they take that shit pretty seriously. Yeah, we got a boat blazing. It's about to come into field of view here. He's screaming across the reservoir behind us. Looks like he just came from the shallow part of the lake over there. Which that's where, I don't know, 11 o'clock noon, oftentimes the trolling bite is dead for a few hours. I don't know if it's going to be the same though. It doesn't usually die as quickly, as harshly when we have overcast skies. But it's also hard to say it's going to die when we only just had it turn on for a brief moment. Today's weather is a little weird. Okay, so I'm going to turn here real quick. The last time I was here, just to give you guys an example, we're slowly turning here. Give her a sec. So coming into the field of view here is a outcropping of rocks. That's a submerged island. I was here a week and a half ago, and that was completely underwater. Not just underwater, but like under 5-10 foot of water. So that's just to give you guys an idea of how low the water body has dropped here. And again, if you see along the shorelines, if you notice, there's a big patch of lighter brown. All that was underwater a few weeks ago when I was here. My buddy and I used to do hot ham and cheese sandwich deer hunting for lunch via engine heat. Nice. Xander Believer says, wow, it's like new unlocking the skill tree. You gotta spam it for XP, right? Joel Vetter says, I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah, you speak your mind there, Joel Vetters. You're more than welcome to offer suggestions. Just a bit on the demands. You're not the director of this production. You mentioned something about getting muted. I didn't see anybody mute you. If somebody muted you, I would, if I saw that, I would have asked them not to, because I know you're just trying to be helpful. But you just have that bark when you're giving your suggestions, that it makes them sound much more like orders that I don't particularly care for, and my mods definitely aren't going to put up with it. Why don't you try going right around the outside edge of the lake? Worth a try. We could go a little bit shallower. Again, so the shallowest that we've trolled so far today is about 20 foot. I don't particularly like going any shallower than that when I have my lure camera out. It is, though, it's 10:30. What time did I say? We started running that at about 6:30. That battery's probably dead. So that's one of my primary reasons that I don't like to go shallower, is when I'm dragging that. It's a $300 camera. I don't want to lose it. Additionally to that, I have great luck in the shallows here during the springtime, during spawn. The whole rest of the year, shallow is kind of shit here. Again, I just want to stress this to you guys. I fish this reservoir usually once a week, sometimes more. And I've done so for the past 3 years. So while it's frustrating watching me and you guys have ideas of what you think may work better, I'm willing to try some of them. I'm not stuck in my ways. I just know that I've tried all of that. And I stick to what I'm doing now because it tends to produce more fish overall. Spoke mine got ripped into. I'm sorry you feel that way. I didn't mean to bite your head off. I'm not trying to do that to you, Joel. Again, I just... What I would ask is that instead of barking an order saying do this, do that, say maybe you could try this. Well, like Dave just said, maybe you could try this. That you're gonna have. It doesn't matter whether it's my channel or somebody else's channel. You might have the best suggestion ever, but if you come off the wrong way trying to suggest it, a lot of people are gonna turn off. They're not gonna listen to you. And I don't want you to feel like that, because you've been in a lot of the chats and you do have good suggestions. I would ask you to try and be a little more tactful about how you present them. What's the water temperature out there? Beaver, 68 surface temperature right here. Pull in before you use it. It's flat. We're over 26 foot of water right now. Again, we're just hitting this one spot one last time, and then I will pull her in. Yeah, that battery's dead. I do have another catch cam that we could throw on, but we'll try for the heck of it. The water again, when you have a significant water level change like we just had, a week and a half ago, I suspect that the water was probably 12 to 15 feet higher in this reservoir. I mean, like depth-wise, not just up the shore-wise, depth. We've lost that much in actual depth in a week and a half. And something like that's gotta put a shock into the system of the fish. I think that's, again, we had the same problem at Willow Creek Reservoir, which is, 45 minutes an hour from here on the Rocky Mountain front. We fished there Friday, and that reservoir was down almost 20 foot, maybe 25 foot from where it was a couple of weeks prior. And it really shut the fish off there. So technically 20 or 10, 15 foot depth here, like the shallows where it is now, was 30 foot depth a week ago. Maybe they're still locked in there. We need to get the catch camera in before we test that scenario out. Tone, I just want you to catch fish. I know you do, Joel. A lot of y'all do. And that is, the goal here is to catch some fish. But we're also just out here relaxing, enjoying the scenery and having some fun. The fish will come. Deepest depth of the lake. Typically it would be about 80 foot, 85 foot. There might be a couple of spots that touch closer to 100, but again, we're about 15 to 20 foot off of that right now. So probably closer to the 70, 75 foot depth right now is the deepest in here. One Northern Pike. Yeah, we've got one so far. It was not a big one. She's on the stringer right now. It was bleeding. a lot. 23 inches and probably 3.5 pounds. Perfect eater size. Looks like rain clouds in the background. Yeah, they're dumping all back there. We had, but if you look on the other side here, those are not rain clouds. Let me pan around here a little bit for you guys. We got nice, beautiful blue skies out here. It is looking a little rough back here though. Those clouds back there are dumping, but if it feels like the wind is blowing in my face here, or kind of the side, so I think most of those dark clouds are headed away from us. Beaver, just trying to get an optimum trolling depth. 68 isn't too hot, so they may not be all that deep just yet. Sometimes they'll still cruise shallow up to 70 degrees. Yeah, this time of the year, they're all over in this water body. The past 3 weeks that I've fished here, we took a week and a half off. We fished a different place last week. But the previous 3 weeks that I fished here, I was catching them. I was fishing mostly 30 to 50 foot bottom, running my lures 20, 25 foot depth. So 5-10 foot off the bottom. And we were on fire. I mean, the last time I was here, we caught, I think, 19 and lost, a dozen others in the process. Today we've only landed one so far, which is a little abnormal, but again, I'm assuming it's because of the water depth change here. And technically, because I am trolling different patterns, I'm not trolling that same pattern, because what was 30 foot a week ago is now 15 foot. But let's get the catch camera in here, and we will run up a little shallow. We might actually have to drop the F18 off here as well, or bring in the leaded line a bit, because I'm pretty sure it's running at depth lower than 15 foot right now. There the wind takes us. Yep, and it does look like our catch cam. The water wolf is here, dead here. I would be incredibly surprised if when we pull the footage off this, if there are no fish. There were probably fish following this for the past 3.5 hours. We might even had some strikes at it. These dang fish, especially when the battery on it starts going low, there's a red light that blinks on it. For whatever reason, the pike have been biting at the damn camera like crazy when it goes into low power mode. Something about a red flashing light. So if y'all troll for pike, if you can find something that's got a red flashing light on it, you'll probably have pretty good luck. But let's throw on something a little less deep diving. We do have some other Rapala floaters that we could try that aren't quite so massive. Oh, I'm just trying to decide what we're going to put on here. Let's switch over to some flicker shads for some shallow trolling. I'll do one flicker shad here. Let's switch things up here a little bit. Let's do a rip and wrap, a fire tiger. We'll throw a couple other options out there. Dumber R6, welcome. We got a fish dude, gives us a thumbs up. How you doing? We got a fish. Chris Ross, not bad at all. Shane's Adventures, it's looking like big fish weather. Yeah, the weather's absolutely perfect. I love you know, a bit of an overcast sky, slight breeze. It's really, it should be ideal pike fishing. And we did have about 30 minutes where we caught one and had 2 nice bites, but we're off the fish now. Again, let me just show you guys again real quick. So we're running a flicker shad. This is a size 7, and I don't know what this pattern's called, but it's a silvery back on, you know, glittery back, white. We might get something to bite on this one. Oh, and I know what I'm gonna put on the other one. Just realized the last stream that we did from the Missouri, y'all remember the lure that we drug in? Ah shit, I didn't put new hooks on it yet. Never mind. That's not gonna work. One pull out. Sounds like you're in the right depth. How goes it, Chief? What's up, Petra? How you doing, buddy? We're fishing. We're at Pishkun Reservoir. Having a wonderful morning. The bite isn't as great as I was hoping for. So far, we're still trying to find the fish. We've landed one nice little pike. Had a few other bites. We're still trying to figure out what they want and where they want it. The fishing is a little different here today than it has been the past few weeks because the water level, just like Willow Creek Reservoir, is really, really low compared to what it was the last time I was here. They're just dumping water out of these reservoirs. Alright, what did I do with the other one? There we go. And again, we're gonna move more shallow, so we're gonna throw on a Rapala Rip and Wrap, size 6, Fire Tiger. It's got a nice rattle to it. This one's a pretty shallow lure, makes a lot of noise, it's vibrant. We're just gonna try a few different things here. Be fatty. Today's rod is the Okuma Classic Pro GLT, the planer board series. It's a 8.5 rod. It is collapsible, so it collapses down to 7.5 foot. It's paired with the Okuma Cold Water series line counter reel. This is the 3000 series. They make them in various different sizes. I love the 3000 series. The 2000 series is complete junk. I hate the drag system in them. The 3000 series is an upgraded drag system, and it's absolutely wonderful. I love these poles. All right. Let me move a few things around, and then we will try and get up into a shallower pattern. And if that doesn't work, we're gonna go to the opposite extreme. Instead of super shallow, we're gonna bust out the deep divers, and we're gonna go troll deep for them. Which again, I know a lot of people are like, how deep? I troll sometimes 30-foot plus deep with my lures, over 60, 70, 80-foot bottom. And in fact, the biggest fish that I ever pulled out of here, I pulled way out of the deep over there. Mornings for us have been very sparse. Evenings have been way better. Yeah, see, it's the last, I've been here 3, 4, 5 times in the last 6 weeks. And morning bite has been on point here for me. Within like 10-15 minutes. Oftentimes I don't even get my second pull in the water before the first one's hitting. And today it's the morning bite has not been on. But again, the night bite is also very good. There's almost always, just the dead of the day here, the bite just, I normally will putter over to one of the back pools, the side bays, shallower water where they sometimes congregate back there, and I'll anchor up and throw lures, just to kill some time, or I'll go drift, towards the southern end of the lake where the big perch schools usually are, and fish for perch for a little bit. And then again, 5, 6 o'clock, I head back out and start trolling patterns again. But we're gonna get over towards the dock side here and run a shallow pattern along basically the same lines that I would have been running a week and a half ago when the water level was 20 foot higher. Fire tiger was something I would throw. I got faith in that one. Yeah, we threw one on there just for the heck of it. I got a buddy that fishes here that he fishes nothing but fire tiger. He's kind of like me with the white and the black. Fire tiger is what he likes, what he's caught a whole bunch of them off of, and that's just what he goes to. He's got every lure in his tackle box. He's got at least 1 or 2 of them in fire tiger. When I spoke to a fish biologist there last year, they said that Pishkun will only be drained so far to prevent damage to their equipment structures. This is the lowest I have ever seen Pishkun. I almost didn't get my boat in here today. It's so low. I've fished this lake heavily for years, and I've never seen the water levels this low. And again, a week and a half ago I was here and they weren't. They were lower than, they were the time before and the time before that, but they always get lower. This is the lowest I've ever seen it. I don't know why. Same with Willow Creek. Both of these reservoirs, they drained a whole shitload of water out of them in a real quick hurry. And I don't know why. Billa, what rod is that again? Will it handle sturgeon? It's a trolling rod. It's a Akuma Classic Pro GLT. They're meant for trolling leaded line. If you're trolling for sturgeon, yeah, it would definitely handle it, a good-sized sturgeon. Unless you're talking about, like a 300-pound white sturgeon, no. But if you're trolling for, shovel nose and they're, 10, 20 pounds, yeah, it'll handle a small sturgeon. But it wouldn't be a pole you would want for casting. They're a trolling. Mia, welcome back. No, we've had 1 Northern Pike so far. We had 2. The first bite we had today was an absolute monster. I haven't heard the drag on a reel scream like that ever here at Pishkun. But I picked up the pole and had a yank, and then it was gone. And then we had 1 solid bite right after that, and then shortly after we actually caught the 3rd bite, we caught the fish. But it was all same pattern right over on this northwestern portion. Gumar, welcome back to the stream. Petra, probably for the last hay crop of the year. Yeah, I don't know. I know that I was reading some something off the Fish, Wildlife, and Park website earlier this year, and it was a publication put out about the Sun River drainage, the Sun River belt, and basically it was saying that they've been struggling for the past decade, increasingly so every year, to try and keep up with the irrigation demands that are always increasing, the maintaining enough water in the reservoirs here as well as the upstream tributaries to it to maintain the fish populations, as well as then allowing enough of it out to actually flow down through, you know, to the Sun River to keep the populations of the Sun River fish alive. So I think it's one of those things that it's a compounding problem, and we just got they all kind of hit at once this year. We had not a very wet winter, which didn't put a whole lot of water in here, and then we've had dry season since then, which increases, you know, the amount of irrigation that's needed. Temperatures rise, they need more water for irrigation to keep the fish alive in Sun River. It just gets messy. SoCal, we just took the lure camera off the first one. I did not have it on the one on when we caught the fish. I have another one charged up and ready to go here, and in fact I probably should start charging this one while we wait. But we're moving from slightly deeper water into shallower water for a little bit. We're fishing in right now 20 foot headed towards, so we're gonna roll a pattern between 15 and 20 foot for a little bit and see if the bite maybe picks up. But welcome to the stream, SoCal. How you doing, buddy? Bacon Boy, if you clap, I will sub. I give you a golf clap. There you go, buddy. Bacon Boy, this is your only warning. If you continue to spam, you'll be removed. Yeah, please don't spam in here, guys. It's hard enough for me to keep up with chat when y'all are just actually talking. Was it on when you hooked the beast? Nope. It was on the other pole. We hooked it. We didn't hook up on the pole that actually caught. But again, I suspect that it's footage every time the battery is charged. And there hasn't been a single lure camera that I pulled out that there wasn't at least footage of some follows. I mean, most of them have follows and small strikes. You know, the perch schools that come by. We see, you know, trout or the salmon swimming around. There's almost always something of interest on these. A little disappointing we didn't hook up on anything on it, but we will charge this one back up, and then we have another one brand new in the package that I can bust out. I don't want to run them in this shallow waters because I don't want to lose them. They're fairly expensive pieces of recording gear. Hi, Kashmir. Come on, light it up. I just did, my friend. Alrighty guys, we are back. We had to do our first battery swap. We got 4 hours and 45 minutes out of that first battery. I think I'm live, and we're back. Alright, we lost almost everybody. I was just saying, oh, it's getting slow, the battery's probably dying, then I looked up and the battery died. So I don't know if you guys got the explanation that the battery was dying. But we just swapped to our second battery, so we now have another 4 to 5 hours battery life. We're on battery number 2. Thanks for those who sticked around. Welcome back those who are rejoining. Sucks we lost so many people, but hopefully they'll be back. We just had to swap the battery. Again, that's part of the stick here is we're on separate batteries right now. So every 4.5 to 5 hours, the battery dies. You're gonna see spinny, spinny, spinny. Just hang out. I have to replace the battery and wait for Starlink to boot back up, which takes 3 to 5 minutes. And that one was actually a pretty quick recovery. I think that one was like 3 minutes. Ray Tuff, welcome back. Bacon Boy, welcome back. I already gave you a golf clap there, Bacon Boy. Don't you ever have to relieve yourself? Occasionally. I haven't drank very much today. I need to. Keep forgetting to drink. We got the old Ocean Spray Cran Grape. I love this stuff. But no, I don't know. I have a strong bladder, I guess. When I go, I'll just piss like a racehorse. Ray, how long you been out there? So stream has been running now for almost 5 hours. The older I get, the more I have to go. Yeah, I think that's a pretty common occurrence. I'm not quite there yet, I guess. Joel 716, you said reminder to replace the battery at 10:30. I'm guessing it's my fault. Oh, that's all good. No, I was SoCal had just mentioned that the camera quality it's getting laggy or degrading, and I looked up at the time and I'm like, oh shit. The battery's about to go, and like right as I'm saying that, the battery died. But it's a variable amount of time that you get because the Starlink. Fish on, fish on. There we go, right in time. Doesn't feel like a monster. And this is almost exactly where we hooked up on the first one. Just slightly shallower up the bank. Alrighty. Ooh. Again, another probably 24, 26 incher, I guess. This one feels like it might be a little bit bigger. Ooh, nice fight. But you don't want to rush these guys in. Take them slow and steady. Try not to leave slack in the line. Oh, he's barely hooked. Oh, stay on there, buddy. We're gonna collapse the rod down, makes it a little easier to handle. And this was off the rip and wrap. He's hitting off the rattle. Ooh. All right, second fish landed, guys. There we go. All right, let me get situated here. All right. Fish on, fish on. Did he just say shallow? We're at 25 foot depth. So a little shallower than the last hookup. Oh, and this one spit the hook. All right, let's get that guy out of the way. Yeah, no, the last hookup, we were almost on the same line. We're about 5 feet shallower than the last hookup. We're on a bit of a death spiral here. All right, we'll mark that before I miss it. Give me a sec here, guys. We'll get her out of the net. Yeah, this one's a little fatter than the last one. Looks like about the same length, though. Quit. Alrighty, guys. Beaver State fishing, appreciate that. Oh, good God. Sorry about that. Nice little guy. Healthy fish. Got a few split fins, but nothing too major. You guys ever seen the teeth on these guys? There we go, there's a good view of it. Damn, frickin' chompers, man. Let's throw this guy on the old measuring stick here real quick. "23 inches, so same length as the last one. A little bit fatter. Nice fish. Let's get her back in the water. There she goes. Nice. Alrighty. Beaver State fishing, I appreciate that. Nice work, brother. That fish throttled that thing. Yeah, they when they hit, they hit. Even these little guys, especially the males, they put up a nice fight. That's not the fish we're looking for, though. We're looking for mama, dada, maybe grandpa or grandma. I'll take them though. They're still fun. Wow, heard what you said. Here, 2 times more expensive than here. All right, we're out roughly 2 colors there. Turn the clicker on, loosen the drag. Great takedown, appreciate that. I heard somewhere more fishermen drown falling overboard while trying to pee the other way. I believe that, David. Justin Hill says hi. Welcome, Justin. Patrick says hi. Welcome to the stream. Tracy says good job. Thanks, Mom. Shout out Beaver State fishing. Mouthful of needles and razors. Is that what swim bladder? Is that its swim bladder coming up in its mouth? No, that wasn't the swim bladder. Path Monster Mike. What's up, my guy? How you doing, Path? RDN, welcome. Baseball 14 said hi. Bill said good hookup. Appreciate that. Looks like we got a bunch of our viewers back. Welcome back, guys. Again, I know that the stream crapped out there. That's part of, we're streaming with Starlink Mini. We have a 4 to 5 hour battery life with each battery. When you guys see that it's just spinning, and it's been about that 5 hour mark, it's because the battery died. I just have to unplug it, plug a new one in. It takes about 2 to 3 minutes for the Starlink to boot up, and then anywhere from 30 seconds to a couple of minutes for it to find the satellite, and then the stream will just come back alive. So if you just hang out, go take a bathroom break, smoke a cigarette, get some coffee, whatever, when it happens, we will be back. Crap, I missed the second pike. Oh, redneck. Yeah, we caught that one on a rip and wrap. One of the rattlers, rattle trap. Yeah, I don't know what that uptime. There's something wrong with that uptime command, SoCal. I need to fix that. That one's that's not even a custom command. That's just straight from Stream Elements. It doesn't work right though. Every once in a while it gives roughly the right amount of time, but more times than not it seems like it's been giving completely inaccurate. What was that in its mouth? I'll have to review the video, but I didn't see swim bladder. I mean, I had my fingers sticking up out of its mouth. We didn't pull it from nearly deep enough for it to be causing, barrel trauma. The water wolf shorts, man, those are interesting. I was watching those for a minute. Yeah, they're really cool. They're some of my favorite content, favorite videos to cut up and edit. And we were running the water wolf there for a little bit. We've got two more. One's charging right now. Actually, no. Yes, it is. One's charging right now, and then the other one is brand new in the box. We're moving to slightly shallower water, so I don't want to put one in just yet. But they are cool, aren't they? Yeah, you grip them under the lip. You might have seen my fingers poking through its mouth, or I was, yeah, at that fact when I was holding it towards the camera, you might have seen my thumb. Dave James, you might be right. Beaver State Fishing, appreciate the sub there. Again, thank you for the super chat. That's awesome of you. Appreciate the donations. All donations, membership purchases, all that goes straight towards paying for the Starlink Mini. It's a necessity for the channel here, for the places that I want to bring you guys to and stream. We're in the boonies right now. We're in the Rocky Mountain front, up in a reservoir that it has no cell signal at all. So again, thank you. That helps us continue the stream and bring more cool content to you. Christopher Columbus, call that a fish? Well, I mean, let's see here. It swims in the water. It's got fins. It's got gills. Did I mention it swims and lives in the water? I mean, if it's not a fish, what would you call it? Was that a scaled beaver? What would you call it? A long-toothed parakeet? Like what? What do you mean by that? Some of y'all's comments make my brain hurt a little. What do you mean whatever? I'm confused here. Can you elaborate? Well, why is that not a fish? Are you saying it's not a fish because it was too small? Are you not happy with the size of the fish that we caught for you? Is that what you're trying to say? Or do you truly believe it was not a fish, like some other species altogether? Yeah, I think that's what he's getting at there, Dave, but I don't know, you go find something else to do. We'll let you know when we get Nessie on the line here, all right? All right, and again, I'm running a pattern now. We switched our pattern from the 25 to 30 to 20 to 25. And we might even go a little bit past the 20 into, 17, 18. Which again, these are almost the same patterns, I guess, that I was running, a week and a half ago when the water wasn't so low. So maybe the fish didn't actually move. Water snake, I don't know. What's up, Jackson? How you doing? Bacon boy, yeah, we just caught another Northern Pike. I think the size of the fish was nice. Yeah, perfect eater size. It's not the fish we're looking for, though. I know that there's some monsters in here. The biggest one I've ever caught was only 34.5 pounds, which is a good sized pike, don't get me wrong. But that's not the pike we're after. On the water wolf camera, the underwater, the lure cameras, I've seen some substantially bigger fish on that camera that have either followed or bit and I missed. And last year I did have an absolute tank all the way to the boat. There were like 5 boats watching too. Everybody's like rubbernecking, like, what's that guy got? I got right to the side of the boat as usual and missed the net on it. I'm getting better at solo netting. I will tell you though, netting while trolling, steering the boat, reeling in a fish with a giant cast net, it's not a trivial task at times. It's harder than it looks. The mistake I usually make, and what gets me is, especially with treble hooks, accidentally catching, a stray hook on the treble hook as you're trying to net under, and you end up with the damn fish hooked on the outside of the net. I think I lose more fish from that and that alone than anything else. Better than the skunk. Oh yeah, Bill. No, we're spending time up here in the Rocky Front. I'm perfectly okay with a skunk. I rarely skunk here. It's slow today. It's been slow. But usually, again, we're 10 to 20 catches is a pretty average day fishing here for me. So we're a little behind on the pace. I think we might still get in that 10 to 20 range though. I'm hoping though that we get a nice one, at least one nice one. Something over 30 inches would be good in my book. Big Homer, fishing is hard. If it was easy, everyone would do it. The hard is what makes it great. Tom Hanks. Absolutely. Now, we don't catch some sometimes. Sometimes we'll only catch small ones. Sometimes we'll only catch a few. But yeah, that's why I said earlier, and I say it all the time. Like, people focus too much on the destination and forget about the journey. And I like to enjoy the journey and not get too caught up about, have we caught 1? Have we caught 10? Of course, it's fun to catch more, but I have a blast, even if I'm not catching a whole bunch of them. Water level is dropping, the bite will slow. Yeah, I need to look up. I need to see why there's been such a significant water drop both here and Willow Creek. I know that they lower the reservoir level throughout the year for irrigation and to feed water into the Sun River system to keep the water flowing and the water temperature adequate to keep the walleye and the other game fish alive. But in the past 3 years that I fished this place, I've never seen the water here as low as it is, and never so quickly. I mean, I literally almost couldn't get my boat in the water this morning. It's so shallow. The boat ramp is 15, 20 feet out of the water, and you're basically loading your boat into a flat. The damn exhaust, the tailpipe on my truck was 3 inches under the water, just getting my boat low enough that I could get up there and wrench it off of the trailer. Like, normally I pull in here or anywhere else, I dip my fenders, leave a little bit poking out, and I can, just float off easy. And today I had to literally submerge my damn exhaust into the water and still almost didn't get the boat off. I wasn't sure if my truck was gonna survive with. How long can a truck run with the exhaust pipe under the water? Anybody know? I don't think you're supposed to run like that. Ground has been so dry because not much runoff. They have irrigated more. I guess, but I don't know, it just seems crazy how much they've let out. And has it really been that much drier this year? Often show CJ old people Joel, I don't know if that's autocorrect or if you're having a seizure over there, bud, but can anybody translate for Joel here? Anybody know what he's talking about? Or maybe he'll retype it. As long as the water doesn't become too deep and cause more back pressure, then the engine can push you okay. Okay. Yeah, it sounded like it was I couldn't tell if it was, bogging down or it was just because it sounded weird because it was muffled because it was underwater. But yeah, we were probably, the top of the tailpipe was a good 3 inches under the water. Definitely more than felt comfortable. C. Chester, welcome back to the stream. How you doing today, C. Chester? Oh, I do have something too before I forget. I was gonna wait till he arrived on the stream here, but we got well, you guys probably can't read it because it's mirrored, but we got a gift bag from the old crappy man Jigs here. I don't know what's inside. I haven't opened it yet. I told him we would open it on stream today and see if we could catch him a pike on whatever is in this package here. We'll do that once we throw the water wolf camera on. I want to try and get some footage of it for him. But he was kind enough to say, I would like to see a pike caught on one of my lures, please. I said, sure, we can give that a go. Shallow water oftentimes consolidates. Is that what you said? That would make sense. Yeah, I don't know what quite is inside. I think he's got maybe a couple of spinner baits, maybe a chatterbait. It feels heavy. Somebody in one of my streams did mention that he was making some stuff for me on one of his streams, but I was streaming while he was making it. So I don't even know what's in the goodie bag. But I've been kind of waiting for him to see if he'd pop in. I know he's probably streaming this morning. But I was gonna wait till he got here and open it, and we'll throw her on and see if we can catch him one while we're on stream here. I thought that'd be cool. Got some spinners as well. Yeah, it's not, he just said it. He sent me some stuff that he thought the pike might enjoy. So yeah, I'm excited to open it up and see what's in there. What state are we fishing in? Randy, we are in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. And you can kind of see in the background here, the little mountain peaks that are poking over there is the Rocky Mountains. We're right at the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front. He's not live right now. Okay. I know he oftentimes does a morning stream. So, I don't know. Maybe he's sleeping in. Hopefully. Sunday's a good day to sleep in. Dave James says, you're on a roll, mate. Fat Cat, welcome. So we're currently in 15 foot of water, and I'm not seeing any real fish in here. When I dip back down a little bit deeper, 20 foot, I'm starting to mark more fish. They seem like they're in that 20 to 25 foot range depth, or bottom. The fish themselves aren't, most of them aren't swimming bottom. We're doing good, Fat Cat. We're out at a new location for the stream. One of my favorite places to come fish for Northern Pike. We've put 2 in the boat so far. We've missed a couple. Missed one really nice bite. It would have been a chonker, I'm pretty sure. We've missed one other decent bite. But we put our second one in the boat here about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes ago. If the lake level is dropping, they'll be deeper than normal. See, that's what I expected, and that's where I started SoCal. Again, I've been typically catching them fishing 30 to 50 foot bottom with my baits running, 20, 25 foot depth. And, the previous times that I was here that I was catching them, and almost all the action on the water wolf camera, they're all coming from below. They're seeing my stuff running over the top of them at 25 foot, and they're coming from deeper and coming up. So with the water level as low as it is here today, I started running the same pattern, not quite as deep, but 30, 40 foot bottoms. And we were marking tons of fish. They were just not biting. We did move a little bit shallower and started getting some bites, closer to basically the same lines I would have been running when I was running the 30 to 50 foot bottom, which are now, 10 plus foot shallower because the water level has dropped. My fish must have gone to someone else's lake. They're on vacation. Fat cat. If you find that lake, let me know because my fish went there too. I know how that feels, guys. I'm still a little bit. The bite is definitely slow with the water level dropping as much as it has. But we've still put two fish in the boat, and we have 10 hours still to fish. So we're doing all right. I think we still might get up near or above that 10 fish mark if we get lucky, or if we can figure out where the hell these fish are hiding. But yeah, I can't imagine that a significant water level drop like that doesn't have some adverse effect on the fish. Which again is why I suspect that Willow Creek was so turned off when we were there. Again, the few previous times that I've been there, I just absolutely cleaned up. I mean, you guys can see all the videos on my channel of the last few times I was at Willow Creek. We caught a ton. And then we went there Friday and we caught one 9-inch rainbow. And done. Oh shit, these guys got little remote control boats. I need to go jack one of those and hook a lure to it. And my underwater camera. I haven't caught anything over 8 pounds in a month. Something is wrong. Okay, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Okay. But I do think, I think the next time the battery dies, we might start a brand new stream. Maybe YouTube will kick a little bit more traffic over here. Our numbers are getting really low. We were chilling around that 80 to 100 plus mark for the first 3, almost 4 hours. Remit Robin, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. It's about 19 miles west of Choteau, Montana. All right, before I forget, let me bleed this fish out. He's not gonna last all day dragging around here, so let's bleed him out and get him prepped to go in the cooler. And I would show this to you, but YouTube I think frowns upon all the blood. That guy is going to be dinner either probably tomorrow. Love from India. I appreciate that, Remat. Right back at you, buddy. If the water temperature is above 20 Celsius, the pike can't get enough oxygen and are more lethargic. Current temperature is 68.1 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that converts to in Celsius. You butcher. Yeah, it's one of the keys. If you want to eat northern pike and you want to enjoy it, I highly suggest you bleed them before you gut them and throw them in the cooler. Removing as much blood, and that kind of goes for fish in general. If you want a much milder tasting fish, bleed them. And essentially what you do is you got the two gill plates on the side, and then you have essentially their throat, which an artery, the jugular, I don't know if that's what it's called in a fish, but you got a major artery that runs between the gill plates, right in the throat. Basically you go up underneath the gills and you slit the whole thing. Just like go under it and actually cut fully through it. So you're basically separating the head almost from the body. And they bleed out quite quickly, 5 minutes or so. And then you can gut them and throw them on ice in the cooler. Ramat, we've caught 2 northern pike so far. You need the barbecue that slides onto the rod holder on the boat. Catch and cook. Is that a thing? Or barbecue spit that connects to your fishing pole? I believe my catfish makes the flesh more white, and yes, it affects the taste as well. Yep. Yeah, it reduces the fishiness, the flavor of it. It makes it cleaner, actually, when you are filleting them as well. You don't have as much free blood flowing through the veins in the fish. But the biggest impact is it reduces the fishy flavor. But catfish is also really good to eat. That's probably my second favorite fish to eat. A 2-3 pound catfish makes some very tasty catfish nuggies. Yeah, we had one on the ocean boat. It fit 5 lobsters. Good God. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Oh, that sounds so good. I haven't had lobster in a long time, man. It's one of my favorite seafoods. Lobster and some garlic butter. Yum, yum. Dave James, what baits are you using now? So we actually caught that last one off of a Fire Tiger Rip and Wrap, a number 6. Another, you guys might call them a rattle trap. It's just it's a solid plastic. It's got no lip on it. They're pretty shallow. They have a nice rattle to it. On the other line, we are running a flicker shad, segmented flicker shad. So it's got, the 2 moving parts on it. A size 7, and I don't know what the pattern's called. It's white. The tail on it's like a silver glittery. But we haven't had any bites off of that one yet. We had 1 bite and 1 hook set on the Rip and Wrap. The first one we caught off of the Rapala F18 original floater in brown trout pattern. A big old 7.5 inch jerkbait. Gonna burn one with you. All right, Homer. Go get that fish whistle. Blow her hard. We would pull the traps, get the lobsters, reset the traps, then go offshore and barbecue lobster while the traps are soaked again. Heck yeah. Oh, that sounds fun. That is probably the one thing that I would really enjoy the most about living on or near the ocean would be the ability to trap lobster. They're absolutely one of my favorite things to eat. Flash, how big was pike number 2? Almost the same size as the first one. The same length, at about 23 inches. It was a little bit fatter than the first one. I'd estimate closer to 4 pounds than 3.5. Decent size, but not what we're looking for here. It's pretty average for what comes out of here, though. This is one of those water bodies that, unlike the Missouri River, where I usually don't catch many, but when I do, they're much more quality fish. This reservoir is more quantity over quality. You catch usually a lot more of them, but they tend to be on the smaller side. I know there's bigger ones in here, though. I'm still on the hunt for a true lunker out of this water body. Burning some lovely British marijuana today with a cup of tea. Doobies and a nice cup of tea. That don't sound too shabby. Seen a lot of carp at Ulm Bridge, no pike. Oh yeah, were you getting to the carp? Yeah, pike is one of them fish, especially when you're fishing from the shore. Sometimes it takes hours of throwing lures before you get one on. You just gotta be patient and persistent and keep at it, man. You will get one. How you liking the new rod, though? I'm assuming you're using the new ugly stick? Thanks, Homer. Likewise for yourself. Cheers, pal. No, I didn't have a carp rig. Just seen a ton of them. Oh, are they surfacing down there? Yeah, we are getting late enough in the season, I think. We might be coming upon a carp spawn here pretty soon. I think it's a water temperature that typically triggers their spawn cycle. Big pike would eat one of them. Oh yeah, yeah. Speaking of which, let's while we wait here, I think I got some trebles in my bag. I'm gonna try and swap out on this lure we found at the Missouri River some new trebles. Get this one rigged up. Yeah, this is the Rapala we drug in when we were at the Missouri River. We snagged up on it and pulled her from the bottom. Nice lure. We're gonna bust the hooks off of this guy and try and put some on that aren't all rusty and gross. Alan Malone, how you doing, buddy? Been a little while since I've seen you. How you doing? The new rod is definitely really good. Just need to catch fish with it. The water was clear and the carp were on beds. Okay, so that they're starting to spawn. Nice. Was there a bunch of floating debris? It's been a little while since I've fished the bridge there. Hemi D, do you ever use spoons, Daredevil, or 5 of diamonds? Yeah, from time to time. When the bite gets real finicky, I go back to the tried and true, and those are two lures that are notorious for being good pike lures. I don't fish them as much as I used to. I tend to have better luck, at least on this water body, with cranks. But yeah, on days when the bite's real slow and the fish just aren't cooperating, I will bust out the red and white Daredevil, the 5 of diamonds, or various other different spoons to troll with. They are still a good choice. I just, at this particular water body, I seem to have better luck with jerk baits or shad style baits, cranks. All good, brother. Been busy. Kids are off school for 6 weeks, so been taking them for days out and been working too. Oh, okay. Yeah. My kiddo goes back to school on Monday, tomorrow. He's not happy. He didn't want summer to end. I'm ready for it though. Well, good to see you, Alan. I'm really curious how many Shimano sinking orca would do trolling for pike. I'm not familiar with that one, SoCal. Shimano sinking orca. I don't know. I mean, pike. I've caught probably at least one pike on almost every lure type or style that I have in my tackle box over the years. They're not a fish that's particularly picky with lures. They'll bite off. They're like a bass. They'll bite off almost anything if you can get it in front of them and make them think that it's going to get away before they get a real good look at it. Oh God, I hate these split ring pliers. Somebody have a good suggestion for some nice split ring pliers that actually work? These ones I hate. The ones I have at home that I left in my shop work better, but I still don't really like them. I need a set that aren't so damn fiddly. If you do, hop over to my community page and post a picture, a link, a name. That is one thing I need to get a better set of. Hope that's a Leatherman. No, they're split ring pliers. I don't know what the hell name. They're just generic ones I picked up at, I think, North 40 or Shields. They were small, they're portable. I put them in my go bag. Normally I have my better ones on the boat, but again, even my better ones I still don't like. I've never tried using a Letterman for split rings. Najib, we've caught 2 fish so far, 2 Northern Pike. Starting to spoon in September? He's mistaken. Who said spoon in September? Both those color patterns are spoon. What region? We're in central Montana fishing region. Where we're fishing today is called Pishkun Reservoir. Man, it looks like Lower Colorado River Basin. Yeah, you're the second person that's come in here saying it looks a lot like Colorado. Might have 2 more weeks left, a few more days to the fair, swimming plan, maybe some fishing. That sounds fun, Alan. We missed the fair here this year. Blizzard bit, going fishing tomorrow where I should go in Georgia. What are you going fishing for, Blizzard? Instead of changing the hook, sharpen the hooks. We could. Yeah, I don't know. The split rings on here look rather weak. 2 of the 3 are rather deformed. I'd rather just I have a whole bunch of hooks. We'll just throw some nice new hooks on there, and if I can remember what I did with them. Oh, I switched them from my bag. Where did I put them? Size 6, size 4. We'll go size. Split rings. Yeah, I like to switch out. Most of my cranks, I put on owner hooks onto them. These are a size 6, which are slightly bigger than what came off of it. But I think they should be close enough. And we'll grab a couple of split rings. I do that at most crankbaits that I buy. I tend to swap out the split rings as well as the hooks. I don't like a lot of the hooks that come on most of the crankbaits, and definitely most of the split rings they just seem like they're way undersized. Not strong enough. Alright, we got size 10 split ring, we have size 3, size 3, there we go with these guys. Shimano has the Orca popper that has a huge bit when popped and leaves bubbles, trail, and ripped hard. Sinking Orca is a jerkbait that does killer swim to it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. Sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm sure the pike would probably bite on it. I don't know how well they would like it, but I'd be really surprised if you didn't get a few smacks at it. Ermin, welcome to the stream. Bear, how you doing, Bear? Crappy Man Jigs, there he is. We were just talking about you a little bit ago. Oh, shit. Losing my split rings. We have your package here, Crappy Man. I have not opened it yet. We were going to wait for you to come, and we're going to open it and see what's inside. The amount of times I've heard, where did I put them? Well, right, Reap. Amy D, Texas Tackle Split Ring Pliers. Texas Tackle Split Ring Pliers. Maybe, Crappy Man, maybe you got a suggestion. I have 2 pairs of split ring pliers, and I absolutely hate both of them. Do you have a recommendation for a pair of split ring pliers that you like? A brand, a type? The ones that I have that I'm using right now are absolute junk. They're some cheapo ones I picked up at North 40 or Shields. My better ones are in my shop at home, but I still don't really care for them. I need a nice set of split ring pliers. Fishing. Oh, nice. Catch anything crappy, man? Caught around 15, some nice fatty, 1.5 pounds. No signal though. Ah, that's a shame, crappy man. Joel says, I've never broken a split ring. Fuck, man, I have peeled so much, not broke. They literally peel. They turn into, they look like, you know, a half of a keychain ring. And I've done that a dozen times in the past few years. The split rings that come on a lot of crankbaits are absolute garbage, especially the bandit ones. Yeah, I've lost some really nice fish from the crappy split rings they put on stuff. If you're not pulling split rings, then are you not catching big fish, Joel? Or what brand of lures are you using that come with good split rings? Because it seems like most of them come with junk. 29K gained 100 while you were asleep. Good God. Nice. Congrats, bud. I use them craft ones. Oh, you just have... Really? Okay. Redacted, bro. I caught at least 5 on sandworms today. Heck yeah. Now I need to get sandworms. He has a mayfly color. It's nice. Also got my 1.5 curly tail mold today. Rough Rider. Hey, bro. I bought a walleye last night. You don't want to go there? What kind of fish you catching, Joel? I'm curious. I'm not trying to be mean or talk, you know, upset you. But I'm surprised you've never had that happen if you're catching big fish. Because it's not just, you know, a once or twice thing. I literally, the big pike that I get on the line, it's the ones, Sun River is where I think I've lost most of them. And they just peel the damn hook straight off of the crankbait. Maybe it's just my selection of lures. I know, again, the bandits, the split rings, if you've ever fished with a bandit 100, 200, to 300 series, oop, good God. Stan, I hear you're fishing for pike. Yeah, we're after Northern Pike here. We've landed two smaller ones so far. 23 inches, not real impressive. We're still trying to find some decent ones here. And while I troll, I'm attempting to put some new split rings on this jerkbait we pulled out of the Missouri River the last time we streamed there. Just seeing a pike jump a foot out of the water, now just got to get him to bite. Flash, are you still at Ulm Bridge? Like the actual Ulm Bridge in Ulm? Tsunami split rings have worked out well for me in saltwater. Tsunami, is that the brand? We're using, these are VMC split rings here that I'm putting on here. They're way heavier duty, heavier poundage than what comes on the lures. Somebody in here tell me that you've had a split ring, like literally just come undone on a lure with a big fish. Like they just unravel because they're so lightweight. Again, we're moving from, the ones that are on this lure are, I don't know, they're probably like 15 pound, maybe. I mean, they're just these thin little things. And I'm replacing them with 40-pound split rings, and I do this on almost all the lures that I throw. We get rid of this itty-bitty little crappy split ring that, I mean, I could probably spread that with my hands with one that I could barely get the damn split ring pliers on. Fish caught, no, wait. decent though, I think. Do you have any recommended lures for pike? Yeah, one of my favorite lures for pike is, other than I was just talking shit about the split rings and the hooks that come on them, these are one of my favorite lures for pike, so long as you change the split rings and hooks out. It's called a Bandit series crankbait. This one is the Bandit 300 series. It dives to about 8 to 12 foot. But if you're bank fishing, go with the Bandit 100 series. They're a square bill crankbait. And again, it's shad style, fat front, skinny bottom. And they have a nice little waggle, and they got a bit of a rattle to them as well. But the pearl white with red eyes or the pure black in this are what I like to throw. Alright guys, it feels a little bit better. And we are in 18 foot of depth. I just marked on the map there. Oh, did he just come off? Or is he swimming at me? I think we just lost it. God damn it. Yeah. Oh. Well. They say ripping lips. Well, we, who wants the souvenir? Send me your address and I'll ship it to you. Hit and run. Yeah, there's one pike lip to go. Literally just ripped the damn lip off. He did it himself. I wasn't even pulling on the damn thing. He literally just tore his own lip off. And now I can't get the damn thing off the hook. They normally just bend the hooks. Yeah, I've had that happen too. Which is again why I switch out the hooks. I switch out the hooks and the split rings. I'll have to. I'll take a couple lures out of the package and we'll hang weights on them sometime to see. I get that's a second hit on the Rip and Wrap size 6 in Fire Tiger. Poor fish. Yeah. No, I mean, he literally just took his own lip off. Catfish bait. Unlike you, I swap hooks and split rings. I usually run blood red treble on my first hook. Yeah, so I haven't done the colored hooks, but I do oftentimes on the trailer hook. I'll use one with the little dangly, you know, silver attractant on it. I forget what the hell they're called. All right, well, that was unfortunate, but we did get a souvenir. They go through way worse than, oh yeah, they take big old bites out of each other. And try a crappie lure. We should. Let me finish getting hooks on this lure here so I can get it out of the way, and then we'll open Crappie Man's package. Crappie, if you're still here, we're gonna open your gift. Your goodie package here in a few moments. Well, a few minutes. It's however long it takes me to get 2 treble hooks on this damn lure, which could be a couple of minutes or significantly longer. Right now I'm using a swim bait bass color, a lightweight spinning reel. 10-4, I'm gonna grab a drink and some food, but I'll be here. All right, buddy. Dang it, we missed it. Logan, New Mexico, and I'll get you the Addy. Send it to my email, wannaseemyrod@gmail.com. We'll send you your own ripped lip commemorating today's first live stream from Pishkun Reservoir. You know, I've ripped a few lips in my time, but never had the whole thing come back on the hook like that. Oh, I hate these pliers. Wonderful. Now we have a stray treble. Oh, good God. That is not something you want to lose in the boat. CMJ wants it. That's the channel name, wannaseemyrod at gmail.com. Yeah, I'll be one pike left. I mean, it stayed on the hook. That's a catch, right? Man, it's getting toasty out here. Give me a sec, guys. I gotta take this jacket off. I'm dying here. Much rather seen the whole fish, not just the limb of it. That one felt bigger than the last two. Alright, I need to find this hook. How did it go? It came over the rail, it counts. What are your water temperatures there? 68.4. When we got here this morning, it was about 67, so water temperatures have raised 1.4 degrees in the last almost 6 hours. I like that, though. It came over the rail, it counts. Oh, God. How do you lose a whole goddamn treble hook? How is that even a thing? Oh, I feel like I'm gonna find it in the worst way imaginable, and that does not make me happy. Somebody remind me after I get these hooks on, we open up Crappy's package to continue to look for the missing treble. Oh, you guys probably can't hear me. Crappy Man Jigs, welcome, the latest member of the Rod Squad. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you for the support. We're up to almost 80 members of the Rod Squad in a little over a day. Appreciate the sub there, Stan. I just sent you the link to the Shimano Orca. Okay, so I'll check that out. Heck yeah, I appreciate the support, guys. Again, all donations, funds from super chats, the memberships, it's all going straight back to pay for the Starlink Mini. I'd be nice if we got enough to cover it every month, but I think that's where the bulk of the YouTube funds are going to end up going. That's all right, though. They are really handy, and I think it's definitely going to improve the quality of the stream, and as well as our ability to stream from a lot of cool places. hate these. And it's especially hard with these crappie pliers because I'm switching to such heavier split rings. They're much harder to split. All right, you know what? We'll do that after because that's gonna take me an eternity. Let's get to the package here. So again, Crappie Man Jigs graciously sent a little goodie bag here with some lures he thought would maybe catch a pike. Just cracked a monster, now you catch one. Redacted, $19.99. What the hell, bud? Starlink funds. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That really helps. Again, don't send any money you guys can't afford. I do have the money to pay for it. But if you guys want to chip in and help out, I mean, I appreciate it. And that will really help. We're getting real close. I think between the super chats and the memberships, I think we might have month 1 under our belt here. But thank you. That is awesome. You are very generous, Redacted. I very much appreciate you. Heck yeah, we got some Crappie Man stickers here, guys. We got not one, but 2 Crappie Man stickers. These are the first channel stickers that I've received from any of the YouTube channels. So I think we're probably, I don't know if we're gonna put it on the boat or on maybe we'll put it on the Starlink mini box here. But thank you. I love the stickers. Let's get those somewhere safe. And our first thing out of the bag here, let's see, let's just grab everything. Good Lord, there's all sorts of goodies in here. All right, so we have our first spinner here. God, we will catch a pike with this one, buddy. So we have, it looks like, that reminds me of like a perch body. The coloring on it, is that meant to look like perch, or are you just kind of doing abstract there? But the orange, and we have a silver spinner with some blue glitter and black. Oh, there's a second spinner, 3 spinners on here. Dang. Yeah, I think right off the bat, the first one we grabbed out of here definitely looks pikey as hell to me. So that's you guys, if you haven't checked him out yet, Crappie Man Jigs, he makes handmade jigs, plastics, weights, all sorts of fancy stuff. But if you haven't checked out his channel, go watch him. You can watch him make stuff on stream. He's got a website, crappiemanjigs.com, where he sells all these goodies. Oh, we got some purple on there too. Purple, gold. Heck yeah. Triple blade spinner. Yeah. Now this is, I'm conflicted if I want to throw a plastic on it or if I just want to run her raw. What do you guys think? Brainwashed. Yeah, I remember you. Redacted says, I appreciate your content, brother. Well, fist bump to you, buddy. I'm out here just having a blast, and for me, it's much more enjoyable having you guys in here to chat with. So I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Triple willow leaf. Yeah, she looks spiky. What do you guys think? Should we run her raw or should we throw some plastic on here? He did. Well, he threw some paddle tails, some swim tails in there. And those look like they're perch. Again, perch color, which is a good bait fish in here. Trailer tail. Trailer would add eye appeal. And this would match. There's a lot of yellow perch in here. I think we'll do this. That's what we're gonna do. Triple willow leaf with a perch tail.
See if I can get this guy on there. Alrighty, that looks like fire there. Would look nice with a grub trailer or those paddle tails even. Yeah, this is again another gift from the package here. We're gonna throw her on there. Also included. We'll quickly go through these. We'll debut them as we try them out. But we have red and white. Again, a triple willow leaf. Another spinner here. Very pretty. I like the colors on these. And then we have this one's silver willow leaf. Again, triple. This one's purple and red. So we got a third spinner. Let's go get it in the water. All right. Yeah, we'll show you these other two. These other two are really cool, actually. They're a different style. They're not a spinner. These are chatterbaits, actually. Let's show these real quick. Man, I like the paint on these. So we have some hand-tied chatterbaits here, black and white, with a painted black and white paddle on it. And same thing here, chatterbait. This one is chartreuse, red, purple. Oh, I like the eyeballs. They got shiny eyes on them. These look sick as fuck, dude. Let's catch a fish with them. I think these, maybe we should have started the day with these. Shit. All right, we're gonna leave this guy on. We're gonna swap out the flicker shad over here that has done absolutely nothing for us. But Crappie Man, they look absolutely excellent. Thank you so much for the goodie bag there. Let's see if we can catch a pike off of them. First time painting blades. They turned out sweet. They do look really nice. Doesn't really do them justice not taking them out of the bag, but let's get one on the line here. And oh man, I completely did not even have when I took the water wolf off, I forgot to put a freaking leader back on here. Kind of good thing we didn't hook up on this line, eh? Let's get a leader on this guy. Yeah, they look really good, Crappie Man. I'm gonna throw this steel leader back on here so the pike don't bite it off. And we're fishing a little bit shallow right now to throw the camera on, but we will make it a point before the end of the stream that we get some footage underwater of these guys. All right, so we're gonna run these. We're gonna start out with 2 colors out, and we'll progressively go further and further out if we're not getting any action. Wait till I buy that $400 mold. Watch streams as well. Bottle of water, welcome, welcome. Wire harness, 6 inches. Wire harness, 6 inches. Oh, that was the one you were showing on your stream. Yeah, those look really cool. Fox, how's it going, man? I almost forgot about the stream. How much have I missed? James, we've been live since 6 a.m. We've only landed 2 pikes so far, and we accidentally just literally ripped the lip off of pike number 3.
So we have a souvenir for one of our lucky channel goers here. The bite's been a bit slow today, but they have significantly dropped the water levels in here, just like they did at Willow Creek that we streamed from on Friday. So that is absolutely, I think, impacting the bite here. We're still catching fish though, and we just threw Crappy Man Jigs spinner on the line here, which looks real nice, and I think we're probably gonna hook up on something on that one. The big swim baits will be next level. Yeah, being able to make bigger swim baits like that should be interesting. It's a pretty pricey investment, but if you can make them, those things sell. The price those things sell for, if you can get people to buy them, I think should pretty quickly return your investment, and then anything after that is profit for you. I want to come to you. Please give me visa, please. Shoot. Yeah, I'm not able to issue visas, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd probably let a whole bunch of people into this country. But you can always, I think America's usually pretty lenient about giving people travel visas and work visas. There are lots of different ways to get into the country legally. Oh my God. I think I'd probably be better with a Leatherman at this point. Even a frickin' razor blade just to split it open. These split ring pliers, they suck. Let me see. I gotta have something better in here that I can use. Matt Erickson, how big the pike? Unfortunately, neither of them were very big. Still nice pike, but they were both about 23 inches and 3 to 4 pounds. Really pretty pike, but not the ones we're after. We're looking for some a little bit bigger than that. We welcome international tourism. Heck yeah. America is a nice country to visit. It's especially for a lot of different cultures. I think it's good to get tourism here. Ashu, I don't understand it. We only speak English. I only speak English. Ergel bought the 1.6 epic bait molds redacted. That's why I caught the biggest crappie on today. Monkey milk. Did the pike's jaw get dismembered, or only the trawling speed? Yeah, it got on the line. I picked up the pole. We made a few cranks. I leaned back to turn the steering wheel, and it was gone. It did a head shake and pulled its own lip off. I mean, we're only trolling at 2.8 miles an hour. It's not even a fast troll, but yeah, it literally did a head shake and left its lip on the hook. I want to do the work you are doing. Oh, we're just out playing right now. We're not working. The work I do is cybersecurity, web development, consulting. By the size of the jaw, you saw it would have been the best. I mean, this is just a fragment of a jaw. It felt bigger than the other two we pulled in. But no, that's just a fragment of the jaw. I can't really tell how big it was just from a piece of the jaw. I would say it absolutely felt bigger than the other two, though. When you're trolling, it can be deceiving, though. You get, I mean, you got tension on them from, just the speed you're trolling at. They're fighting against it. Fish feel bigger than they tend to be when you're trolling.
It's not until they surface that you really get any real idea of what you got on the end of the line. You're learning C# and Java. Okay. Yeah, I learned both of those in college, and you'll find that once you get into the job market that nobody uses C# or Java anymore other than legacy codes, which there's still a surprising amount of left over in the wild. But very little new development is done in C# or Java these days. There's so many more modern, robust, and secure languages. But stuff like that, there is still work available for it, because there's a lot of legacy systems that due to cost and complexity, the life cycles on them just get extended and extended and extended. Redacted, wake up on fishing day is tough. Yeah. That's why oftentimes when especially on a trip like this where I'm, going out of town taking the boat, I usually don't sleep. And last night I did, so I've been up for a day and a half now. And we're going to be streaming until probably sometime between 10 p.m. tonight, maybe midnight. We might fish from the dock for a while after we put the boat in. We had a 13-incher when I got there already. That's a nice fish. Reality or imagination, welcome to the stream. Katrina, where the pike you caught big. 23 inches, 3 to 4 pounds. I heard if you learn one language, you can transfer to other languages. Yeah, see that's why they start you out with C, C++, C#, Java. They're older languages, but a lot of newer languages are modeled after a lot of the same coding principles. You'll learn object-oriented programming, high level, low level. You basically you learn the fundamentals of how software works, how programming works, which does lend itself to more quickly picking up other languages. But those two, I honestly, I wish they would teach people more modern languages that are more usable in the real world. I mean, if you took a JavaScript course, a CSS course, maybe PHP or something that websites or web apps are built in, maybe even a Python course, or learning some bash scripting, things along those lines, things that are actually going to be used day to day. That's what I wish they would get into the curriculum, instead of teaching ancient languages as your first introduction to coding. That's good though. It's a wonderful line of work to get into if you enjoy it. If you're the type of person that you like math, you like problem solving, you like puzzles, I mean, you're perfectly okay with bashing your head against a keyboard for hours on end trying to troubleshoot and fix bugs. It's fun, it's rewarding, it could pay really, really well. But if you don't actually enjoy it, bail. It's tedious, and if you don't actually enjoy it, the tedium of it will drive you absolutely crazy, and you will hate your job and the life that goes along with it. Hey, I gotta go grocery shopping when Mary wakes up. She was awake from when I got out. Like, why you let me sleep? Gotta grab some steaks and maybe some shrimp. Oh man, that sounds like such a good dinner. What's a pike's lip? It's literally the pike tore its lip off on the hook, and we have a part of it. You're like me, we use technology every day, but we really enjoy completely unplugging and getting back to nature. Yeah, I absolutely. I spend so much time, I mean, that's my job. I sit on my ass in front of a computer all day, every day. And after doing it for, 2 decades, 2+ decades, I still enjoy it, but I
relish in the moment that I can get away from it and forget about all of it and just relax. Would crack them and sell the rare names for cash. I used to make password crackers for Yahoo accounts with Visual Basics a long time ago. Yeah, they're just like domains. I mean, handles and tags and emails can have value if, you know, there's good keywords, if they're short, if they're memorable. Rider reels, what boat do you have? It's a 16-foot aluminum flat-bottom John boat. It's made by Weldtech. It's the Landau series. It's about a 20-year-old boat. It's a beat-up old flat-bottom welded John. Nice little boat. It gets me around. He literally reeled in. Yeah, we had it on the line. I was just holding it. I wasn't even yanking on it. I turned back to correct the steering wheel, and it shook and was gone. And I was like, "Oh, damn it!" And I reeled it in, and we literally had a pike clip left on there. Caught 6 rainbow. Cooking one now. Hope it tastes good. Yeah, a lot of people love rainbow, and I still can't even get the first goddamn hook on here. These things are driving me crazy. I'm not a big fan of rainbow. I tend to feel like rainbow is has a more gamey taste than a lot of other fish. A lot of people like it though. I think I'm just picky. So don't take my word for it. Most people thoroughly enjoy pike, or excuse me, trout. Memberships, it's $1 to join. Yeah, we opened up the memberships for the channel. You can be part of the Rod Squad for 99 cents. It doesn't get you anything besides the fancy little blue icon next to your name, which really isn't that fancy either. But you're more than welcome to join. We'd love to have you. All proceeds from the donations from the channel memberships, the super chats. I'm just looking at that again. That's $37.03 that has been donated today from super chats and stickers, and that's crazy. We will have. Seems like y'all are gonna cover the Starlink, and that's awesome. What are the green names? So that's again the blue symbol means that they're a member of the Rod Squad. The green name also means they're a member of the Rod Squad. So if you're not a mod and you're just a member, your name turns green. If you're a mod, your name stays blue, but you get the little star next to it. Yes, they're members who aren't mods. That was a much more succinct way of saying it. Thank you. Do that split ring and hook at home in a vise. Funny thing watching it not. It's not funny, man. I'm over here like, yeah, I should. I wanted to throw this on though. This would be a good lure. I meant to do it before we took it out, but you're right. I don't know why I'm dicking with it here with my crappy pliers. Waste of time. And we have a stowaway treble floating around somewhere in here that I'm gonna find in a very not fun way, I'm sure. But yes, thank you, Bill, for telling me to stop being a jackass and put them away. It ain't happening. We're not getting a split ring on there. We did get the old ones off at least, though, so that's progress. Let's clean up here a little bit. I hate having a messy boat, trip over shit. We do have a couple of other lures very similar to that we could try. But all right. Rogue treble. Yeah, with the first one I took out of the package, I was trying to get it on and I dropped it, and I'm gonna find it though. And I suspect it's not gonna be pleasant. That's what I'm looking for right now. I'm trying to find the damn treble hook. I don't want to. I really don't want to find it when I'm not using my eyeballs. Ah, man. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Isn't that the lure you caught? Yeah, we were trying to put her into action here. I keep hearing it scream from the tackle box over there, "Coach, put me in! Put me in, coach!" And it would be perfect for here. The pike or, you know, similar looking lures like that, especially in stickbait form, have been doing well here for me. I don't know, I still kind of want to run the goldfish. What do y'all think about the super shad wrap goldfish? Think pike like goldfish? I bet you they've never seen a goldfish before. How long have you been live streaming? Today or in general? If you're just asking in general, the channel, we started live streaming about 6 weeks ago. Rough Rider, how do I join the Rod Squad? So if there's a couple of different ways to do it. If you're on a computer, the easiest way to do it is to just go to my channel, and after my channel, type /join, and it'll bring you right to the join page. If you're on mobile, you can open up, you know, the little bar that you can type in, and you'll be on, you know, youtube.com /wannaseemyrod, and then you just type /join after it. Or you can go to my profile and click on my profile. There should be a join button right next to the subscribe button. Another way you can do it, if you go to my community page and find not the post from this morning, but the post from yesterday where I announced that we became a YouTube partner and the channel membership is open, there's a link in there that you can click on to open it. There's probably other ways to do it. Again, it's brand new for me, but those are the different ways that I could guide you to right now. If you're on iPhone, go through Google Chrome to his channel, switch to see a desktop and click join. Okay. Next to the chat bar, you type is $1. Tap that, it brings up the option for super chats and membership. Oh, there you go. That's a much easier way. Yeah, there's a little $sign icon. Hit that, and it's going to give you the option to either send a super chat or a super sticker, or there's a membership link in there. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, SoCal. Redacted Rough Rider. Yeah, I know that people have said that on iPhone it's weird, it's tricky, but I'm pretty sure what SoCal just described there should work on any platform. Want to hear that drag scream? Heck yeah, we're still waiting. I'm looking for another pikey lure in my box of. So there's a pike, but that one's a floating. Was that an F6, an F9? That one's a little too small. A little too small and dainty. We need one a little bit bigger than that. You know what? We don't need that either. Let's do this. Let's why don't we throw on a second Crappy Man jig as well? Lots of flash on that. But yeah, the goldfish is super flashy. Looks good. They'd probably eat it. It's a little big, though. We are after a monster here. I think you should move the Crappy Man to the rod that's on the camera. We could do that as well. Rough Rider, I found it, brother. I'll pay when I get off work, brother. I sure do appreciate a lot. Love the videos. Oh, thanks, Rough Rider. Again, no pressure, no obligation to join. If you want, there's no benefit to it for you. That we don't offer any real perks on the channel other than, again, being able to watch the stream in close 4K from the middle of nowhere. We're streaming with Starlink. That's what all the channel memberships and donations are gonna go towards, is paying for $165 a month that Starlink charges for their unlimited plan. Would love to fish with you one day. Yeah, I would love that too. One of these days we'll do something like that. Crappy Man, 5 new memberships he just gifted. Crappy Man, you are generous today, my friend. Thank you. And to Van Morrison, Kimmy Forever, Adventure Awaits, OG, and Julie Crotchet's Things. Y'all have been gifted memberships to the Rod Squad by Crappy Man Jigs. Give him a thumbs up. That was very generous of you. Thank you, bud. I mean, fish. What good fish for catching? What good food for catching fish? You're asking what is a good bait for catching fish? Worms, bread balls, corn. There's so many different things that fish will bite on. Hot dog, string cheese, sausage. People keep telling me, and I've not yet tried it, bacon. I really need to try bacon. Although I think if I put bacon on the end of the hook, it would make me a little sad because I'd prefer to put it in my own mouth. Hey Julie, how you doing today, Julie Crutches Things? Howling Baits, how's it going today? We're doing awesome, Howling Baits. How you doing, buddy? Big fish eat big baits. Just saying, Bill M, yeah, that is the motto. Where's the biggest fish you ever caught, when, where? The biggest Northern Pike I've ever caught was a 22.5 pound, 42 inch out of the Missouri River, right outside of Great Falls, Montana. That's the biggest one that I've landed, measured, got pictures of. I've had fish twice that size on the end of my line. Last year we had I estimate it was probably a 50 pound carp that we had pulled into the bank. It simply would not fit in my net. Hence, that is why I now own this behemoth, is because the carp would not fit in my old net. We bought this explicitly to catch that carp because it would be a Montana state record if I can get her on the line again. Was at the dock behind Wandsworth on Sun, no action on the dock behind Wandsworth. Oh, the boat launch on behind Wandsworth-ish. Yeah, I've seen a couple of people catch them there. That spot is fairly snaggy. I've pulled a pike out of there one time, but I've fished the crap out of that spot and I've only ever caught a pike one time. But my God, man, you are everywhere today. You should have came fishing. I know you said you got to do some painting, but good God. Oh, we're doing wonderful, Julie. I appreciate that. You should put a command in Nightbot for the big fish question. I should. That's one that I repeat often. Same thing with the ugly stick rod. I can guarantee you half the people that are in this chat today could probably tell you what fishing pole I like to fish with. They could tell you how long it is, what the action is on it, what reel I pair it with. That question gets asked so often. Rider Reel, shout out to Rider Reels there. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? But yeah, good point there. Let's switch over. Crappy Man Jigs rod is going to, chatterbait is going to come over to the pole in view here. Just easy cheesy. There we go. And then let's get this guy back out in the water. Since this is the one that's caught us both the fish, we should keep this one in the water. Reel and Rifle Adventure, welcome to the stream. What's up, everybody? Oh, we're just chilling, catching some fish, buddy. Got a walleye last night, and the hoodie got one right after doubling up. Heck yeah. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've caught a nice walleye. 1040, heck yeah. Doesn't look like you're in danger of falling back under the 1K mark. I know that was a struggle for a bit. All right, we'll rig back up. I'm still really nervous about this missing hook, guys. I know I'm gonna find it in a terrible, terrible way. Some of the commands are opened up for non-moderators. The link is not, and the stats is not. Those are two test commands that I've been playing with. You can do the weather command. You can do the weather command. I think there's one other one. I don't have a whole lot of functionality yet on Nightbot. It looks very pretty out there. Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. The view this way is better though. We're coming up. This is the Rocky Mountain front there. We're just at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. That's actually the Continental Divide is what you're looking at. It's one of the highest points in the United States. Very pretty though. I don't have any pike baits yet. My 2 crankbaits should be working. I've tried chatterbaits, 2, no luck. Gonna head home and get to work. It sucks you didn't get them today, but stick at it, keep at it. One of these days I'll come fishing with you. I got a whole bunch of crankbaits, a few things that you could try that might work a little better than what you're trying. Yeah, it's a gorgeous view here though. The Rocky Mountain front is one of my favorite places in Montana. There's so many lakes and reservoirs up, in the foothills of it and up in the Rocky Mountains. We're up at the top of the world over here. Chase, we really don't care what way you swing. Nope, we really don't. Joe Chan said hi, welcome to the stream. Flash, I'm gonna buy some new ones soon. What baits work best from shore here? Yeah, that White Bandit 100 with the pearl eye, I would 100% suggest you get it. I have caught more pike off of that one single lure in the last 2 years than probably every other lure in my tackle box combined. See, y'all keep saying Rod always fishes in postcard photo. Yeah. I keep trying to tell you guys it's all CGI, smoke and mirrors. We're actually in my backyard right now. And this is just all smoke and mirrors. You see a lot of bears. From time to time, there are, we have grizzly bears, we have black bears, brown bears. This time of the year, you don't see a whole lot of them. In the springtime is when it gets kind of sketchy, when they're coming out of hibernation and they're grumpy and very hungry and mean. Grasshopper swim bait are amazing. Yeah, so that's the. This would be another one. Rebel Craw. Again, it's another shallow diving crankbait. This one I think dives a little bit deeper than the Bandit 100. These things are good not just for pike, but for a myriad of other fish. Great crank to have in your collection. And we did last week's stream that we did from the Missouri River. That's what we caught the pike off of. Working a few different size lures to send your way with a shirt. Oh, Howlin' Baits, I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, you want to send something over, we can try them out on a stream. We'll toss them on, one of the underwater cameras. And why won't it zoom back out? We're still zoomed, I feel like. Hold on. Let me switch, unzoom, and then switch. Nope, that still didn't help. Why is that rod no longer in the camera? What happened? I didn't move the camera, did I? It's a green screen, and Miyazaki's just off camera rocking the boat for the effect, right? Every once in a while, she takes a swig of water and spits it in my direction, you know. Makes it look like the waves are crashing in. Crappy Man Jigs. Oh, he hit the stats button. What do we got here? 29,000 on the dot he's got. Good God. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. You're so close to that 30K mark. Views, 7,290,102. Good. You almost have 7.5 milli. You put in the work for that, though. I know you've been streaming for a good amount of time. You get free baits, they get free advertising. Great. It is. I mean, yeah, I'm happy to throw some stuff, especially if it catches me some fish. And these Crappy Man spinners, that they look super pikey. I would be really surprised if we don't end up catching at least one pike off this guy. I'm only 28K behind, right? Oh, it's not updated yet? Yeah, so it pulls it from the API, and it's one of those things like, you know how you go to the analytics and it'll show you in one view like the most recent. You click on earn, it shows you like 5 days ago. The YouTube data API that I'm pulling that from seems like it pulls from, it's not like the most current, but it's also not the same statistics as the earn page. Like it's somewhere in between. It's not super old though. I want to say, you know, it just hasn't been updated in maybe the last hour or something like that. River Bounty Outdoors said hi. Welcome to the stream, River Bounty. Captain Angler here from Meghalaya, India. Please do follow. Welcome to the stream, Captain Angler. Katrina, were the pike you caught any big? Katrina, they were 23 inches and 3 to 4 pounds. I deleted around 2 million views. Yeah, I did see. I didn't see the whole history of it, but we chatted about that briefly before the couple of the ton of views that you ended up nuking and why. Vic Morrison, welcome. How you doing, Vic? The Warrior, you a kid? No, I'm 76. Slightly older than a child. Sorry, Warrior, we're not at your house, so that won't happen. Well, why? Nasty bro. I didn't even see what he said. At this point, I don't think I even care. Best of YouTube. No, I think Crappy Man's got me on that one. 154 likes. Let's go. That's awesome. I'm having a fun stream. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. If nothing else, these views are absolutely amazing. Hoping we can get into some more fish here. Again, the dead heat of the day. I mean, we're what is it, 12:38. The sun is almost in the center of the sky. Usually this is when the bite kind of keels out here. It's not great. We will still keep trying. I think we can still catch some fish. But I anticipate the bite probably will start picking back up, 6 p.m. or so, 5, 6. He asked you to poop for $100. Oh, good Lord. I don't know, some people, I think some people just ate a little bit too much lead paint as a child or something like that. You never know. As soon as I go do something, you'll catch fly. You're stuck here, man. I don't know what to tell you. We're trying. You could come back later, though. Again, I'm gonna throw. We're in fairly shallow water right now, which is why I don't have the lure camera on. When we go out into slightly deeper water, I'll throw the lure camera on. We'll at least get you some footage of them moving in the water, and almost certainly lots of things coming to check them out. I'd love to get a catch on cam for you though. especially while you're here to witness it. That'd be even better. Are you trolling or the current just that strong with the wind? We're trolling. The wind has picked up. I don't know what it is right now. It feels like it's probably 8 to 10 miles per hour. So it's a little bouncy, but we're trolling right now at about 2.7, 2.8 miles an hour. We just use the jet at the back to troll with. I could upload it on the website under spinners. Yeah, no, if we get. In fact, that would be really good to do for a lot of your different lures. Just, you know, some kind of like, I saw on your channel the one day that you had a little like fish tank that you were trying to show, you know, the action of your jigs, which is good. People like to see what they look like underwater. So yeah, I mean, we could just the footage alone, just of it moving in the water would be helpful for customers looking at it, but I think they'd much prefer seeing things looking at it and things biting at it. But again, I do come up here all the time, and I'm constantly fishing for pike in rivers as well. We'll get you some footage. We'll get you some pike caught on those. Those are definitely. I mean, I have a small collection of other spinners that I have for muskie and pike, and these look to be of superior quality. And again, the triple blade on it gets expensive on a lot of the name brand ones. The more blades you add, you're adding frickin', you know, 10 bucks, 15 bucks every time you add another blade to it. They're just absurd. Menthol is so good with beer. Yeah, I don't normally bring, if I'm on somebody else's boat, I will definitely drink a few beers. But if I'm driving the truck, driving the boat, I don't like to drink. You have a P.O. box listed somewhere. Hammy, I don't. I live right next to a post office. I should just pick up a cheap P.O. box. So I don't have to give y'all stalkers my home address. But no, I don't currently. If you do want to discuss something, feel free to make a post on my community page, or if you want to discuss something in private, you can shoot an email to me at wannaseemyrod@gmail.com. So the same as my channel name here, wannaseemyrod@gmail.com. Don't buy spinners unless you buy them from Crappy Man Jigs. Yeah, I don't think I'll be buying any from anywhere else. All the stuff that I'm seeing come off your channel is, of equal or superior quality to most of the stuff you're gonna get in the tackle shops. And what I like about it more so is that, I'm supporting we would be supporting a business instead of a megalithic company. Small businesses are important for this country. It's what keeps this country alive. And I'd much rather have people sending their money that way than towards, these big multinational corporations that they don't need the money. Yeah, I don't drink very often either, but chilling out in the sun on a boat, having a few beers is enjoyable. Just Google crappymanjigs.com. Yeah, or you can just Google it. He's got all sorts of fun stuff on there. But if you want to see some of the other stuff that he makes, I don't think he has everything on his site. Tune into his channel. Go hop over and give him a sub. He streams anywhere from 1 to 3 times a day usually, and often is streaming making jigs, making spinner baits, tying fly. He does the whole gauntlet, and it's really interesting to watch. His stuff is okay, I guess. Redacted's like, yeah, it's adequate. He's one of those customers that's gonna leave you a 4-star Yelp review because a bird shit on the package while it was sitting on your porch. What are you drinking? Oh, we're just cranberry grape juice right now. When I'm not drinking Mountain Dew, I like fruit juices. Chandrika, hello from Trinidad. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day over there in Trinidad. Rough Rider, healthy, right on, man. Yeah, it's most people drink water. I don't. I will drink a bottle of water occasionally, like if there just happens to be an ice cold one in the fridge, which is almost never, because Mia and the kiddo go through water like there's no tomorrow. But most of the time, I drink Mountain Dew. I drink way too much Mountain Dew. I always joke that, well, Mountain Dew's got water in it, but I know it's terrible for you. But yeah, I consume an unhealthy amount of Mountain Dew. So I like to at least mix it up a little bit every once in a while and drink some juice. At this point, I should just buy into CMJ. I don't know, he might be interested in some investors. You never know. Do you know who Dr. Mike is? I'm not familiar with who that is, Anthony. Is that what it is? Ouch. 25 bucks to ship to Australia? Good God. Yeah, the overseas shipping, I would imagine, gets cost prohibitive for a lot of things. Unless you're buying, you know, bulk, it's hard to choke an extra 25 bucks on top of drink water, man. Yeah, I really should. I mix it up with some Sunny D every now and then. Sweet tea's your water. Oh yeah? I like coffee, I like tea. You know, even just like a sun tea, you know, you put the tea bags and throw the shit out in the sun to boil. I don't know, I like, I guess, the bitterness of the teas. The sweet tea, maybe when I was a kid I would like the sweet tea, but I don't like that stuff anymore. It's too, and I say this as I drink a gallon of Mountain Dew every day. Sweet tea is too sweet for me. But the water mixed, you know, with a pound of sugar and whatever the hell else they put in Mountain Dew apparently isn't. You've been to the Caribbean before. Good fishing down there. I never have, Chandrika. I would love to, though. Sunny D. It's a southern thing. All right. $1.70 to send a letter to Australia. It costs $1.70 to send a letter anywhere in the United States. I think that's about what the cost of a single stamp is now. Maybe it's not quite that high, but it's ridiculous. The last time I bought a stamp that I remembered buying a stamp, because I had to buy one recently, but previous to that, I think the forever stamps were like 32 cents. That's what I remember a stamp costing. And I had to send something to the city the other day. Something about the tax assessment on my property. And I went to the post office and bought one stamp. And I could not believe how much a single fucking stamp costs now. I got a bunch of fishing stamps when it was 15 bucks. Yeah, back in the day, people were joking that, oh God, you should cash in your 401k and just buy postage stamps. These forever stamps are going to be a gold mine someday. And it's like, that sounds like a really bad investment idea. And now, like a decade later, I'm thinking, God damn, how much would you know, $100,000, a couple $100,000 of forever stamps be worth if I bought them 10 years ago? 32p, you going back in time. That's the last time I needed a stamp for something, man. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago. I don't know, maybe a decade, but not that long ago. Stamps, gold, and silver top things to invest in. Yeah. Now I want the Bitcoin route. It worked out pretty well. I invested in Bitcoin well, in Bitcoin mining between 2013 and 2015. So that's my gold, my silver, my stamps. I was one of the few that got into Bitcoin when nobody knew what the hell Bitcoin was. 78 cents. Yeah, it's well over double what it cost me the last time I bought a stamp. I'm pretty sure I gave the lady at the post office a dirty look when she told me 78 cents, and it was literally just a look of disbelief and confusion coming from my end. 78 cents, but I think she took it personal. Did good with Bitcoin. Yeah, I made out pretty well with Bitcoin. About thinking buying gold, it's buying it at spot though. Well, I mean, that's the thing about so many things like gold. I mean, you buy it at spot, you're never really going to get a good deal on it unless you're stealing it from somebody. You buy it at spot with the understanding that the trajectory historically has been basically up, and you hold it and let it go up. We really need to get another fish. This is a bit slow. I bought Bitcoin when it was new, then my stupid ass sold it when it hit 100. Well, yeah, I mean, when I got into it, when I first started mining, it was, worth a fraction of a penny. I started mining, just on my laptop at home. I was printing magic internet money. And I was able to successfully solo mine. But no, I take that back. I wasn't solo mining. There was a small group, a mining pool that I had joined. But we were solving blocks, as a small pool of people mining with their laptops, and I ended up mining like 10 of them in the pool using my laptop. The first like 6 months or a year that I ran the Bitcoin miner on my laptop. And then I shoved the USB stick in a drawer and didn't look at it for another year, almost 2 years. It wasn't until I heard headlines that Bitcoin price had rose to $1,000. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. $1,000 a piece? I have some of them. And so I went digging through my junk drawer and pulled out my thumb drive and loaded her up and synced the blockchain, and yep, I had 10 Bitcoin. And I sold them immediately. And I spent that 10 grand on more mining gear. I bought $10,000 worth of GPUs and started a small Bitcoin mining farm in my garage, which didn't work out real well because GPU mining takes a shitload of electricity. I ended up having to run extension cords to various different places around my house because I was flipping the breakers all the time because it was consuming so much electricity. The value has skyrocketed. It's an anomalous trend based upon gold's history. Yeah. Now, I mean, with that, those coins that were worth a fraction of a cent that then went to $1,000, I proceeded to mine more at home. Then I got two investors at work, and proceeded to mine a bunch more with ASICs. I was really heavily into Bitcoin mining for the first about 5 years. I haven't mined in a long time, but I do still have a significant portion of the Bitcoin that I mined, which is my retirement, or a large portion of my retirement. No, not 80K. They're up to 120. The all-time high was 125-ish, and it's still sitting around 118, 120. Skipjack Cindy, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Colby, welcome. How's everybody doing today? I've been up. Whoa, good God, there comes the wind again. Trying to break my my Milwaukee case there. You the reason I couldn't get a new GPU. Oh, good God, yeah, you couldn't. Within a year of me setting up all the GPU rigs, you could barely get a new GPU. Period. But you could not get one, at least not at retail price. You get them like people buy up all the Xboxes and sell them for 5 times what retail is. That's what everybody was doing with the GPUs. So yeah, me and everybody like me were the reason that it was so hard to get GPUs. How's that spinnerbait running? It looked absolutely fantastic when I was putting her down in the water. We haven't had any action on either of the rods though. We're running in, I've been going back and forth between anywhere from 18 to 25 foot. Anything shallower than that, and I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, I've thankfully I have not caved and sold. There have been so many times that I wanted to. I did sell another chunk, so I sold some at 1,000 and some at 20,000. The first time it hit 20K, I sold enough that I basically told myself that I've made enough from this one sale that it doesn't matter if the value of all of the rest of them go to zero. I still won. I spent a few years as a hobby dicking around mining these things, and it paid for my house. So it bought a house cash, you know. And then I did sell recently. I sold a little bit more when it hit 100K. I bought a tractor. And then I sold a little bit more when it hit $111,111.11. 111111111. I sold a little bit more and bought a lawnmower attachment for my tractor and a rototiller attachment for my tractor. But yeah, so I've sold a little bit here and there to spoil myself with some things. What's your speed? 2.8, 2.9 miles an hour. Yeah, no, the two people, it kills me, it drives me nuts. So the investors that I had, they're basically the CEO and the CTO of the company that I work for. I was always blabbing on about how I was mining in my garage and how hot it was and how much electricity it used and how much, you know, how much I was able to mine from those rigs. And they basically asked if they invested some money, could I set something up like that at the office so they could basically use it as a, you know, a focal point. They're bringing clients through. We're a tech company. We're cutting edge, and we're mining Bitcoin right in the office here. So that's basically what I did. Is I took an investment from them. They threw down 50 grand. I'm like, y'all are crazy, but yeah, I mean, I'll take that. We'll set up a nice farm here in the office. By that time, they had developed ASICs, which are integrated circuits specialized for mining Bitcoin on the SHA on the protocol. And bought a whole rack. We had 10 ASICs running there and ran them for about 2 years in the office. Anyway, long story short, we had a 3-way split at the end of it. They immediately sold their portions of it, which I begged them not to, which basically paid them back their 50 grand. They made a little bit of profit off of it. And I begged them not to sell it. And again, this was like 2017. And again, the price at that time, I think we were up to like somewhere between 3 and 5 grand on Bitcoin. And yeah, they sold for pennies, and I still have practically all of them. What tractor did you get? I bought a Coyote CK. Oh, what the hell is it? Oh, I forget the exact model. It's a nice sized tractor. It's a 35 horsepower. Not super huge. I mean, I only have a couple acres. I bought it to mow my damn lawn with and to dig holes, flatten some gopher holes out, and I never trusted it. I wish I had. Yeah, it's one of those things that all throughout the time I was mining it and telling people about it, everybody and their brother's like, should I buy some of that? And it's like, you know, I tell them all the same thing. Like, I can't tell you what to do with your money. I'm telling you that, you know, I have this many of them and it's worth this much. And I feel like in the next 10 years, it's going to be worth exponentially more. I'm going to do whatever I can to not sell any of it. If you have money that if I were to take it out of your hand and set it on fire right now, you wouldn't punch me in the mouth or cry. Like, if that is okay with you, then yes, buy Bitcoin. You'll probably do real well. But if I were to snatch that out of your hand right now and set it on fire, and if you punched me in the mouth or got sad about it, then no, don't spend your money on it, because nobody knows where it's gonna go. And yeah, it just keeps going higher and higher and higher. Every time I hear, you know, the estimation for what they think it's gonna be worth in a year, 3 years, 5 years, you know, it just sounds outlandish. When they said $100,000, everybody's like, you gotta be out of your fucking mind. We've exceeded that. You know, now people are like, well, it's probably gonna go to about $1 million. And it's like, that, you're batshit crazy, but I mean, even at $1 million, the market cap of Bitcoin is still not too large to make sense. But there are, you know, Wall Street guys that are, you know, in way more savvy about investments than me and a lot of other people that are investing billions and billions of dollars with the sheer belief that it's going to go up to not just $1 million, but maybe 2, maybe 5. So I don't know. What was Bitcoin made for? It was meant to be a decentralized currency. I mean, we have, every country has their own arbitrary currency systems, and we try to mix and match and trade them back and forth with each other, which gets really, really confusing. And then ultimately the governments control that money. I mean, the American government, anytime we run a deficit on something, we need money for something, we go to the Fed and they just print more money. You know, so the dollar you have in your hand is worth less and less every day. It's not, there's no scarcity to it. Ever since we moved off of, you know, the gold standard, the silver standard, our money's literally worth the money that, or the paper that it's printed on. That's it. So Bitcoin and blockchain technology was meant to decentralize money. So no one government, no one central authority could ever control the monetary system again. It was meant to make money, transactions, not necessarily money, make it confidential, that again, banks couldn't come in and seize your assets because you happen to miss paying a tax payment or something like that. They couldn't track who you're sending money to, who you're receiving money from. It's basically decoupling the monetary system from our governments and giving it back to the people. And I don't think Bitcoin will ever actually be used for that, not Bitcoin in its current iteration. What really the value of Bitcoin is the blockchain technology, the decentralized databases that it's built off of. Whereas again, most things most of our technologies these days, you know, data is stored in one place. You might have duplicate copies of it as backup. You know, a fire burns your house down, the original's lost. An earthquake happens, the data center where you have your backup is toast. You know, the data's gone. A decentralized database, you don't just have one copy of it, a couple of backups. You have thousands, millions of copies of it. Everybody that's running the miner that's processing the transactions has a copy of that database. So it makes database systems much more robust, much more reliable. Tampering with them becomes much more complicated and unlikely to do. So again, somebody hacks into a bank and flips a few digits around and a dollar turns into $10 million, nobody's the wiser. Well, that happens because it's stored in one central location. Where that data is updated is the source that's trusted. Decentralized databases don't work that way. You can't just update your copy of it. Everybody else is going to say, well, my ledger doesn't say the same thing as yours. What does yours say? Well, my ledger says the same thing as yours, which doesn't say the same thing as yours. You can tell by proxy that data is stale or corrupt or just inaccurate based upon everybody else's copy of the ledger. And that's truly where the value, I think, of Bitcoin is, and why the original Bitcoin is the only one really that is worthwhile. Because almost all the rest, they're just copies of copies and copies and copies. Most of them do nothing unique, nothing interesting. You do have some coins. Ethereum allows you to execute, code within the blockchain. Various different things like that, but most of them are not really all that useful in real world scenarios. But anyways, I'm babbling here. Y'all probably don't give a shit about Bitcoin in reality. People have cooked their fortunes on. Oh yeah, no, that's just it. That's one of the things where I've been with. I mean, I wasn't in Bitcoin the first 2 years that it was a thing. Almost nobody was. It was, super underground. But after 3-4 years, it started making the rounds. I heard about it because I'm a nerd and I ran the SETI client, Search for Extraterrestrial Existence. It's a NASA project. They collect all this data from satellites constantly, and they don't have the processing power to go through it all and see if there's anything interesting in it. So there used to be a SETI client, which is kind of like the Bitcoin client. You ran it on your computer. It ran when you weren't using it. It was kind of like a screensaver. And NASA would literally send data to you. Your SETI client would process that data, spit it back up to NASA, and then they'd send you another chunk. So you're basically just helping NASA search for aliens. And I was a nerd. I ran that for years, and it came around in the SETI forums about this new Bitcoin thing, and that's what got me into it. Sam Park, welcome to the stream. Loss inflation is my biggest fear. Yeah, investing is tough. That's just one of those things. It paid off for me because I'm a nerd, and I was more interested in the technology. What was blockchain? How the hell did this distributed ledger thing work? How was pooled mining work? I got into it because I enjoyed the technology. And somebody told me I could make these magic internet monies instead of searching for aliens. I'm like, sign me up. I'll take all the magic internet monies. It's interesting, but I don't think putting 5 on it's going to help. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I still think, again, you invest $1 in Bitcoin today, the likelihood that it's going to be worth more than $1 next year than less than $1 is pretty high. It's been on a pretty steady upward trajectory. There are so many, I mean, all of the big investment firms, big companies, everybody wants to hold Bitcoin on their balance sheets now. It still may at some point in time go straight back into the toilet. Somebody may find a critical flaw in, the Bitcoin core technology. Quantum computing may get strong enough that they're able to break the encryption of SHA-2. But the likelihood is for the next few years at least, probably 5, I think it's just going to keep climbing. But again, do not take investment advice from me. I would never tell you to put $1 in it. I'll tell you that I have a substantial amount of money in Bitcoin still, and it's because I've just never sold it. And hopefully I never will have to. I would love to be able to hold on to it and for it to just keep climbing in price, and just to be able to do what the rich do. They leverage assets like that and they just take loans out against it. That way you keep your original asset, it keeps climbing in value, you pay a little bit of interest, and you pay back your loan. That's why I still work. I don't want to sell my Bitcoin. Even though I could, and I could retire today and never have to worry about money for the rest of my life, it's all wealth on paper. It's magic internet monies. It's not worth anything until I sell it. Why would I cash in? I mean, I have a good job. I make plenty of money. I make enough to support my habits, my lifestyles, my hobbies, my house, you know, bought and paid for. There's no reason for me to sell it, especially if I believe that it's going to keep going up in value. I'd love for that rod to bend me too, Travis. If I can shut up about Bitcoin, we need to be talking about fish here, not magic internet monies. Should have done it back when my mind worked, when I was doing tech stuff still. Computer electronics degree, not worth anything now. Yeah, it's one of those things. I lucked out. I mean, I can't attribute it to much more than I got lucky. It was one of those things that I toyed around with. I go down the rabbit hole on things because they interest me. Sometimes they end up costing me a lot of money and I don't really get a whole lot of benefit other than enjoyment and knowledge from it. Bitcoin is one of the things that not only did I have a blast learning about it and mining and going through all of that, but it ended up being grossly, you know, just egregiously profitable for me. Oh. Yeah. It is. Hold on. Alright, the mic is charging right now. I do have a second one I could bust out and hook up to the Bluetooth to the camera. It's like an antique cabinet. It's only worth what someone will pay. Otherwise, the value. Yeah, it's pure speculation. Currently, Bitcoin is not being used at all what it was designed to be used for. And again, there's that's what I was gonna say. Is I love the technology, but I hate crypto in general. So many people have lost so many fortunes from crypto, and it's because of all the crap, the shit coins. They just churn out coin after coin after coin that are just copies of copies of copies, and everybody's trying to, they want that from a penny to $100,000, and not realizing that they're all fucking scams. None of them are gonna get you anywhere, unless you're lucky. You buy in and you sell at the exact right moment. 99.9% of the crypto projects go from nothing to the moon to less than nothing. And way too many people get caught holding the bag. You lose everything you put in it. So, I mean, I understand why people do it. They want that quick money. But yeah, the crypto market in general is pure speculation. It's again, at some point in time, somebody will find a real good use case to integrate blockchain technology with. And there are some interesting things coming out that look promising, but don't buy into the hype for shitcoin 975 and Trump coin and blah blah. They're all garbage. They're all scams. The only people who make money off of that are the coin creators and the early investors that get pre-mined coins that dump them on the rest of us when they actually hit an exchange. Don't do it. You might make a few bucks, but in the long term, you're going to lose all of it. Oh, I know. The fart coin has been the rage for the last 6 months. The value of it has gone up billions of dollars. Fart coin. Fart coin. And it was probably developed by a 13-year-old fucking who watched a couple of YouTube tutorials on how to clone Doge. You know, I mean, that's the state of the crypto market these days. It's one of those things I wish I could have. I wish I would have socked a shitload of money to mine with, the investors, and just simply bought Bitcoin and held it for that same period of time. I would have made probably 1,000x what I ended up making off of it. The mining, it was fun, but it wasn't highly profitable. It's only profitable because I held them so long. And the Shiba Inu? Yeah. Dogecoin clone fucking 9,833. Yeah, a lot of those people who put money in Shiba made a whole bunch if they dumped it. A lot of them lost their retirements, their family and friends investments. It's garbage. Trump is building a Federal Reserve of Bitcoin like digital Fort Knox. Value can skyrocket or tank. Yeah, he said that. They tried passing a bill that they were going to do that. Because the government is actually one of the largest holders of Bitcoin currently. They, over the years, have confiscated from various different high-profile cases. The Silk Roads cases, a bunch of drug rings and sex trafficking rings. They're constantly confiscating Bitcoin from criminals, and they've basically stockpiled it for a long time. But the U.S. government is one of the largest single holders of Bitcoin that exists. So it's not that we need a reserve for it. And a reserve in Bitcoin doesn't make any goddamn sense for America to hold. We hold things in reserve to hedge against the American dollar, or to prop up the American dollar. And creating a reserve of anti-money, something that is completely basically the opposite or against the U.S. monetary system, it makes no goddamn sense. So when you hear Trump and people say, when they're blabbing about having a Federal Reserve of cryptocurrency, what they're doing is milking you, because they're naming Bitcoin, they're naming Shibu, they're naming, well, maybe it's going to contain this coin, maybe it's going to contain some of this other shit coin. And what they're doing is they're pre-buying those coins, millions and millions of dollars worth of them, billions of dollars in certain cases. They're buying them ahead of time and doing just like what Elon Musk did with Doge. He tweets about it. The price goes through the fucking moon. Then people panic because somebody starts selling, and then it goes to the toilet. The whole U.S. crypto fucking reserve is that, but it's being perpetrated by our own government and their rich buddies and investors. They buy a whole bunch of shit and then they hype it up like, we might have it with this in it, this in it, and this in it. And they're just telling you that because they own a whole bunch of it, and they know that y'all are going to go out and buy a whole bunch of it every time you hear them talk about it. And they're going to dump all of that shit back on you because it's not actually worth anything. The only thing I've left is 2 Bitcoin and 1,000 XRP. That's a good stockpile, man. Yeah, if I were you, I'd hang on to it. Have you tried trolling flatfish lure? I never have tried flatfish here at Pishkun. I do have probably about a dozen of them. It's one of the only lure boxes I don't keep in my boat because I bought it for lake trout fishing and salmon fishing, and I've been out one time lake trout fishing, and I never actually went salmon fishing, and it was just taking up room. But I was thinking about that the other day. While I was cleaning out the boat, thinking about putting that back in here. I caught a lot of trout with a black and white spot flatfish. Yeah, Kelly, we're fishing here for pike. They would probably bite off of it. There's no reason in particular I haven't tried it here, other than the crankbaits usually work so well. Yeah, Denise, I'm sorry. We went way off on a tangent. We will shut up about crypto. Sorry guys, I know that was a bit of a tangent. Like I said, I nerd out on stuff, and sometimes y'all just have to tell me to shut up. Rough Rider, bro, I love this channel. I appreciate it. Yeah, you'll find if you get me talking about something that interests me, I'll talk your ear off for hours. I've always been passionate for learning, especially useless facts and things that really don't make any real difference to me. But I talk a lot about things that do interest me. Faux angler, you were just in Loma. Oh yeah? Did you drop any lines in? I haven't been to Loma since, what are we in now? October? I think the last time I was in Loma was mid-July. We caught 2 sturgeon, 1 really nice catfish, and a ridiculous amount of goldeyes. I think I caught 1 freshwater drum there too. Was getting some catfish. Oh yeah? How the catfish bite? How was the river? The last time I was down in that direction was late July. I tried doing a stream from Fort Benton. I have a spot there that I really like to fish. And the water level was really low, and the just floating weeds everywhere. You put a line out for 30 seconds and it comes back weighing 10 pounds. I spent all goddamn day picking, just pound after pound of heavy, wet weeds that were just floating through the water. It was unfishable. August, good lord. Yeah, I don't. Sorry, that's me. Don't ask me what day of the week it is, what month. Half the time I couldn't even tell you how old I am anymore. I gotta do math. Sturgeon didn't come through this year. Tried earlier. Yeah, you're right. Low weeds everywhere. I was catching goldeye all day. It's crazy they swallow. Oh, those gold. They're like the bluegill of the Missouri River. They are the most annoying goddamn fish. They're really pretty fish, but yeah, you gut hook them constantly. They're bait stealing little shits, and they're just incessant. Every time you throw your damn line out there, it's like, man, do I even want to pull that in? I know that's another goldeye. But now the sturgeon did come. I caught 2 this year in 2 trips there, 1 per time. I usually don't catch a ton of them. Yeah, there's a ton of different exchanges. The one that I've used most throughout the last decade is Coinbase. I was a early investor with Coinbase as well, and they've been a solid exchange. They're one of the few that's licensed here in the United States. Most of them that did business here in the United States have either been hacked or shut down due to regulatory compliance issues. Coinbase is one of the only exchanges that actually is a legitimate US-based business and that has never had a significant hack in their architecture. So guess what? What happened? What are your favorite lures? For pike, there's 2 that I really like. Bandit 100 for shallow water pike fishing in pearl white with red eyes. I'll show you. This is a Bandit 300. So the Bandit 100 just has a short, flat crankbait. It dives to about 2 to 5 foot. It's perfect if you're bank fishing. The way that they're designed, the bill smacks off the ground constantly. but you rarely get them snagged on things. But Bandit 100, Pearl White Red Eyes, or one like this. It's a Rapala floating minnow. It's called a jerk bait or a stick bait. This is the F18. This is the largest model they make, and they make them in all sorts of different colors. But between the stick baits like this and the crankbaits like the little Bandit 100, I usually do really well on pike in rivers as well as reservoirs. Today we've only caught 2. It's been a really slow bite. The stats thing is cool. Oh yeah, that one I coded that one up. It's just retrieving the channel data that's available from the YouTube data API. It's handy. I opened it up. I figured my subs might get a kick out of it. All you other streamers. Almost double your videos. Yeah, that's good. God, you have almost 2,000 videos, Cindy. That's a good point, and one that I try to reiterate to people when they ask about what's a good pike lure. I mean, anything. Pike will bite on almost anything, and when I say anything, I mean literally almost anything. I was here 3 weeks ago, a month ago. There's a video of it on my channel. I caught a frickin' a pike while I was carp fishing with a bread ball. A stationary bread ball. It swam by, snacked up the bread ball, and I thought I had a really nice carp on the line. I was like, holy shit, I finally caught a carp out of here. And nope. It was a pike. Nice pike. He ate a bread ball. So they'll bite on almost anything. They're a reactionary bite. They're a highly aggressive apex predator. They bite anything that moves. They don't have natural predators in almost any water body that they exist in. So anytime they hear commotion in the water, they hear shit splashing around, that's a dinner bell for them. So it's honestly more important is finding a good water body that has pike in it and trying to figure out where in that water body the pike are. You could throw almost anything in front of them if you could find them, and they'll bite at it. And that's again why I like to troll, is you're covering water, you're moving all around, they're swimming all over the damn place. If you can get a lure in front of them and they think that it's gonna get away from them before they can really get a good look at it, they'll bite it. They bite first, ask questions later. It's like a bass, you know, you throw your lure in, and within literally half a second of it hitting the water, you got something lunging out of the water after it. Pike are the same way. So while I do have lures that are typically very productive for me, I mean, the reality of it is it's because I fish them more often than the other ones. If I picked a lure and fished it all day, every day, eventually I'm going to start catching off of it. But these two lures, they do seem to key in. I don't know if it's the color. I don't know if it's the body style. But there's something about these two shapes and styles of lures that they do seem to like more than a lot of the other stuff that I throw out there. $36 likes, 36 people and 162 likes. Hell yeah! Now we've had a good stream so far. I'm having fun. I would have liked to have caught more fish by this point in the day, but I mean, we've caught 2 pike. We literally ripped a lip, and this is for all y'all wondering what ripped lip means. It means we literally reeled in a lip of a pike. He did a head shake and came off and left us with this fancy souvenir here. But that's fishing, you know. Some days you get a bunch of them, some days you don't. We've been covering all sorts of different terrain here, fishing off points, fishing shallow, fishing a little bit deeper. This time of the day, honestly, what we should switch to doing right now, instead of trolling for pike, is we should head over to the south end of the lake here and drift and catch some perch. There's big old schools that usually you can get on over here and bang perch after perch after perch out. What do you have on for bait? We're running 2 different lures on the rig here. We have, you see Crappy Man Jigs in the chat here. He graciously sent some spinner baits over for us to try out. So we have a Crappy Man Jigs 3 willow leaf spinnerbait tipped with one of the Crappy Man Jigs paddle tails, swim tails. What do you call that one? Is it a paddle tail or a swim tail? But that's what's on this rig. The second rig over here, we've actually caught 2 fish off of, which is why it's still on there. It is a Rapala, what is it called? A rip and wrap? A lot of y'all call them rattle traps. They're a noseless crankbait, hard bait. It's got beads inside it, rattles, and it's in fire craw color. Turner, your channel views are way high. Videos I thought would take off tanked, and videos I thought would tank did well. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm is kind of an enigma. I still can't quite understand it. It really does seem like the more effort I put into posting a video, the poorer it does. Which is a little frustrating, but that's okay. Yeah, currently that the stats command is only opened up through the mods. It's still, I wasn't sure how it was working, if it was going to be accurate. So I just set it up, and I set it for the mods to be able to test. I'll be opening up some of the commands to be members only, and then probably some additional ones for just, you know, general users in the chat here. Perch sounds fun. Rip lips, yeah, rip lips. This is, I don't know if you just heard that or you saw it, but rip lips, we literally ripped a lip today. We have a pike left its lip on the hook, on the crank. The remelt short is going crazy right now. I posted yesterday. Oh, I saw that one. 34K views already on that one. That was the one where you mixed the handful and it turned like grayish, and you're like, let's add some yellow. And then it's like still grayish, and you're like, well, let's add some blue. And I'm thinking the whole time, man, I feel brown coming on here. It seems like every time I mix paints or anything of colors, I get brown. And yeah, so I'm saying to myself the whole time I'm watching it, it's going to turn brown. It's going to turn brown. It actually turned out a pretty cool color. Wrote the code for the stats. So yeah, it's a really simple call to the YouTube data API. And I'll happily share it with you guys. The only thing is you're going to have to get your own YouTube data API key. Because the command uses my key, and they limit you on the number of queries that you can make on the free account. You could. Anyone can learn how to code. I just hate it because they make it so goddamn hard to test the code. You can only test Nightbot commands when you have a live stream. So one of the days after I finished my live stream, I sat down at home for like a half an hour banging through fixing the damn errors on it before it worked. She's asking if you actually wrote the code. Yeah, I wrote the API query to the YouTube data API. It's not overcomplicated. You're doing one query to the data API, feeding it a channel ID and your API key. It spits back the channel data, and you just have to parse out of the JSON object the pieces of the data you want. plus 70 subs so far. Crappy, the 34K video that you got 70 subs on that short? SoCal's pin comment says pike lip. What's that mean? It means pike lip. We literally ripped a lip off a pike, or rather he ripped it off, shaking his head. I was holding the pole with one hand while I turned around and was steering us away from the shore, and the fish disappeared. I was like, oh damn it, we lost it, and I reeled it in just to check and make sure. And all that was left on the hook was a fragment of a pike lip. Just the lip. You need a windproof lighter. Yeah, I used to have a couple of Zippos. Are you talking about like one of the little like crackhead lighters, the little torches? I have videos on how to write code here on YouTube. Yeah, I mean that's I started writing code, building bots and stuff when I was like back in the days of like AOL Instant Messenger and Yahoo Chat. I've been at it since I was a wee little guy. Butane torch lighter, okay, yeah. That would have been an awesome water. It would have, actually. No, the water wolf was out at that time, I think, wasn't it? No, we had already pulled it in. Speaking of which, I don't know, this shallow shit don't seem to be working. We might switch to a little bit deeper. I might actually throw out some deeper diving crankbaits and put the water wolf back on. I don't know. Let me do a pattern with this. Is we haven't trolled the southeast corner of the reservoir yet today, so let me do a couple of passes around here and see if we can find anything home. You're still a wee little guy. I wish. I know I'm not quite ancient yet, but I'm in my mid-40s. Remember the old Yahoo and Excite? Yeah, I do. And when I had to beg my parents to get off the goddamn phone so I could use the internet, it went and then I'd finally get online and I'd be like, yes, I'm online. And then somebody'd pick up the goddamn phone to make a phone call. And yeah, no, I've been a internet chat room junkie since I was old enough to figure out how to type on a keyboard. Go somewhere. Yeah, that's where we're at, Dave Jones. We're in the southeast corner. We have not yet trolled any patterns down here. This is where I've caught a bunch of them. In fact, here, we'll show you guys. It's hard to show the fish finder, otherwise I would show you guys more often. It glares and does weird stuff. Let me pull up just our chart. Let me zoom a bit. Alright, so I moved it just to the depth map, contour map. So again, we're on the map, it shows we're at, roughly 35 foot depth. We're actually at 20, so we're 15 foot down from what the map says right now. Again, I've been fishing this lake for years. These are all fish catches. Every one of these marks in here is a fish catch. The red plus was an absolute monster. That's the biggest fish I've ever had on my line in this reservoir. That I lost at the boat. But yeah, all of these marks here are all pike. All pike I've caught over the years here. So we're running through the same patterns. I'm a little bit shallower than I have typically gone. But again, everybody wanted shallower. Keep telling me I'm fishing too deep. So just to be nice and to satisfy your queries, we have been fishing shallow and we're not getting anything. But again, you'll see that where I'm marking these are all in hey, quit flashing. They're all in kind of a band. And over the years, I've caught them all throughout the year, kind of in that same band. But this is not where people are typically going to be trolling for pike. Where we're at right now is where you're going to see almost every boat that comes here and trolls. 10, 15, maybe 20 foot of water. I troll out there. I troll in the abyss where you got 40, 50, 60 foot of water. But you'll see every one of those dots is a fish caught. But yeah, this particular spot, we have not ran any patterns over it today. So we're going to go back out there. Calm down with your ghost hits. Oh, jeez. No, I mean, that's literally, that's the only marks I make on my map is when I hook up. When the pole goes, I make a mark. And again, this is a reservoir I fish very often. You know, usually once or twice a week. I try to get up here. I haven't been coming up as much since I started the channel because I couldn't stream from here. But we will probably be having tons of streams if I can get my damn boat in here. Rod, redo Cindy as a mod. You hit her. What? I hit her? Ah, shit. Cindy, I'm sorry. I was trying to show the fish finder. I fat fingered it. I apologize. What's your biggest pike? Out of this reservoir, 34.5 inches, about 10 pounds. Not a monster. Very nice pike though. Biggest pike I've ever caught was out of the Missouri River, and it was substantially larger, but still not legendary. It was a 42 inch and 22.5 pound. Very good sized pike. But yeah, so we're gonna run. I'm going back to my patterns. We're gonna get out of this shallow shit because it's not working. And again, I am marking more fish in deeper water. I don't know, like, people think I'm joking when I tell them I fish this place this often. I literally caught hundreds of pike out of here. Yeah, most of the people in here that have blue names by mods are almost all other streamers. And most of them have been streaming on YouTube much longer than I have. They're all good people. They all have great channels. And how did I... Hold on. I somehow accidentally... When I hid you, it took away your mod rights, it looks like. You have been remodded, Cindy. Alright. We need to switch something up here. You guys want to keep trolling, or should we go catch some perch? Or do we want to go deeper? Deeper is where I have the best luck. Appreciate the sub there back in the day. I'm usually hidden on purpose. No, I've done that a couple of times, fat finger and stuff. I don't know how the hell I managed that. But definitely not intentional. How do I do the same? Fun perch, it's me. Yo Rod, how do fish finders work? I mean, that's a whole rabbit hole, and I'm not the best person to ask about the fish finders. I know how to operate them well enough to have a rough idea of what I'm getting into. I'm not great at tuning them or reading them. Get 50 subs and go live. Rod's in your hand, bro, your choice, yeah. Now let's, I think before we completely give up on the pike until the evening bite starts, let's run a few patterns over some of these deeper waters here where I've caught a ton in the past. I'm glad I haven't found that T yet. Yeah, that's crazy though. 34K views, 70 subs on the remelt video. The algorithm's weird. People are weird. I mean, it was a good video. Other than I still don't understand why it didn't turn brown. 36K now. There you go. There you go. Yes, somebody give him the DL on fish finders. I need to shut up. I've been babbling too much. Let me think about what we need to do to put some fish in the boat here. Grenade, there you go. That is one lure I have not yet tried. What time is it? All right, so we swapped out the cam at 10:50. It's almost 11. 12, 1, 2. Okay, so we still got some time. We still got another 2 hours. No. An hour. Hour till the battery dies. Best short I've done so far, I believe, as far as how fast it's getting views. Yeah, I mean, you're sitting at what? Just under or right around 24 hours? Chat, help me please. How do I streaming fishing videos or live streaming? Rough Rider, you have to, there's just basically one, well, I take that back. There's 2 requirements in order to go live on YouTube. You have to have a minimum of 50 subscribers, and you have to at least verify your email. You have to have completed, I believe, step 1 of the channel verification. And then it just takes 3 or 4 days for YouTube to process that you have 50 subscribers, and then it allows you to go live. 20 hours, so not even a day. And you're kicking like 2K an hour? How's the engagement on it? Engagement and retention. Are you exceeding 100% on the retention? How do I get my videos more views? See, that's the tough part. It took me over a month to get that first 50 subscribers. I had to dig deep for every fishing and nature-related footage I had on my active cell phone, my old cell phone. I just started spamming content and hanging out in fishing streams, telling people I was trying to go live. Oftentimes, if you tell people that you're trying to start a fishing stream and you tell people in a fishing stream, usually at least a few people will hop over and give you a follow, because they all know how much of a struggle it is to get those first 50 damn subs. How fast are you going? That's something we could also bump. We're at 2.7, 2.8 right now, which is about the same speed that we got those previous hits, but the water is warming up a bit. Let's bump our speeds up a little bit. Get her up to like 3.2. %, retention, 73 swipe rate. It's going down slowly, probably with cap 40K. No, I think if you're at 34 and it's still under 24 hours and you have 108, I think you're probably going to keep going well past 40. So only 30 some odd % are staying to actually watch it. But the ones that are watching all of it plus some. Yeah, have a few videos like that. Most of the underwater lure camera videos are like that. Most of them have over 100% retention, but the engagement, the swipe on it is, it starts at 70. People are, 30% are swiping, and then it just gradually works down, and a lot of them are like in the 40s now. But I'm still getting 200-300 views a day on a lot of them. Yeah, they might, SoCal. That is one of those things that, the multi-genre channels can be advantageous because you can draw in, numerous different crowds. But I think it can also hurt you because you will have also, a subsection of your subscribers that may see, oh, SoCal posted something, they click on it and they're like, nah, I don't like the hunting shit, I'm here for the fishing shit, and then it tanks your stats on the videos. Don't mind me asking, what does YouTube pay for shorts? So I have still not received a paycheck from YouTube. Crappy Man and Skipjack could probably answer that better. But I believe it's based upon CPM. They basically pay per 1,000 clicks is the way that it's figured. And it depends on where your viewers are from. But they're not actually paying for the views on the video. They're paying for the ads that get displayed before and during, as well as things like YouTube premium members watching your videos. But essentially, it's per 1,000 views or per 1,000 impressions, I should say. And it varies depending on where the viewers are at in the world. So an American viewer, what is it? It's like $5 to $9 per 1,000 views for ad impressions, I should say. Whereas somebody from India or a lot of other countries, that value can drop to $2 to $3 per 1,000. But again, that's just my very layman understanding of the little bit that I've read about it. I still haven't received and don't get nearly enough views on any of my videos to really make any money from it. Yeah, we might have picked up some weeds on that one. It's looking a little bit more bent than it should. Well, no. I could feel this is the Crappy Man spinner. I can feel the action on it. Seems fine. This particular, that's the blades that it has on it create drag in the water. So it makes it bend it a little bit more than what a crankbait does. The crankbait has far less drag than your 3 willow leaves spinning on there. Don't expect to make a living on YouTube. It doesn't pay well. No, unless you have millions of subscribers or you've cracked the code on, making every video go frickin' viral. They're flicking pennies at you. I mean, that's literally the reality of it. I think I heard you say on one of your recent streams, like, you don't A live stream, you know, the views you get from the live stream typically aren't even going to pay for the gas that you use to get there to film it. And I mean, that's the reality of it for like 99% of content creators. You never really make any money off of it. The money that people make off of it often at times is brand deals. So like you'll get people that'll come in and offer sponsorships. Hey, can you talk about this product on your channel? Hey, can you know, send a link of this product to, you know, your community post. That's, I think, where a lot of people make more money from YouTube rather than from YouTube itself. Come on, let's go fish on. I know, man. I know. Well, we spent 3 hours plus trolling shallow, and we didn't get anything from it. We did, I mean, we moved slightly shallower first and got a couple of hits, but then I proceeded to go shallower and shallower and just nothing. 70 cents per live stream I stopped turning monetize on. 70 cents? Man, you could buy a whole... You could almost buy a stamp with that. Almost. The boys, what are you using? We have Crappy Man spinnerbait on this pole, and on the other line, we're using the lure that we've caught 2 fish with so far today. Rip and Wrap, size 6, in Fire Tiger. Some of you guys may recall it a rattle trap. Why is trolling your favorite? Because most days when I troll, especially here at this particular water body, it's quite productive. I mean, a typical day here for me is catching anywhere from 10 to 20 pike. Caught 2 so far, 2 and 1/99th. I mean, the lips got to count for something. Gia, welcome to the Rod Squad. We have our latest member. Appreciate that. I won't be able to watch your streams as much for a while because school's starting up again. That's okay, Katrina. Stop in if and when you can, when you feel like it. Go deep. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Dave James. We're moving back out towards deeper water. I'm over 25 foot right now. Again, I'm on a point right now that has been one of my more productive spots for pulling in fish. We're gonna do a few loops around here, but I think I'm going to swap out the lip ripper here for one of my deeper diving cranks. We're gonna bust out what I think will probably So again, this is of the same style, that shad body shape that the Bandit 100s are. This is a Berkeley dredger. You'll know this one is, she's seen better days. This lure has caught lots of fish. It dives to 25-foot depth. The only thing I don't like about this lure and fishing this deep is oftentimes I will get, I'll pull up fish with really bloated swim bladder. Most of them do release well, as long as you get them back in the water fairly quickly. But when you start trolling depths below 25 foot, you're oftentimes going to be pulling up
fish far enough and fast enough that their swim bladders puff up like a balloon. But again, so this is measure the 25-foot depth. I'm gonna in perch acceleration. Counts for good intentions, right? All right. I do have to slow down my troll ever so slightly though for this one. These deep divers create a massive amount of drag. Most of my income is from long form though. I make around 3K a month. That's not too shabby. You don't lose the views when you delete a live. I thought you did. I thought a live had to be posted and, well, I mean, you've already made the income from it, from the past views. But yeah, it would delete the views, the likes, everything else related with it if you delete it. How hard do pike usually fight you? They're pretty good fighters, and especially when you're trolling. I mean, we're moving, you know, roughly 3 miles an hour. So when you hook up on a pike, they put up a pretty good fight usually. Sometimes they, after the initial struggle, they kind of just dead weight and you drag them in until they feel slack in your line, and then they start thrashing again. I could live on 3K a month on my 32 hours. That's about what I make anyway. Glad I can contribute to making this continue. I appreciate that, Gia. Damn, I gotta get out of crap before our grocery bill's 2K a month. Right. Definitely a grind. Some months are better than others. Yeah. Did you find the hook? Dave James, I have not yet, and I keep thinking about that. I don't know where the hell the hook went. And it's irritating me. Man, it just got chilly and now it's on again. Take off this jacket. Now it's somewhere right down here below where I was sitting. I don't know if it went in my backpack, stuck to my backpack, went into one of my bags of lures. I do feel like, though, I'm probably going to find it at a really bad time. Bought mine 5 years ago. Did you keep the second pike? Nope, the second one was still healthy and nice. We let her go. The first one was too deeply hooked in the... Oh, I thought I saw the pole move. Was gill hooked and it was bleeding pretty bad. What are you on, you on lunch at work, Mia? You're gonna find it stuck somewhere you don't want to find it. Yeah, I know, that's my fear. I dropped it and it disappeared, and I've been kind of stressing about it ever since, because it's literally, yeah, I'm gonna find it in the most unopportune time and way imaginable, and a triple hook nonetheless. I mean, I know it didn't just disappear, but for the life of me, I can't find it. Definitely going in your toe. Don't say that. Alright, since we are trolling deeper, we're going to let out a line here on the spinner. We're going to go from 60 to 120 foot. That should give us another roughly 10 to 14 foot of diving depth. Maybe not quite that much because we are traveling at almost 3 miles an hour. So it should give us some more depth. Need a magnet. That's not a bad idea, actually. If I had a big one. I don't know, I just need to be careful till I get out of the boat, and then I need to look. Don't jinx him. Ready to sell mine now. Worth way more. Yeah, but they oftentimes, you know, they just keep climbing in value. I don't know, it really depends on how fast your area is appreciating. I mean, if you're appreciating at 1-2% every year, and it's almost paid off, then yeah, probably not a great investment to hold it. The reason why real estate can be a really good investment is because you can oftentimes get into real estate for very little money, you know, 5% down, 10% down. So say you got a house that's worth $1 million. You put 10% down, which is 100 grand. So you're basically, you got 100 grand out of pocket. But if that house appreciates at 2% or 3% a year, you're getting appreciation of value on $1 million, not just $100,000. So even though if you were to take that 100 grand and go put it somewhere that it makes 8% interest, you're still making exponentially more on a 2 or a 3% gain on something, because you're gaining at on 2 or 3% of $1 million, not just the $100,000. So that's where real estate investing, it can be a really good place to stock your money if you're in an area where you can get into properties for a small amount of money and they have a greater overall value that is going up. Pike? What? Why is everybody saying pike? Oh, what am I fishing for? Good God, I thought I was over here babbling. I'm like, pike, where? What? RV, tiny boat house, or houseboat. Yeah, not a bad life. Our plan is to sell the house and buy a lakefront compound out of state. Yeah, just, I mean, look at some places with lower cost real estate. Waterfront property, though, is egregiously expensive most everywhere, though. Even in podunk middle of fucking nowhere, if you got waterfront, they want a premium price for it. Zen, you're fine. Peanut Jerk, welcome to the stream. Julia Garcia, any luck? Yeah, we've had 2 Northern Pike, and we actually ripped a lip off of a third, or rather he ripped it off himself. We were just holding the pole. That is a fragment of a pike lip. Oh shit, I didn't even realize. Wait, is that a tooth or a bone? No, that's the bone. Yeah, we literally ripped a lip off of a pike. Had a nice, I'm reeling it in. We started going crazy with the boat, so I was holding it and I turned the steering wheel and it came off and we reeled in the line and all that was left was a ripped lip. We're in Pishkun Reservoir. just a sec here, guys. I need to clean this fish out real quick, and then we'll go find another one. Alright, for those of you who missed the fish, this was the first fish we caught. It had a pretty deep hook, kind of bleeding pretty bad. But she's we got her cleaned out. 23 inches, a little under 4 pounds. Nice little pike. The second one that we caught was about the same size, a little bit fatter. But she's cleaned out. Let's get a bag here and get it in the cooler. Oh God, the gills in these things are damn near as sharp as their teeth. I'm not allowed to go to Harbor Freight with my credit cards anymore. She's laid down the law. No, there's no peacock bass in here. Yeah, I think that's a warm water fish, isn't it? Yeah. Oh yeah, Northern Pike are absolutely delicious. As long as you bleed them when you catch them, and you got to get rid of the darker meat on their bloodline or lateral line when you're skinning them. Gonna be eating good tonight. Yeah, that's probably tomorrow. They have them there, they get huge. Alright, is the mic better now? It's done charging, I unplugged it and just turned it off and then on again. I had to get the charger back. That's good, okay. By the way, Northern Pike is really expensive. Oh, really? They sell it? You can buy it in grocery stores or just like a fish market? But yeah, they're one of my favorite fish to eat. They're a very, very mild tasting fish if you clean them properly. buy them alive in England. They're expensive, and carp are as well. You can buy live pike in England? Do they like farm raise them, or do they go out and net them? I'm so confused. El Dabo, what's up, buddy? What's the fishing like today? It's been a little slow. We've only caught 2 so far, and we ripped the lip off of one other poor one. But the fishing, I mean, we've caught 2, which is wonderful, but we've only caught 2, which is a lot fewer than I normally have at this time of the day. Still having fun though. It's a good stream. The water level is really low in here. They've dropped it a ton, just like Willow Creek Reservoir that we were fishing at on Friday. This particular reservoir is 15, 20 foot down from where it was a week and a half ago. And I think that's just kind of affected the fish bite. Any cockatoo there? No, I don't think so, Julian. If I left now, I can fish for 5 hours. Fish today or fish all day tomorrow. That's up to you, man. What's the temperature like there? Is it roasty toasty out today, or you got a decently cool day today? They buy them for fisheries, etc., and perch. Huh, crazy. Saddam Fish Cutting, welcome to the stream. How you doing? It's still hot as the gates of hell. Is it going to be tomorrow as well? That's what I'd be looking at. I mean, is it worth it to go out there today and fry your balls off if tomorrow it's going to be slightly cooler? Or is it going to be just as hot tomorrow? And it just depends on how fried you want your balls to be. 5 hours fried or 10 hours fried? Madheads took the ugly stick out earlier. Oh yeah, that's right. You got that was the GX2 you were talking about, right? Panda Outdoors, welcome, welcome. How much does it cost to run a boat? I mean, so I'm trolling with a jet motor, which most people would be using an electric trolling motor. If you were using an electric trolling motor, there's very little cost. I mean, other than the electricity to charge the battery. I run the jet boat though. I don't have an electric trolling motor. So we, I probably use about half a gallon to 3/4 of a gallon of gas. So about $3 to $5 an hour. We'll be trolling all day here. We're gonna keep the boat in the water probably until dark, so 9 p.m. or so. We have another 6.5, 7 hours. But I'll probably go through about 3/4 of a tank of gas today. Not too bad. Yeah, the Starlink battery, we probably have about roughly a half an hour, maybe a little bit less, because it's going to use higher wattage. The warmer it is outside, and it is kind of baking in the sun right now. Not a lot of choice on them. Oh, you launch yourself. Yeah, I put it in the water myself. There's no boat launch fees here at this particular water body. So, I mean, it's just the cost of gas. It costs about, I don't know, it's a 12 gallon tank, and at roughly $4 a gallon, you know, that's 40
48 bucks, a little under 50 bucks to fill up the gas tank in the boat. And it's about, I don't know, a 45, 50 mile drive here. Which is, 6 gallons of gas round trip. So again, another 24 bucks. So it's about 75 bucks or so every time I come out here, just in fuel between the boat and the truck. It depends on where I get the gas from. Oftentimes, I don't really worry about it. The two-stroke oil that I put in here says it compensates for the ethanol fuel that's added. It makes ethanol fuel safe. I don't know how exactly it does that. But most of the one gas station by the house has non-ethanol fuel. The other one has ethanol. Just depends on how busy they are when I drive by as to which one to go to. This morning we did stop at the one that has ethanol gas. $11 boat launch fee, $11 lake use, $5 parking on top of gas for boats and truck. Yeah, fuel's so cheap. Yeah, it's $4.25 a gallon for premium. But yeah, I've heard that before, that over in Europe that the fuel prices are exponentially more expensive in some cases. Guys, what is the name of the pest fish there? Where's in? $6 a gallon in crap performer. Yeah. Ethanol absorbs moisture. Oh, okay. Is that what the problem is? Use enough, it should be okay. Yeah, the two-stroke oil that I put in there, I pay the extra. It's got the additive that supposedly makes ethanol gas safe, and it's also got a fuel stabilizer in it. So if I don't happen to run all the gas out during the season, that it doesn't turn into gunk, you know, the next season when I go to start it up. Come to Alaska and buy $8.35 a gallon. God. What two-stroke oil are you running? Oh God, I forget the name of it. I don't keep it in the boat. I always pour the oil in the fuel can before I go to the gas station, and then I fill it up. Oh God, I want to say it's Magic something or other. I get it from North 40. That's actually fairly expensive. Goddamn container of it's like $45 for the oil. It does last me. I think I go through about 2 containers of it a season. I think they're about a gallon, or they're a gallon and a half. They're one of those weirdly shaped. I don't know exactly how much is in it. SoCal, remind me. I'll look that up when I get home. Yeah, it goes bad quickly. Oh, so ethanol, ethanol gas, when you store it, it doesn't have a long shelf life. Is that what you mean? Why are we having little clickies? What are you doing? Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Boat shop here's charging $60. Oh, for the oil. Yeah, no, I buy mine from North 40. They sell half a dozen different kinds of it. Mystic, M-Y-S-T-I-K. And there's like 2 or 3 different blends. Mine's the one that has the ethanol additive in it, the fuel stabilizer, and something else. It's the more expensive of the 3, but I want to say I just bought a gallon of it, I don't know, a month or so ago, and it was like 45 or 48 bucks. What fish are in there? Northern Pike, yellow perch, rainbow trout, and kokanee salmon. 4 months, even with the fuel stabilizer in it. Maybe longer there, lower humidity. Okay. Willie Perch, what's up, buddy? But yeah, so here sometime in the next 30 minutes, the stream is gonna die, the battery's gonna die. We're working on our second battery of the day. Our numbers in here have gotten quite low. YouTube has stopped really pushing people towards the live. So I am more than likely going to create a second live, a new live when we come back. So instead of just refreshing the page, you're gonna have to physically go to my live and find the new one. But that's just when the whirlybirds. I don't know. We'll see. Should be okay with stabilizer. Oh, all right. Fish on? Nah, Z-Man, there's nothing on yet. We're gonna head over to the point over here. I'll run a pattern back and forth off the point there. I have to mix at the pump with internal fuel cell. Hey mate, Daz here from Australia. What fish are you trolling for and what lures are you using? Welcome from Aussie there, my friend. We're fishing for Northern Pike here today. We are running on this pole here, a custom-made spinner rig from crappymanjigs.com. He's a streamer here on YouTube, and he's a real good dude, and he gifted me a handful of his rigs to try out. So we're trying to see if the pike like it. It's a 3-leaf willow leaf spinner. Really cool stuff. We haven't had any bites on it. It's only been running for a little while though. On the other line, we just switched to a deep diving Berkeley dredger in perch color. It's a 25-foot deep diving crankbait. And we're running it on lead core line here, which just gives it a little bit of extra dive depth. How does live streaming work for fishing? I'm working on getting my subs up to live stream my fishing trips. Well, so a lot of it is going to depend on your cell signal. The problem a lot of the fishing streamers have is the reality that most good fishing holes are kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Not always, but a lot of them. So it can be tough to find good locations to fish from. You kind of either got to pick a poor signal with a good fishing spot, or a good signal and a poor fishing spot. We're here in central Montana, and I especially have that problem because so many of the places here are so rural. I get poor signal even in oftentimes, when I'm in an urban area. So we just recently bought and have set up and are using a Starlink Mini to use to broadcast our streams, which has been working out really well. It is fairly pricey to buy the Starlink, and then the batteries that you got to use to power it. But it's allowed me to stream from here. I would otherwise never be able to stream from a place like this. On Friday, we streamed from Willow Creek Reservoir, which is another spot that has, like 1 bar of cell service, not enough to stream. But overall, it's fun. There's a huge fishing community here on YouTube, and a lot of people who love to fish, a lot of people who love to just hang out in live chats, and a lot of people who like to watch, people fish from other places around the world. So it's a good genre to get into. So the Starlink Mini that I bought, I just got it refurbished off of the Starlink website. It was $299. If you buy it from them full price and non-refurbished, it's $599. You can periodically find them on sale at Home Depot, Lowe's, your home goods stores for $299 for a brand new one, but when I went to go buy it, nobody had them on sale, so I bought the sale price for a refurbished one from Starlink. And then they have a $50 a month plan, which gives you 50 gigabytes. We use about 2 to 3 gig of data per hour on the stream though, so the 50 gig plan is not going to get you very far. If you're streaming maybe a couple of times a month, you'd be fine on the $50 a month plan. I fish 2 to 3 times, stream 2 to 3 times a week usually, sometimes more. So the 50 gig definitely didn't cut it. We had to immediately upgrade to the unlimited plan, and Starlink's roaming unlimited plan here in my region is $165 a month. Weather looking good. Yeah, the weather's really cleared up. It is a little toasty. We're up in the, I would say probably mid 80s right now. Yeah, the refurbished seems fine. I mean, it looked like it was basically brand new. And it saved me, you know, $300, so shit, why not? But then you got to figure out how you're gonna power it. I mean, if you're on a fishing stream, I mean, you're not gonna have access to a wall plug-in normally to run it with, so you're gonna have to get some kind of battery set up. I went with DeWalt batteries and an adapter that converts the DC over to USB-C. But that's because I already own a bunch of DeWalt power tools and have a bunch of DeWalt batteries. If you don't, that's a very expensive option. For the 4 8 amp hour batteries that I run, you'd spend about $700 just to buy the batteries. Definitely not the most economical route to do it unless you already own a bunch of DeWalt tools. Otherwise, you'd probably go with some, you know, lithium batteries. They sell some pretty cheap ones on Amazon. Or a guy had mentioned you could get off brand name DeWalt batteries, which are actually substantially cheaper off of Amazon. So instead of, you know, it being $350 for a 2-pair set of the 8 amp hour batteries, it's like $80 or $90. You know, it's a fraction of the cost. Fish on, fish on. Oh, this is off of our deep diving Berkeley dredger. All right. Oh, hold on. Let me mark this. Oh, I'm gonna slow down our speed slightly. Good God. This one actually feels fairly nice. I don't know, it could be deceiving. We're going 3 miles an hour and I'm pulling it down from 25, 30 foot. There we go, fish on, guys. And we are pulling them from fairly deep, so I don't like to try and wrench them in real quick. Bring them in kind of slowly because we are almost certainly going to see, you'll see what's called barrow trauma. When you pull them from this deep, oftentimes their air bladders inflate like a balloon. And it can make it, oh God damn it, he's off. We lost it, shit. Well, never mind that. We'll get her back. Oh, there's a second hit right over there. We're on top of the fish here. And again, this is that point that I was just talking about that I like to run patterns around. What time is it? 2:35, all right. That's weird, that was a good fish. Lost the damn thing though. I didn't even feel him come off. Well, that's frustrating. That definitely felt like it was going to be the best fish of the day so far. Should have stopped the boat. No, I never stopped the troll. No, if I stop the troll, 1, the second lure immediately hits the bottom. You end up losing lures. 2, I find I actually lose more fish when I stop the troll. What I do is I slow the troll, but that the constant tension against the fish when you're trolling, honestly, at least in my experience, it helps keep them on the line. So no, that wasn't a matter of stopping the boat, not stopping the boat. I never stop the boat when I'm trolling, especially when you have multiple lines out. You will end up in an absolute tangled mess. No, it wasn't that big. No, it definitely felt bigger than the 23 inchers that we pulled in so far, but if I had to guess just based upon how that felt, it was probably more along 5 pounds instead of, 4 pounds. Slightly bigger than what we just pulled in. And he's on again. I don't feel it now. What the shit? We're over 30-foot depth right now. That is absolutely not bottom. But it definitely feels like we lost it again. Unless it's just a baby. Mark that spot again. Alright, well, we found him. That's 3 hits in 5 minutes, so. Damn it. Roller coaster of emotion. Came back for more. Yeah, again, we're it's a point. It's underwater. You can't really tell from above ground, but we're fishing over a point that, incline and decline slopes down on both sides. Again, roughly 30-foot bottom. We're gonna run patterns over this spot. I think this is the spot we've been missing. A little disappointing, two losses in such a quick time, but that is absolutely a good sign that we're on the fish. This point seems to be holding them. I'm marking all sorts of stuff down here, from bait fish to bigger fish. Good deal. Let's get one in the boat. I need to find my little umbrella for my phone here. I had to leave to play a gig, but I'm back. Did I miss much? We just missed. We had 2 fish on the line in the last 5 minutes, and we lost both of them. But we are on fish right here, it seems. But yeah, that Berkeley dredger is, again, it's that same shad style, and perch is a forage fish in this particular water body, so it does well here. And again, we're fishing the deep water here. We're not fishing bottom, but we're over 30 to 40 foot bottom, running a lure that without the leaded line hits about 25 foot depth, and with the added leaded line in there, it's closer to 30 foot. So we're within fairly close proximity to the bottom. Lose some, win some. What body of water? Yeah, it's Pishkun Reservoir. Absolutely. Oh man. We need to get them on the line. Or in the boat, I should say. We had them on the line. All right, I'm gonna bump our speed back up just a little bit. We had both of those hits at roughly 3 miles an hour. Oh, that's just how it goes sometimes, man. That's all. Hit the water 3 times and the fish will take your bait. Oh yeah, you think so? Want to see my rod? So I don't eat pike because they slimy and invasive in most of our lakes. But do you? Okay, this is on the Crappy Man jig. Come on, what is that? Well, we got a bite at it, but nothing. And again, we're. Oop, there's a fish. Feels small. This might actually be a perch. No, that can't be a perch. Yeah, I do eat them. Northern pike are delicious. I think it's still there. If it is, it's small. Nope. Those are swimmer looking. Dang it. Well, there's 3 fish bites and 3 fish lost. He took a small bite out of the plastic. It's not too bad though. But that's what we're running. That's the Crappy Man jig that you sent me. Or spinner. Ugh. Alright, well, again, it's frustrating losing them, but that's more activity in the last 10 minutes than we've had in the last 10 hours. So we're gonna take that as a good thing, not a bad thing. And as I was saying before, they bite on anything. If you can get it in front of their face, I honestly don't think most of the time it matters what the hell lure you're using. It's more about finding the fish. Not invasive everywhere, but they are in Oregon, parts of Washington, California for sure. Yeah, they're invasive in some states. I don't think they're really considered invasive in any of the water bodies in Montana. I know a lot of the trout fishermen would really prefer if they didn't exist in the same water bodies. But if you ask me, I'd rather get rid of all the trout and replace them with pike. They're a hell of a lot funner to catch, and they're definitely better to eat. But yeah, you just got to get past the stigma that they're, you know, a trash fish. They're not. They are a game fish, and they are excellent fighters, and they're better to eat than most of the other game fish, in my opinion. Controversial, but as a trout fisherman, I agree. I'll try the next one. Yeah, I've talked about this a few times, and I usually do on my pike-related streams. The key with pike is you just have to prepare them properly. When you catch them, the first thing you want to do is bleed them out. Between the 2 gill plates, you're basically slitting the throat. Get your knife in deep, and you're almost decapitating them. You're pulling. In fact, I can show you here in a sec. Hopefully, YouTube should be fine with this. The fish is already I'll show you real quick. You want to bleed them, and the most efficient, quick way to do it, you literally almost cut their head off. So you come underneath the gill plate, sever this whole section here. And there's a major artery that runs through there, and within 5 minutes or so, you've bled them out almost completely. If you don't bleed them out, they can be a quite strong tasting fish. 2, don't eat the big ones. This one is about 23 inches, 3-4 pounds. That's about as big as you want to put on your dinner plate. Anything bigger than this, they get a stronger taste. The meat isn't as firm. They're not as good. Gut them before you throw them in your cooler. Don't bring home a whole pile of fish with guts in them. It decays, breaks down, it makes your meat taste bad. When you get them home and you're skinning them, skin them before you cook them. Don't cook them with the skin on. They are slimy, they're gross. The longer you leave them before you skin them, the slimier they get. So if you could skin them when they're fairly fresh, they're much easier to deal with. But when you're filleting them, after you've skinned them on the outside, almost all fish have a dark line along the sides of their body, the lateral line, or bloodline, some people call it. And that is where a lot of the fishy taste comes from, is that dark, thin, dark layer of meat, where it contains the heavy metals, all the bad stuff about fish you don't want. But if you get rid of the lateral lines and do everything else that I just told you, they're absolutely wonderful to eat. I would suggest, though, that you watch a few tutorials about how to fillet a fish with Y bones, because pike do have a slightly different rib pattern. Their internal bones, they come to like a weird Y shape, and if you don't do it properly, you'll end up with little fragments of bones in there, which is not very fun to eat. But overall, they're an excellent tasting fish. They're one of my favorite to eat. Yeah, trim off and get rid of the red meat. And try feeding it to your cat. Your cat probably won't even eat it. It's very strong. It's very stinky. It's full of oils. The red meat you need to get rid of. And that's, I think, the biggest mistake that people make with a lot of fish, because it's not just pike. Almost all fish have that dark, the lateral line, that really oily, gamey tasting meat. Some people blast them with water after they bleed them. It takes a lot. That will put slime left on. Yeah, so like this one, it's gonna be sitting. It's probably gonna sit in the cooler all night. When I wake up tomorrow, it's gonna be a slimy, nasty mess. So instead of jumping right in there and trying to fillet it while it's oozing, go bring it to the sink, grab one of the, a potato scrubber or a floor brush. It's just a brush with a handle and a bunch of bristles. Throw it under water in the sink and just scrub the whole thing. Give it a good cleaning and then rinse it off. You'll get rid of 90% of the slime that's on there. All right, we got another one. We're not losing this one. And this is the exact same point where we've hooked up on those other 3. And as I say, we're not losing this one. I think it just came off. What the actual hell is wrong with these hooks? That's 4 hookups in, 15 minutes that we've lost? I gotta take a look at these hooks. Again, this is a lure I've been running for. This guy's probably 2 years old. It's caught a ton of fish. Guy, you can see all the teeth marks in the hook. Still got nice sharp barbs on it. Nothing's bent. Oh, that one is slightly bent. Let's fix that maybe. We do have one treble on there that's slightly bent out. God damn it. That's number 4. But it seems like if we just keep going in circles here, we're getting a hit every time we come around. Time for a trailer hook. We're only allowed 2 hooks per pole in central Montana. It has 2 hooks. You're not allowed to put any more hooks on it. Now, what I should do, being as we're having all these hits on this guy, I should load up the water wolf camera. And this guy, we're gonna let out slightly more, because it seems like again, that's a 25-foot diving crankbait. It's a very deep crankbait, so we're gonna let out some more line on this guy to try and get the crappie man jig down a little deeper. We have had one solid hit off of it, but we've had 3 off of the other. No lips. Nope, we didn't get a lip on that one. Go fishing on the res. Which res? I don't know. I don't know the legality of that. I don't know if can a non-tribal member just go fish on the res? I always thought there were restrictions. Is that not the case? Yeah, you can. No restrictions. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, because we are fairly. I mean, I'm fairly close to the national park and Bab, and there's a couple Indian reservations that have some interesting water bodies in this region. I've just always been under the assumption that they weren't public water bodies necessarily. Alright, I need to find the umbrella for the phone here. I can't see a damn thing. I think the last time I said that, the line hooked up, so. What did I do with it? Shit. May not need permission, and I definitely check with the correct authorities to show respect. In Canada, most areas are free to everyone. Unless posted, need a tribal permit with your license. I grew up on a res a little bit. I'm from North Dakota, Central. Here in Montana, trust me. Okay. Well, Blackfoot today. Yeah, I've never really looked into it. I don't know why I was under the assumption that you had to have, or that, you know, they didn't allow non-tribal members. Oh, good God. All right, that one's bigger. Oh, come on. Please stay on there. All right, it's either dead weight or we lost him again. What the shit is this? They do turn dead weight sometimes, but this feels like I lost it. No, we got fish on there. There we go. See, as soon as they feel the slack line, they fight again. Yeah, this isn't very big. Oh, we got one on the other line there too. See, I told you, when they start hitting it, it gets crazy. All right, we're hooked up. Oh. That's hit number 5 in less than 20 minutes. We finally got one in the damn boat though. Woo! Oh, and he is beat up. All right, this point is on fire today. Oh, come on. Under the gill plate. All right. Yeah, so you can see, this is what I was talking about. He's from deep. They're not in the shallow.
This guy came down from 35-foot bottom. Our lure's, roughly 25 foot. Oh, there's a hit on Crappy Man jig, so that's second, but it was just a short strike. This guy is same exact size as the first two, 23 inches. With these guys, I found the slow release when they have the barrel trauma like this, when it's blown up, doesn't work usually. You launch them, and that's exactly what that initial splash to the water kind of jars them and they dive. If you try and weasel them, your gentle release, no, we lost it, it's off. The gentle release, they'll come belly up and they float to the top. A lot of people will tell you don't do that, but again, I catch a lot of them from deeper waters here, and if you're not, there we go. See, they're all over right here. I can't tell if this one's on there or not. I'm not familiar with how this particular lure feels loaded up. I don't think we have it. I think we lost it. Good God, it's just hit after hit. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I come to Pishkun. This is how it is normally from the moment I drop the damn pole in the water. We just needed to find them. They are all gone over this point though. Get her back out there. Oh man, that is... Are we having fun yet? I am. Even though we're missing half these fish, this is still, I love it. I'm not sure why our landing ratio is so terrible at the moment. But see, this is what we should have been doing since this morning. We just needed to find them. You find them, you can just kind of run pattern back and forth over them until they move, or you catch them all, or they just stop biting. All right. Probably same one over and over, you think so? The truth, double dog dare you what? David Road, depends on who controls the water. U.S. corporate land or licensed tribe controls the water. See, and that's what I thought, is that the tribal police, from what I understand, reservations they're like a country within a country. The tribal police, the tribal authorities control the land, the water, the people, anything that goes on the reservation. And that's why I always thought, my state license, my fishing license, my state land use permit, my conservation license, it doesn't really apply to waters there. They're basically their own country, their own set of laws and rules. I've never, really looked into it though. Dad always stopped the boat when we caught trolling. Yeah, I know. I'll slow it down. I never stop it. If I had one pole in the water, I would be fine with that. But when you got multiple poles, and especially like oftentimes I'm running, if I have 2 people on the boat, I'm running 4 poles. If I have 3 people on the boat, I may run 5 or 6 poles. And you can't. You stop the boat and everything turns into a tangled mess, and you spend the next fucking hour retying everything or untangling stuff.
I live on a res, so I know some things about jurisdiction. Yeah, no, it sounds right. Hopefully a walleye or some catfish. We got 600 when I go fishing. Is that a spinnerbait? Yeah, El Dabo, that's one of Crappy Man Jig's spinnerbaits that he sent over for me to try. Alright, we're off the point. The bite stopped. We moved off the point. Let's get back to the point where the bite is. Oh man, that was fun. The Missouri River is controlled by a corp and state license is required. Yeah, I'm trying to think what the reservation is that's near here. There's one by Babb, Montana. It's up northwest of here, kind of near the national park, near the Canadian border. Rocky Boy? That might be right. Yeah, no, looking at the maps, there looks like there'd be some interesting Browning. Is Browning up by Babb? What the hell's the one by Babb, Montana? But yeah, you're right. No, actually, there's like 2 or 3 in the area. I was thinking, yeah, so however, that's more northeast. I'm thinking like northwest, you know, more up past Choteau, up past Valier. In fact, it's like directly west of Valier. I know here you cannot fish or hunt the res without a tribal member with you, or you must have written permission from the tribal council. See, now that makes sense. That's more along the lines of, somebody had said something like that to me in the past. I was like, oh, okay. And I mean, it makes sense, because again, the res is, that they control the lands, the waters, the people. I mean, it's a jurisdictional issue. El Dabo, I'm surrounded by reserves. They're all dumps, no disrespect. There are nice parts to the reservations. There are not so nice parts to the reservations. I mean, that's kind of the same as anywhere you go. Babb is right above the Blackfeet res. Okay, okay. Babb and Browning. Whew. Man, that got crazy for a second there. You're offended? Why are you offended? David Rowe, every tribe has its own GFP with different rules. Yeah. American Indians are a different breed than the Canadian ones, especially around here. I mean, yeah, I don't know a whole lot about the tribes. I just know that I've been through a few of the reservations. And there seem to be really ghetto areas. There seem to be, you know, some fairly nice areas. But I mean, that's pretty much anywhere you go. That's nothing unique to the res. I don't care about that. I'd like to fish some of the water bodies around there. All right, we need the next one, and it needs to be a frickin' monster. No more. What? Every fish we've pulled in today is 23 inch. Is anybody in here still? SoCal, type out 3 Northern Pike, 1 Pike lip. How about Hart Butte? Interesting place. I know I've heard of it. I can't think off the top of my head where the hell that's even at. My wife is a tribal member. We lived tribal allotments. I'm from 3 affiliated tribes in Old Reservation. Oh, interesting. Like Sacagawea. Oh. All right, we need the damn lure camera on his. Let me bust it out and get it ready. He's getting hits, he's getting follows. We're missing some good footage on it. I'd love to get some caps for him. We could definitely let them know that the pike like it. Shit, did I charge this one? Oh, I'm a dummy. I don't think I charged this one. I haven't even taken it out of the package yet. Alright, boys. This is what I've been waiting for all damn day. Keep telling you guys, this place just, it's on fire. But when they hit, and then they disappear. I used to know a guy, repo cars out of Heartview, owned a wrecking yard on the edge of Cut Bank. Okay. You have walleye tourneys all the time. Interesting. Yeah, that's one fish I really want to get better at catching. I've not had any consistent luck with walleye. David Rowe, Oha's gas tournaments all the time also. White would also have Manitoba Indian. Yeah, I'm just poor white trash over here. I don't have anything interesting in me. Yeah, I can't remember if the last one, if memory serves me correctly, the other one, which is also on the charger right now, came with just a partial charge. It wasn't enough to run it for long. Let's get both of these guys charging here. We have, what is it, 309? The live stream is gonna crap out any minute now, you guys. I'm fairly certain. I was gonna try and restart a new one to try and get more traffic in here. But we're on the bite, and I think that might take too long. But if the live does crap out, you're just gonna see spinny, spinny, spinny. Just wait. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes for me to swap the battery out, for the Starlink to reboot back up, for it to then find and connect to the satellite, and then the stream should just resume. You guys don't have to do anything but sit and wait. Chris, welcome, Chris. Just tuning back in. Glad you're still at it. Yeah, we SoCal. Oh, there you go. Perfect. We just, the bite has just started. We've had like 5 fish on the line in the last 20 minutes, half hour. We only managed to pull in one of those. But we're running back and forth over this point, and it seems like every time we pass over it, we get 1 to 2 hits. And a couple of them have felt really, really nice. Saskatchewan is world-class walleye lake, so is Wahoo, but Saskatchewan is better. Wonder how far is that from Montana? Get better at catching pike first. Dave James, you can eat a dick, my friend. You've been talking shit the whole time, dude. Like, this has nothing to do with me getting better to catching at pike or worse. Sometimes they fall off the line. Sometimes you don't get them. Don't be a butthole. I've never lost that many cranking in one day. Yeah, that was a unlucky run for sure. I mean, we did find one twisted hook on the crank, but I don't know. The one that we landed was hooked solidly. It had both hooks in. That's where, again, I would love to see the underwater footage to see what the hell was going on down there. From Billings to Newton, where the river is, 4-hour drive. It's a bit of a trek. That's not too bad. It's just downstream from Peck. Okay.
Okay. Giolelli Pellar. Oh wow, I am butchering your name. We're gonna call you G. What's up, G? Mr. Beff Tackle, what's going on, buddy? Get better at catching pike. Dick. Pikelet. They left a souvenir on the line, Mr. Beff Tackle. Can we add a trailer hook to the Crappy Man spinner? Yeah, we could. In fact, I did just pick up some stingers. I don't know if it's a pretty thick gauged hook, but that's a good idea. Bloodshed, let's go, coming through, dropping a like, 100 reactions coming at you. I appreciate that. I am Bloodshed. How you doing today, buddy? Do you have to get your boat inspected before you bring it across state lines? Most of the time, yeah, there are pretty strict regulations when you move a boat from one state to another. Oftentimes either in the... Oh, I don't know. Again, right over the same point. This one doesn't feel very big. Oh, damn it. We're all twisted here. Oh, yeah, he's still there for the moment. Oh, this one's little. Stay on there, stay on there. I think this is the smallest one so far. All right. Easy release there. All right. Yeah, definitely smaller than the last few. They just keep getting littler. Let's see, this one's probably 19, 20 inches. 20 and 1/2 inches. Nice little pike. And again, the swim bladder is puffed up, and that was a perfect release. I was going to show you again, you kind of jettison them into the water in the direction that you're trolling, and oftentimes that splash gives them the momentum that they need to get back down below, because they're swimming around with a fat, puffed up bladder, and it makes it really hard for them to get back down diving deep. Self-released. Yeah, he let himself off the hook and then he helped himself out of the boat. He was not about that life. Thank you, SoCal. Yeah, every time we pass over this, we're a little deep there. I don't need to be 120 foot. Every time we pass over this point here, we're gonna bring this back to like 90 foot. Butterfinger fishing adventures, right? It's all skill. We have Italico pike, have color, white tiger trout. I like fishing white fly fish. Awesome, G. That sounds awesome. ANJ fishing. I was just at Pishkun Reservoir and caught a couple. Nice, ANJ. Were you here today or just recently? The water level is super, super low here. More fish lips. Yeah, I don't know. I've always joked about ripping fish lips. I've come back, little
little pieces of flesh on my pole before, but never you know, a whole chunk of a jawline. That was a new experience for me. I went to put up the dishes and missed another one. Yep, we just caught another one. Caught another one and missed another one on Crappy Man Jig's jig. But we're on them now. This point is like literally every time we pass over it, we get 1 or 2 hits. So we're just gonna continue to run patterns back and forth over this. We're going from 40-foot depth to 30-foot depth, which is again exactly what I said this morning when we started. 30 to 50 foot is what I was getting them at last week and a half ago, but again, the water level is down significantly. A&J recently, I know it's super low, or like 50 feet deep. Yeah, we're at least 15 to 20 foot down from average right now. I almost hit my damn boat in the water this morning. It is so shallow. I almost couldn't float the damn boat off the trailer. Yeah, we've been motoring around all damn day with very little activity until we came over here to the point where I've caught a bunch in the past, and man, immediately they just, every time we pass, they snack up one or both of the lines. Yeah, I've never seen it so shallow here. I fished here this time of the year many times in previous years, and it does get low, but I've never had it to where it's like, I literally had to put my truck so far in the water that my exhaust pipe was, you know, 2-3 inches underwater. A&J Fishing, shout out for A&J Fishing. You from Great Falls area or Choteau? Where are you from? I know about 3-1 was the 4th. We just caught the 4th. We caught it. It was the smallest one. It was, what did I say, 20.5 inches? I didn't even use the net. I brought it into the boat, just grabbing the line, and it self-released and flopped around on the bottom of the boat. I picked it up, I showed the camera, and I was gonna show how to jettison the ones with the bloated swim bladders back into the water, and it fucked off and let itself go. Great Falls, okay, nice. And Jay, hit my channel up, leave a comment on one of my videos and let me know that you're a streamer or a fishing channel from the Great Falls area. I'd love to follow you back and check out your content. Maybe we can fish together sometime. Do you catch fish in the winter? I've never been ice fishing, but this year I'm gonna try and go. My home lake is so low, I'm not even sure I can get the boat in tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, they completely took the damn boat launch, or the boat docks out of Willow Creek where we fished on Friday. I mean, I didn't expect there was going to be any problems here. Again, I always fish Pishkun this time of year. But yeah, they had moved the boat dock like 20-30 feet down the bank, and you're putting your boat in just on a gravel path. There's no even boat launch there. That sucks though. My brother lives in Great Falls, cool place. Oh, does he? Yeah, we got a bunch of Montanans in here tonight, or people from, because no rain. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't have a very wet or cold, wet winter last winter, so I don't think the reservoirs, I should say, are as full as they would typically be. We've not had a whole lot of rain. It's been a drier season, but still, I mean, that's just crazy how much of a difference there is. Last time I was there, all 4 wheels on the truck were in the water before the boat started floating. Yeah, no, I had to take my damn socks off, and I contemplated taking my shoes off too, but I don't like walking around barefoot in fishing areas. Speaking of which, there's still a missing hook somewhere around here that I'm not too fond about. But yeah, same here. All 4 tires in the water. My damn exhaust is literally under the water. I contemplated for a few minutes, like, am I Am I gonna kill the truck while I'm trying to get the boat off the trailer and then be stuck and not be able to get my damn truck out of the water? Rough Rider, I'm from Logan, New Mexico, Ute Lake National Park. New Mexico, huh? It's been a long time since I've been through New Mexico. Eight months of solid winter here, El Dabo. That's rough, buddy. We've been to the Fox Farm place to catch fish. The Fox Farm place. Are you talking about under Warden Bridge from the Country Club? Meadowlark Country Club or whatever it's called? Six foot of ice. Good Lord. Yeah, I've never tried to ice fish. It always looks fun. I don't really care to get cold. Mostly like cold hands. I get that terrible pins and needles feeling, and then it just doesn't go away for a long time. So as long as I can avoid that, I will happily fish in the winter. Which space, where are you talking about in Fox Farm? A Missouri River access point upstream from Fox Farm? Yeah, I don't know, you have to be a little bit more specific. I always wanted an ice house set up. Yeah, a buddy of mine's got the, the pop-up ice house and a couple of augers and a whole bunch of stuff. He invited me out last year, but I had recently dislocated my shoulder, and I was not capable of holding a pole very well. SoCal is security bouncer. Get it? Yeah, again, he's just telling it how it is. I mean, we like to have a relaxed channel in here, no drama. And when people come in and are being spamming and being disrespectful, it kills the whole vibe. We're here to have fun and fish, not to fight. Pike don't suffer with their swim bladders. What do you mean they don't suffer with their swim bladders? If they can't get back down into the lower water because their swim bladder's inflated, they die. Maybe I'm not understanding exactly what you're saying there, Dave. It's nice to catch them in the ice shack, but lines outside seem to do better when you know. Yeah, well, that's where the people use the tip-ups and the stuff where you set out a series of lines and you just have to keep, an eye on the visual cue. No trolling, ice fishing. All right, well, that's 2 passes we've just made over the hump. Did we scare them all off? Or did the bite just shut off? Damn, that's a whole bunch of fish we just missed. That was a really bad series of losses there. Again, we're just trying to keep a cool vibe in here. A chill, trying to relax and have fun, not fight and have drama. There's a good group of guys that normally hangs out, guys and girls that hangs out in here. As long as you're nice and you're respectful, you will get it right back at you. Yeah, by Dune Drive. Okay, I think I know where you're talking about. I haven't fished that spot. I'm on Fish Brain, and I see a lot of people post from that spot, though. I've seen a couple of pike pulled out of there, a bunch of carp. Yeah, David, yeah, if we slowed the troll down a little bit, that might help. We're not going super fast. We're at like 2.7, 2.8. But yeah, we could try that. That definitely could help. I don't like to stop it completely, but slowing it down definitely doesn't hurt. But good suggestion. Welcome those joining. This battery has got to be dying any time now. We swapped the battery out, I want to say at 10, is it 1050? 1150, 1250, 150, 250, 3. Yeah, we're at 4.5 hours right about now. So the battery's gonna die anytime now. When it dies, you're just gonna see whirlybirds. When you see that, don't leave. It takes 3 minutes or so for me to swap the battery out, the Starlink to boot back up, and for it to connect to a satellite, and then the stream will resume. Oh, you follow me on Fishbrain? Shit. Who are you on? Are you ANG Fishing on Fishbrain? Who are you on Fishbrain? David Rowe, that's another reason to have a bow mount. And you go neutral and slow way down. Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, it's, if we had an electric trolling motor mounted up there, life would be a lot easier sometimes. But we work with what we got. Bagdi Mura Breeding Farm said hi. Man, that's a mouthful. A whole lot of bees. What do you breed on your breeding farm there, Bagdi Mura? Justin Hill, yeah, we're up to 4 landed so far. We just missed like 5. Was it 4 or 5 in a row? Then we finally caught one. We found a point where they're all hanging out on, and it's been hitting almost every time we pass over it. Goats. I feel a fish coming on the spinner. Yeah, I should. Let's see here. Now we're still charging on both the underwater cameras, but let me look. Let me see if I could find a stinger to throw on there. Oh, quit it. Yeah, we got some quick strike trailer hooks here, some stinger hooks. Next time we pull in that, we will try and throw one of those on there. Maybe it'll help with our hookup ratio. Stinger. So when you're running a single hook, oftentimes you'll have short strikes, which I think might be happening here. They're biting. They're getting the rubber, the tail end of the paddle tail, the swim bait that's on there. So you take a stinger hook. They just have I forget what the hell it's called. It's a crossover cap, and you feed it onto the hook of in this case, spinner bait, and then this is fluorocarbon leader. Man, that's not very thick. What weight is that? 12-pound fluoro. That's a little light. I should have got some heavier. But essentially, this goes onto your main hook. You have, a few inches of leader, and then a stinger. It's a secondary hooking point. Oftentimes, you'll throw these on. In fact, yeah. So like the jig picture here. You throw it on the hook, and it just trails behind. It helps with the short strikes. When fish are You're getting a lot of bites, but you're not getting hook sets. They're oftentimes biting at the tail. They're biting too far away from the hook. So instead of shortening your bait, you add and extend a second hook on there, a stinger. They call it a trailer hook or a stinger hook. Flash, welcome back. Stopping by again, got busy painting any big woods. Nope, they're getting progressively smaller. We had one nice one, it felt like. We just missed like freaking 5 in a row. We finally got one, and it's the smallest one we've had all day. But we found a point here where they were, up until about 10 minutes ago, hitting every time we passed over. I think the bite might have temporarily shut off. Now I gotta get some shields. Here we go. Yeah, they're handy to have. Again, if you notice, you're getting lots of strikes and then they're just gone. I mean, especially if you're using a single hook with a longer rubber or plastic at the end of it. That's just a large section doesn't have anywhere to hook the fish. The stinger can help land a lot of those, or give you more luck. Well, hopefully those stinger things help the hookup ratio. Yeah, that was on a Crappy Man's rig. We've had, I think, 3 hits now on that one and keep losing them. The other pole, we've been getting a little more solid bites on it, but after a few cranks, they're coming off. A&J Fishing, how do you become a fan? So you should see, I think it's lower right-hand corner of your screen. There'll be like a dollar icon. You mean, if you're trying to become a member, otherwise you would just hit the subscribe button. Subscribe follows, you'll see my content. If you want to join the Rod Squad, which is a 99¢, you're basically donating to help pay for the Starlink. You'd hit the little dollar sign and then it'll bring a pop-up and it'll say membership. You build your business, money, yes sir. Why is it Isham? Catch Pike will donate $100. We'll hang out for a few here. We just caught a few. We're right on a point that there's a whole bunch of. All right, get your wallet out, buddy. You got the wallet? We'll see if we can manage. Oh yeah, let's lower our troll speed here. Oh come on, please be on there still. Oh, god damn it. Did we lose another one? Nope. No. Maybe. He might still be there. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. For the moment. Stay on there. Oh god, here. This one's even smaller. Hold on, hold on. You got that $100 handy? Oh, good God, quit. All right. There we go. What was that guy's name again? I don't know. Cough it up, buddy. We catch fish for money here. Hell no, that's what I thought. Get out of here with that bullshit. All right, so another fish, 20.5 inches. Another nice little guy. Not what we're looking for here, though. We found the fish, but they're the babies. But what I was trying to describe earlier is this is barrel trauma. This is their swim bladder. We're pulling these up. That deep diving crankbait is running 25 to 30 feet deep. These guys are coming from fairly deep. Their swim bladders fill up. If you just hold them in the water like you would normally, they might try and swim away, and oftentimes you'll see them come back up on their side and they just float. The best way to get rid of these, if you don't have a fizzer, and I don't know how to do it, I found that if you jettison them into the water here, it gives them that first like 5 foot, 3 to 5 foot of diving, and it shocks them and they swim. They get down far enough, the pressure decreases and that swim bladder deflates again. What is that? Since you didn't donate, here's 10% of 100. You didn't have to do that, buddy. I appreciate that. Ha-ho. You got it. That's all that counts. All right. Yeah, again, any other fish, if it doesn't have barrel trout, don't release them like that. But when you see them, they're all bloated up like a balloon. Unless you want to take that fish home and eat it, that's how you want to release it. Unless you or you have a fizzer, or they make special weights that you can hook into them, drop them down deep, and then you yank on it and it releases it. I don't have any of that fancy shit. Jettison them. Try and get a nice clear torpedo into the water, and they will swim off and they don't float back up. But yeah, man, they are. We found the spot, and this Berkeley dredger is killing it here. That's why it looks like it does. I showed you guys. It's so chewed up, banged up. This, like my Bandit 100, my crankbait that I use from the shore. This is one of my most productive here usually when I'm fishing deep like this. Hold on, let's get it back in the water. Bump our speeds back up. Is keeping them out doing the fizzer thing worse? Well, so the thing with the fizzer, most people will recommend against the fizzer because you're literally, unless you know the anatomy of that specific fish, the size of the fish, there's a good chance you could hit things that you're not supposed to. You're also leaving a gaping hole and puncturing the swim bladder, which isn't gonna, just miraculously heal. You basically break their swim bladder for a period of time until it heals. They don't recommend the fizzer in most circumstances, from what I understand. I forget what the weight systems. There's a hook and a weight that is the ideal way to do it, and you can buy them or you can build them, but that's how they tell you to release it. I don't have one. I don't know how to use the damn thing. But again, I usually deep like this for them, and I do really well. And after ending up with stringers full of fish every time I come up here because they all went belly up, trying to gently release them. I'd watched a video and a guy's like, just launch them, and I'm like, god damn, that's kind of a brutal way to let a fish go. But after trying, it works. But the fizzer, they say really, it's kind of a last case scenario. But yeah, I think puncturing a hole in their air bladder is probably way more harmful long term for them than giving them a little jolt into the water there. Thank you, SoCal. 10 feet in the air. Yeah, we're not trying to launch them into space. All right, we're swinging back down and hit that point again. And I have no idea how this battery is still alive. Butthole. Catch a fish, I'll give you $100. And the pole's like, bzzz. The fish wanted his money. Christopher, I'm sorry if I missed your chat. I'm trying to focus on the poles driving. I do my best to try and respond to everybody's chat. I apologize, it was not on purpose. You can ask your question again, or you can continue to tantrum. Pick one. I was shooting pool, lining up the 8-ball, and I heard the reel go off. I won the game to a soundtrack if you're catching the fish. Right on, Mr. Minerva. Heck yeah. I could see poking them if it was the sea, but freshwater, nah, torpedo that, suck it back in. Yeah, and I guess it also depends on how deep you're pulling them. So, I mean, if you were pulling that fish, if you were fishing 100-foot depth, 200-foot depth, if it were truly a deep fish, giving her a little rocket boost into the water probably is not going to get it back home. But when you're fishing, 25 foot of water, 30 foot, 35, I think that few feet of boost is enough. No, Christopher, I don't fly fish. I don't know how to. I've got some buddies that do it. I don't own a fly pole. I've never really had the desire to fly fish. But yeah, so I would say if you were doing like truly deep fishing, and especially with a bigger fish, the jettison method probably won't work. The pike, they're short, they're skinny, they're skinny, they're called snot rockets. They're the perfect shape to kind of rocket back down into the water. If you were doing deeper fishing, I would try the fizzer, or maybe somebody can look it up. I don't know what the hell it's. All right, there's another one. I don't know if it's still on there. Oh yeah, it is. Oh, maybe not. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I think it's just a little guy. This one might even, no. Perch, maybe? Or we're just catching smaller and smaller. Oh, here he is. Not a perch. Yeah, see, this is one that when I take pictures and put on Fish Brain, everybody's like, that's a tiger muskie, that's not a northern pike. It still has stripes instead of forming the bars. Hold on. All right, there we go. Another little guy. But you see how it's still got the long bars on it? People oftentimes will confuse these with tiger muskies because they have the stripes instead of the distinct, dots and dashes. There's another hit on Crappy Man's. Nice little fish. But this is just an adolescent northern pike. They don't develop the distinctive northern pike color and pattern until they become adults. And I don't know if that's just this strain of them that they have here in what deep water are we in? Well, God, we need to get that trailer hook on there. Something keeps nabbing at this. What do you know? 20 and 1/2. It's like all of these fish. We've had 2 23s and 3 20 and a halves. But again, we're gonna. Well, that was his fault. He had bad form. I launched him correctly, and he flopped the other way, but he still went down. Where's their Noma, the big ones? And again, I apologize. I'm missing, every time I hook up, I miss chats. And you guys, I'm not doing it on purpose, but I also can't scroll back and read everybody's when it gets like this. I get too far behind.
get this one back out in the water. I'm gonna pull the Crafty Man jig in and see if we can fit our tiny little stinger hook on. Oh, god damn it, hold on. Too much shit going on here. Oh. Yep, I saw it. I grabbed it. It went away. I pulled it back. Yeah, I think we're just getting short strikes on this. We need to throw a stinger on there and see. Yeah, I've been trying to say this, all day, that we were having an abnormally small or slow day this morning. Normally, this is how it gets. It's just back to back to back. You get tons of them. Wow, that got wrapped up. We're missing a lot more than we normally do. But yeah, you got teeth marks, chunkies all over there, biting the crap out of this thing. Wow, it's actually, I just noticed that. It is completely, how the hell did they manage that? Oh, heading into shallow water here. All right, let's try the stinger hook. All right, stinger hook applied. We're in a death roll here. Appreciate the sub there, Amranyang Web TV. I don't know how to say that. One like away from what? Oh, we're almost at 200. Nice. All right, let's get it back out there. We gotta get a fish on this damn thing. We've got a bunch of bites on it. They all seem to be short strikes. Redneck, welcome back. Katrina, welcome back. Christopher Tones, nice, you just caught. Nice one you just caught. Yeah, that was a little one. They're still nice fish, but not what we're after. We want a big one. I'm not. I won't complain though. We're on the fish finally. It's nice to finally get back on them. Went golfing. All right. Six pike, one lip. Yeah, we found where they're lurking, or at least some of them. A pike clip. What is a pike clip? It's literally a lip of a pike. A pike bites the hook,
shakes his head and swims away and left us a gift. It's the metal. It's a fractured piece of his jaw. Wow, interesting. Thanks. Yeah, he just did a big head shake and swam away and left the lip with us. I'll send you the email for it as well. I have to wait till 6 though. That spinner's gonna get hammered now. Yeah, it's been hit 3-4 times now. We just keep they all look like shallow bites. Maybe that swim bait is just a little oversized for it. We could try something a little bit shorter. It won't give you any more lip, yeah. I think he learned his lesson the first time. Yeah, I've never had that happen before. I mean, again, I've had flesh come back, skin, some scales, but never a whole goddamn fractured, lip, a part of the jaw. They're hitting at it, so that stinger's gonna get him. It should. It's pretty light fluoro, though. I mean, it's about, I guess, what those worm harnesses were. 15, 20-pound fluoro. We'll see. Once reeling in a walleye, a pike ripped it off my line. I seen that. People catching a pike and getting it to the boat, and they're like, "Oh God, that's big!" And then an even bigger one comes and chomps on it and swims away. Yeah, I've never had that happen before. All right, looks like the wolf here is. Wait, is our battery dead? Our battery might be. I'm gonna move to a different one. All right, Dad, so the battery was just dead. Trout like cigarette butts? I've heard a couple of people say that. I don't know. Mason, what's up, Mason? How you doing, buddy? How many fish so far? 6 northern pike have been landed. We've lost just as many. I mean, we have one lucky pike lip. Not so lucky for him, but William, how you doing? We're doing awesome. We're catching fish. Beautiful weather. We got a good stream going here. Our Starlink mini battery's about to die. We need to reboot it or Pole just bounced there for a second, it looked like. Having a good day. El Dabo, there are a couple of lakes around here that have aggressive pike like that, and absolute Goliaths. Man, see, that's what I need to find. This place is full of pike, and there are some big ones in here. I've seen them on the underwater, the lure camera, and I've had one that it had to have been damn near as close, or damn near the size, maybe even slightly bigger than my PB, which is, 42 inches, 22 and a half. But I lost it. I didn't get it actually landed. We got it right next to the boat, and I got it stuck on the outside of my net. I know. I don't know why some of these batteries, they just work better than the others. We swapped it out at 10:50. The first one had 4 hours and 50 minutes. This one, what is it, 11 to 12? Yeah, we're at 3 minutes, just under 5 hours right now. So we're already 20 minutes over what the last one ran, or 10 minutes over. FOE angler, we caught one more. We're at six so far. You have our muskie fish. We don't have muskies here. We have tiger muskie, which is a hybridized, it's a cross between a Northern Pike and a muskie. And yeah, it's on my bucket list. Same scenario there. I had one right next to the boat last year. Didn't get it landed. That is one of my most common reasons for losing fish. When you're trying to steer the boat, pull with one hand and net with the other, I oftentimes either don't get the fish up high enough or my net is just too shallow, and you got treble hooks sticking out everywhere, and you get the damn treble hooks stuck on the outside of the net. It's nearly impossible to recover from, or at least I haven't found a good way. Lewis Brown, how you doing, buddy? But yeah, so we have a tiger muskie and a handful of local water bodies. Well, all right, there's another fish. Oh no, oh no. Ooh. We're on a bit of a death spiral here. Trying to get my clicker off. Oh, damn it. My spiral. Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh, did I lose it? Are you still there? Oh, he's still there. He's still there. It's not very big. None of them are. Oh, I don't know. Actually, this one, not huge, but it looks definitely bigger than the last two. Alrighty. And another adolescent here. Again, people say, oh, that's a tiger muskie. It's not a tiger muskie, it's just an adolescent pike. This one looks closer to the size of the first two that we caught. So probably about 23 inches, 22 inches. Let's see. 22.5 inches. So slightly smaller than the first two, but gorgeous fish. Such pretty coloring. There she goes. Thank you, SoCal. Appreciate that, Lewis. Really good fish. Yeah, we're getting some decent ones here. We finally figured out where the hell they've been hiding. That or the barometric pressure change, I don't know. This point, we're running this point and two coves right on each point. But again, we're in much deeper water than we have been. We're catching these in 35 foot bottom, and this lure's running, 25 plus foot deep. Hiding in the water, yeah. Pesky little bastards, hiding in the water. All right. Appreciate that, James. Thank you. Yeah, well, once we got on them, they're one after another after another. We've been looking for them all damn day. They haven't been in the usual spots, but we're over a whole goddamn school of fish right now. A bunch of perch, and I think that's what they're feeding off of. My favorite boy kissing streamer. Thanks, Post War. You're sweet. Any really good sizes? No, they've been 20 to 23 inches. All roughly about the same size. All adolescents. We have not gotten into any of the adults yet. Prizes left over from the giveaway. I'll give the first $50 super chat a pack of swim baits. that's generous of you, SoCal. What do you recommend for offshore bait for pikes? All I use is smelt. Cut bait can be good. Again, crankbaits. Like what I'm using right here is a Berkeley dredger, and it's the 25-foot diver. They make them all the way from, you know, like the shallow diving, the square nose, all the way up to, I think they actually have a 27 or a 29-foot diver. Another one. Oh, we hit a 200. Awesome. Thank you guys. Again, the other one that I have been catching them a lot here on up until today are the stick baits. Rapala original floater. Anywhere from the F13 to the F18 size, which is basically like a 4.5 inch to a 7 inch or 7.5 inch. We have pike in some of the small creeks in Missouri and muskie. Nice. Wait, do you recommend for offshore bait for pikes? Oh, yeah, there is another one that I've had decent luck on. I don't have one handy right here. I'd have to dig for it. They're called a Berkeley Magic Swimmer. It's a swim bait. It's an articulating swim bait. I think it's got 4 sections. 4, I think, and it's like a snake in the water. Again, they're skinnier form, but long, and it just has beautiful movement. But really, pike will bite on so many different things. It's more important to find out where the pike are. And this time of the year, they're all over water bodies. You can catch them shallow, you can catch them deep. I tend to have the best luck fishing over deep bottom. They're oftentimes not on the bottom. They suspend, 5, 10, 15 feet off the bottom. But I have way better luck when I throw patterns over the deeper bottom. We're getting rain right now. Yeah, tiger muskie's on my bucket list. We don't have muskie, so I don't really get to catch that. I have that snake lure, only caught a smallmouth with it. Yeah, that's top water though. The Berkeley Magic Swimmer's not a top water bait. It's a sinking swim bait. All right, another fish on. There we go. There we go. Again, this feels small. God, we're on the fish, but there's got to be a grandpappy in here watching all the kids, right? Where's Granddad? Or maybe even Grandma. I'd prefer Grandma. Grandmas are usually bigger than Granddads. Ooh. This one feels decent. No, it's... Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Calm down. Oh, good God, quit it. Barely hooked. Just barely. Be very, very careful when you're lipping these guys, when they still have the treble hooks in their mouth. You will get caught by them sooner or later. Yeah, we almost had another lip here, boys. Oh. There we go. Nice pike. You want big fish, use big baits, yeah. Ouch, ouch. Oh God, their gills are sharp. I'm trying to show you his teeth, but now he doesn't want to open up. There we go. Look at the top row of teeth on these guys. I don't know how well you guys can see that. Let's see how long it is. $23. So again, 20 and a half to 23 they've all been. But beautiful little fish. We're gonna... Yep, good to go. Crappie, man, yeah, we found them. And the spinnerbait has been hit 4 or 5 times, but all short strikes with that plastic on it. So we threw a stinger hook on there to see if we could get one to stay on. I want 2 lips so the first one doesn't get bored. What I say, I leave and you crush them. I've been saying all damn morning, we just need to find them. Once we find them, it's on. And we have finally located them. That's what we've caught 6 in the last, hour ish. Oh, good God, I have one on here already. I just set the line out. We got another fish on, guys. I didn't even get the drag set. Oh, is he still on there? Oh, damn it, I think he came off. Yeah, I was like, damn, I put out too much line. I put a couple of cranks on it. Yank, 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 yank. Good eating. Yeah, all of them that we've caught today are perfect eating size. There is a limit of 10 pike per person per day here, so we basically at this point we're almost limited out if we had kept all of them. We only have one in the cooler. It was one that we deep hooked and it was bleeding like a stuck pig. So we'll take that one home and eat it. The rest of these we're putting back and they can grow up and maybe someday be the behemoth that we're looking for. Might want to check your other pole. Was it getting hit? We just have one kept so far, Mia. Still insane though, this is great. This is why I wanted for so long. I've been telling you guys, I wanted to bring you here. When the bite is on, it's on. Like I said, a typical day, not a good day, just a typical day here this time of the year, I catch 10 to 20. And I lose, a dozen more. Sometimes you just lose the hook sets. But we had a long, slow morning. We're on them now, boys, though. I think we're gonna keep catching. We're 4:11. We still got 6 hours of fishing left. It was getting hit too. I don't know, man. That drag's pretty light. I think a newborn infant could probably set the audible noise on that one. It's not getting hit. Yeah, when it gets hit, you're gonna hear the gzzz, you'll know. I love this rod, you're killing it, brother. Appreciate that, Lewis. We've been waiting for it all day. I think people were getting frustrated and bored, frankly. But it's just, you gotta find them. You gotta figure out what depth they're at, what they're biting on. I mean, as soon as we switch back to deeper water, 30, 40 foot bottom, like right now we're over 37 foot bottom. And we're running a deep diving crankbait. So instead of the shallow divers that are going, 8, 12 foot, our crankbait goes 25 foot, plus we're running, 3 colors of leaded line. So we're right down on top of them. I was talking about earlier, not now. No, okay. Fair point, fair point. Richard Farley. What's up, Richard? I'm so glad, even though I missed most of the day, I still got to be here for the fish. First time to see one of the streams with my luck. Oh, no, I'm glad you guys got to see it as well. Hang out, though. I think it's just starting. They do kind of shut off and turn on, but we found them. They're back in this bay, which makes sense. So this bay, we've had wind coming from the west, the northwest all day, which is kind of pushing them to the southeast, or the bait fish rather, and they're following the bait fish. And we just had to find, the right location and the right depth. And again, the lure change I think was helpful as well, because it's getting down to where they're at. But I could honestly probably throw on any of these the cranks that are diving 20 plus feet, and they'd probably all work equally as well at this point. Hydration, thank you. I'm getting hoarse. Even the bass have been catching 5 to 10 foot under. Yeah, when the water gets hot like this and you get a lot of storm systems and shit come through, which the weather's just been really erratic here lately. It pushes them fish down deeper oftentimes. They're not always, on the bottom in the deeper water. They often suspend 5, 10, 15 foot off the bottom, but they're out in the deeper water where it's cooler. And again, oftentimes following the bait fish. I'm sure we could have trolled all day in shallow and probably caught a few. But I think we wouldn't be having back to back to back like this, trolling in the shallows. There just aren't that many fish out there. The ones that are in the shallows probably, chased a school of fish in, they're picking at them, and then they're gonna go back out into the deep. Ryan Denny, oh, thank you, SoCal. Pishkun is usually a good place to catch. Yeah, I love Pishkun. Every once in a while I do get skunked here. It's usually earlier in the season. It drives me absolutely nuts going from, like a 20-day catch, there you can catch that many, and then you go to nothing. That's why this morning was so frustrating. It's like one fish. Come on, this is not the Pishkun that I'm used to. But again, I think the significant drop in the water level, the hot weather has slowed the bite and pushed them into areas where they generally weren't. Must be shit in a fish. Either get ate or hooked and pulled up. Yeah, it's a rough life, Madhead. Yeah, we're in central Montana. This is right outside Choteau. You got good personality and sense of humor. Keep doing videos. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. I'm having a blast. I'm just trying to have fun. I'm glad you guys are along for the ride and are enjoying the experience. Justin Everett, can you show me the rods? Well, the one in the rod holder here, I guess we could pull her out and show it. We're running it's an Akuma Classic Pro GLT, the planer board series. They make a bunch of different variations of this. It's a 8.5 foot trolling rod. It's collapsible. This is one of the nice features of it. It collapses down to about 7.5 foot, which makes it really handy when you're fishing in a small boat like this. This is a 16 foot John boat, and there's not a whole lot of room to deal with, you know, an unwieldy 8.5 foot pole, so it collapses down. They're nice poles. I think it's medium, heavy, moderate action. I'd have to look it up again. Great trolling rods. They're meant for leaded line though, which is lead core line, which is what we're running here. It's paired with the Okuma Cold Water Series line counter reel, and Suffolk Advanced 832 lead core line. Nice pull. They work well for bigger fish. They're a little big for trout and smaller fish. It takes quite a bit to get a good audible hook set on the clicker. But that's what we're running on both sides of the boat right now. I just poo-poo. Yay, he just poo-poo. Good job. Easy timing on point. Very nice. Yeah, they're nice rods and reels. I have Okuma gear for all my trolling gear. We have some shorter rods in the back that are basically knockoff Okumas. They're white label Okumas. They're the short 5 foot trolling rods. Again, also paired with the Okuma cold water reel, the 2000 series on those ones. The 2000 series is junk. Don't ever buy them. Spend a little bit more money, get the bigger reel. The 3000 series, it's the drag system is absolutely trash on the 2000 series. The 3000 series, it's very, very good. Luke Hooper, welcome. Blizzard Wizard Foz, a crappy day fishing is better than a great day at work. I believe it is said. Absolutely. Madhead, Neil Bell, we're in UK. Where are you from? Blizzard Wizard, Canada, Peace. I don't know what that is. Is that a ferry? I don't know what that is. Smoke that cigs, man. I think it's about time for the fish whistle here. And those last couple, we came down a little further off the point than we have been. We're headed back over to the point right now. We're at about 31 foot bottom. I'm just kind of meandering back and forth through 30 to 40 foot range right now, and it has been working. Time for an afternoon fish whistle. Yep. Luke Cooper, how's the day going? I'm having a fantastic day. We finally got on the fish. We had a slow start to the morning. We've been on the water here since 6 a.m. It's now hey, look at that, 4:20. Fish whistle o'clock. But we had a slow morning. We had 2 fish caught up until about an hour ago, and then we've caught 6 fish in the last hour or so. There we go. Crappy Man Jig's first fish. Is he here? Oh, did it come off? I think it might have bit our stinger off. Oh, damn it. I think it's gone. I just felt chink, and I think it bit the stinger. It was only 12-pound fluoro. Did battery die? Shit. Is the stream still live or did the battery die? I still show that it's connected to Wi-Fi. Change lure. Are you guys still there or is it gone? Time to make up your own leader for a stinger. Yeah, I do have some trebles. There's one floating around here. And I do have some much heavier. No, it didn't bite. Our stinger's still there. God, this poor bait is just ragged though. Man, this poor fish has had a rough day. You're good, okay. He is so bit up and tattered, but no, we still have the stinger. Oh, that's a shame. That didn't feel, it felt like about the same size as the other ones we've been catching. But damn it, we had him. How's the brand Akuma? Just got a 7-foot medium heavy Akuma Serrano. Akuma, they're kind of, they're equivalent to like Ugly Stick. People are like, oh, Ugly Stick's, you know, a low-end brand. I don't feel comfortable unless I'm spending $200 on a rod. Anything less that is garbage. Ugly Stick is one of my favorite brands. They make one of the most durable poles and some of the most sensitive and nice poles. Akuma is right alongside there with Ugly Stick. I love their stuff. These trolling poles are like $35. They're cheap. Really good gear. The reel is way more expensive. It's like 120 or something like that for the 3000 series. So the reel is where the money's at. The rod, super cheap. They're great quality though. I've been running these about 3 years on this boat. I've caught, you know, well over 100 pike on these guys, and they're great. I like them. All I've ever used though is their trolling stuff though. I've never used any of their other like freshwater gear. Damn it, I can't believe we missed that. I have one of those rods. I love them. You can see why you use Ugly Stick. Yeah, the Ugly Stick, so I run, you'll see it in almost all my videos. It's my most used pole when I'm bank fishing or throwing, you know, lighter lures. It's a cheap pole. The Ugly Stick Carbon, medium light fast action, 6'10", single piece, not a two piece, and they're great. But again, the Akumas are the same thing. They're not a high-end pole. They're not a big money pole, but they're durable. They're well built. They're sensitive. Again, I pull that out over my much more expensive rods and reels on you know, almost every time I come fishing. Yeah, the fish don't care. It's all about, you know, and a lot of it comes down to personal preference. What it feels like in your hand, the weight of it. One of the reasons that I like the Ugly Stick Carbon so much is it's lightweight, it's very strong, and I have shoulder injuries, back injuries. My shit hurts all the time. And when you know, especially if I'm out bank fishing or casting, if I'm throwing a crankbait all day and reeling back, you know, just the fatigue from the heavier poles, it kills me. And I love them. But yeah, the Akuma reel, they're good. I would recommend them, especially for the price point. I mean, literally, I just looked up because I was looking to see if I could get a slightly lighter version of it. Something with a little bit more parabolic bend that would be better suited for rainbow trout or, you know, smaller walleye. Because that's the only thing that with this is when you get the smaller fish on there, it is what did I say? I think it's a medium moderate medium heavy moderate action, and it doesn't have quite the parabolic bend. It's not quite as sensitive as you would like for smaller fish, but again, I'm not usually going for smaller fish with it, so I was just looking for another option. But it's like 38 bucks or something like that on Amazon right now. You can pick these up for. And I honestly should pick up, you know, like 2 or an extra 4 of them just to keep them as spares. At that price point, you could go and beat the shit out of a tree with it if it served your purpose for the day and grab another one out of the rack. ugly stick are great. I have videos on my channel catching shovel nose sharks, horn sharks on them. Yeah, I mean, it's rated for nothing, like no weight whatsoever. I pulled in a 20-pound cat, or roughly 20-pound catfish, carp, big fish. In fact, my big pike came off of one of those too. That 22.5-pounder. It's definitely undersized. You could probably do for a bigger pull if you're targeting big fish like that. But again, they hurt me. I get sore. I don't enjoy it as much when I'm aching the whole time. In Sweden, we say shit fish to wish good luck when someone is about to fish. So shit fish. I appreciate that, Malvin. Shit fish. All right, we will remember that. That's going to be part of the channel from now moving forward. I appreciate you introducing that to me. Thank you. And welcome to the channel. Hope you're enjoying the stream. David Rowe, how do you have reels set using the clicker, bail open or closed? Bail closed. Yeah, no, with the bail open, normally I would not get a very good hook set. I want them to be able to have to grab and pull. Again, you're moving fast enough that once they clamp onto that, I don't want it, just like free rolling out of the drag or out of the reel. They set the hook themselves. You'll notice when I pull these fish up, you're not seeing a jerking action. I'm never setting the hook. Them swimming up fast to try and catch up with the lure, grabbing it, and then trying to turn the other way. They get the current moving against them. They're setting their own hook. How's the fishing? We had a really slow morning, Tommy, but the fishing over the last hour and a half or so has really, really picked up. We've caught 6 fish in 90 minutes, a little less than that. We usually say shit fish here because we catch a bonito on a tuna trip because it's a shitty fish. Fair point. All right, so we're coming back up. This point over here this is money. This is where we've been pulling them off of. So again, we've been going off the point at a point of about 30 to 40 foot depth, and then kind of following that contour back along the bay on this side, wrapping around, going back across the point and wrapping around the other side of the bay. So we're just fishing a pattern that's swooping around and then coming back around the bay. We're a little shallow. The wind just turned us. Have you tried ground fishing? You mean like bank fishing? Fishing from land instead of boat? We call that bank fishing. David Rowe, good, maybe Titan, Star Drag. I can't figure out why they're coming off. Yeah, I'm glad you're still analyzing that. I mean, it's not set super light. I don't know. I don't think it's the pole. This is the hooks. They seem sharp. One was bent. This is one of the lures that I don't swap out the factory hooks on. I don't know. I don't think it's drag. I think they're maybe just shallow striking at it, and we're just getting not a good hook set, and after enough turbulence, enough friction, they're just coming off. Because most of them, it's not like I even feel a big head shake and then it's gone. It's like you have the friction on it, you have the the bend, and it just it's gone. It's almost like, again, like it's hanging on to skin instead of wrapped behind the bone, and then you're tearing it and the fish is just floating away. Tommy, had a bad day, caught 84 bass. Cool story, bro. Needs more robots. What's up, Beach Bum? Appreciate you joining the channel there. How is this battery still alive? I've been saying for literally an hour now. That battery's about to die. The battery's gonna die. She's still kicking. I don't know, I guess the temperature maybe did cool down a little bit. Yeah, we're at 1 bar on it. It's gotta be crapping out any time here. And when it does though, the stream will be back. Just chill for a few minutes. I just have to plug in a new battery, wait for it to boot back up. Next week, the next stream you see me on with this, we probably won't be having this issue. I have a power bank coming that I can slap all 4 DeWalt batteries in, and we will have 1 mega battery that'll last from 16 to 20 hours-ish. Beach bum, we are after Northern Pike. There's a few other fish in here. I do occasionally catch yellow perch as bycatch. They're 6 to 9 inches, and they bite things bigger than they are. They're not very smart. But we're mainly after Northern Pike, and we're trying to get a big Northern Pike. But we finally got out of our slump. We've been getting quite a few of them to bite. They've been from 20 to 23 inches-ish. 2 to 4 pounds. Nice little fish, but nothing big. They're all adolescent. They're basically baby pike so far that we're catching. Adolescents. El Dabo, what do you do for work outside of YouTube? Web development, cybersecurity. Nerdy stuff. I do a lot of consulting, security consulting. PB coming up very soon. It's in here. She's swimming around in here somewhere. Midsummer, not really the best time of the year to find it. We might get lucky. I don't know, the bigger pike tend, from my experience in my reading and research, bigger pike tend to be more territorial. They don't roam as far as the smaller fish. So it's more like that we need to find the behemoth in the lake rather than it coming to find us. The smaller fish usually are less territorial. They roam around, they follow the bait fish more. The big fish, they don't like to waste the energy. They sit, lurk, and wait for food to come to them. I have marked on my map, on my fish finder, the biggest pike, the one that I had next to the boat that looked to be about or possibly bigger than my PB that I lost. And I run over that spot every time I come here, at least 2-3 times. Because again, I think that one's big enough that it's where I caught it at was probably not far from where it lurks. These little ones that we're catching are probably swimming all the damn place, all over here. But I just wanted to catch a few fish. There's a crab next to you, bro. A crab? That crab? Talking about that one? Oh. I went down the river before. It's terrible at the moment. Too much weed and moss. Praying for lots of rain. Yeah, the last time that I fished, bank fished from the river, I was trying to catfish, and it drove me nuts all day. I pulled in nothing but weeds every time you cast your line out. There's just weeds, debris floating everywhere. It's not like I was throwing it into the weeds and bringing the weeds back. You have a stationary line and it's just flowing and collecting and pulling these giant, Nessie sea snakes. And it was just an absolute nightmare to try and get it off the line. Because I do use a lot of rigging, and a lot of shit gets caught on it. I got so frustrated after a while. Every time I would pull it in, I'd just snip the line and flip it back over and let the whole thing shadunk and slide off, and then I'd retie my rigging. Absolute pain in the ass. Did not have fun fishing that day. Appreciate the sub there, Hamad. How you doing, Hamad? Brad Wilson said hi. Welcome to the stream, Brad. good bit of rain clears it up. Does it? What causes... Like, I don't understand, like, why all of a sudden. So, like, the water body, the river here, I had fished it 2 weeks or so prior, maybe 3 weeks. It was a little while. But I went back because it was really good catfishing the time that I was there. In fact, I caught a whole bunch of different species. Smallmouth bass, walleye, sauger. We were just pulling different species left and right out there. But then I went back like 3 weeks later, like, oh, I'm going to do some catfishing. And actually, I tried to take the stream there. And the water level was low, and it was just debris. Just fucking, you know, plant matter, garbage coming up that used to be attached to the bottom. But it just doesn't understand why all of a sudden. I mean, is it the water temperature? It kills the plant, and then it just floats off bottom, and what causes a mass exodus of the weeds to flow downstream? And why does raining clear it up? I don't get that. Any luck today? Brent, welcome. Yeah, we've had eight small Northern Pike, and we ripped the lip off of one. Gotta go get 2-stroke oil for the old Johnson. Back in a bit. All right, SoCal. Yeah, the oil that I get, it's Mystic something. It's like Mystic 3-in-1. Mystik. I don't know if you guys have North 40 down there in Southern California. I don't remember if we had them there, but that's where I get it. That's the oil that I've been using for the last couple of years, and it's run beautifully in this boat. The only thing I don't like about it is it fucking stinks. It's like, it smells like rotten fish. Like, I don't know what they put in that stuff, but it's gross. Pike eat prey head first. When they hit a stick bait, oftentimes the hooks on the back will snag the side of their head. That makes sense, Michael White. And I have seen that. So we do run. It's interesting you should say that, because I think actually our camera is now charged. So I recorded, if you look on the channel, we have water wolf footage. And what you've described, I've seen often. Because, yeah, they're hitting it from the front, and it's basically, you know, they're foul hooking themselves momentarily, and then they get off. But they don't always eat head first. It is quite common to see them strike that way, but there's a lot of them that they're hitting from under, you know, and oftentimes coming from behind. If it's a stationary bait, I don't know, I guess I don't really have any footage of stationary. But anyways, I'm gonna get this guy on the line here. I forgot we had to put it back. But thank you for that insight, Michael. It's cool seeing people analyzing and thinking and trying to help give me direction here. Because I mean, it is fairly common for me to lose fish here. Like I said, an average day I'll get 10 to 20 landed, and I lose a dozen. You know, so there's always a good chunk that get off. The underwater camera footage does help give me some clues as to what's going on, but it also helps me see that I'm not just losing 12. Like, there are a lot of times that they come up and they smack the bait all over. They completely miss it. They come up, they nibble, they go back, they swim away, and then they're like 10 seconds later they swim back over and they nibble again. And their behavior is bizarre. Really cool though. I love watching it. What did I do with the cap? Oh, this is the wrong one. No, is it? Yeah, I got 4 and lost 2. Must be normal. Some days my landing ratio is much better. It really depends on the lure, though. That's like those bandit 100s, 200s, and other fish. Oh, nice. Turn the damn clicker off. Good God. This again is on the Berkeley dredger. I think he's still on there. He kind of went dead weight if he is. Which they, again, oftentimes do. It's almost like they go into... No? No, we lost him. Yeah. So this is what we keep losing them on. It's a Berkeley dredger. This is one that I have not replaced the hooks on. Well, that one hook is kind of... We do have one bent over. Yeah, I know this trailing hook does look, she's a little beat up. Might be time to switch that out. What's up, homie? How's the fishing? We're killing it. Other than we keep losing. But we are getting bit up this last hour, 2 hours-ish. Do you crush the barbs? No, I don't. I've thought about going barbless. I have so many goddamn lures. I can't imagine how long it would take for me to actually switch over to barbless. Or like you said, I guess you could just pinch the barbs, but no, I leave the barbs on. Sebastian, welcome. Oh, I appreciate that. We're trying. Some days are better than others, but we're getting close to that average that I get here, 10 to 20. So the day started slow, but it is absolutely picked up this last hour or so. We're just missing a whole bunch. We're getting them on the line, and then they're dipping. Crush them personally, find it easy to get the lure off. Do you just use, like Alrighty, we're back again. Battery number 3. Welcome. Can you hear and see me now? Yes? No? Welcome. Can you hear and see me now? Yes? No? I should just restart the stream. Yo, fat cat. Oh, Matt had her battery born. You cheered up. Am I live? Rip. There we go. You live. All right, cool. We're back. Yep, battery died. We had to... Thank you. No, we just had to switch out the battery. It died again. So yeah, we're on battery number 3 now. And I'm still looking for the damn water wolf cap. I took it off. I thought I put it in the backpack here, but I cannot find it. I got too much crap. I really need to organize this stuff better. What time is it there? 4:52. Welcome back, Big Homer. Justin Hill, yeah, 4:52, almost 5 o'clock. So we have roughly 4 more hours before it's going to be basically pitch black here. So we got a few more hours of should be decent trolling. We've been hooking up fairly frequently since about, when did the bite start? About 2 p.m.? About two and a half, almost 3 hours ago. Patriots power supply is all I'm saying. Now, so we have 4 separate 8 amp DeWalt batteries right now, with a USB-C adapter that slides on the top. I have on order, it should be here on Monday, a power bank that all 4 of the batteries slide into, and it combines all the battery power of them. And then you have, various different outputs, AC, USB-A, USB-C. And that way we'll have, instead of being disrupted every 4 to 5 hours when the battery dies, we'll have a continuous runtime of anywhere from 16 to 20 hours. God, that looks so cool, doesn't it? I don't know, I'm just looking from the side here. Such a pretty view. What time you have trying to find out if it's caught up? 4:53. Audio a hot miss. Audio are out of sync. Oh, looking at timestamps, okay. Next to the missing hook, probably. That's a good call. Oh, no. We just ran really shallow. We're at 12 foot. And get back out into deeper. We're bouncing on ground here. Let the wind take us. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking, trying to clean up a little bit. Man, it's pretty shallow. How fast does that beast motor push the boat? When we have a calm day, about 30 miles an hour, not super fast, 30, 35. It really depends on how I have crap balanced around the boat. I don't know if you were here earlier, Eldavo, when I was showing what's on the boat. I have a ton of weight at the back of the boat. It's not very evenly distributed yet. I have 2 batteries as well as the 12-gallon gas tank, and it's a ton of weight really far at the back along with the heavy motor. So it's tough to get it, good and up on plane. I need to add some more weight to the front of the boat. But yeah, 30, 35 on a pretty nice day. It feels fast on a little boat like this. There's 75 horsepower, 2-stroke. Yeah, it's 75 horsepower, 2-stroke, but the lower unit swapped out from a prop to a jet foot, which it degrades that 75 horsepower is not a true measure of it when you put the jet foot on. It's like you get 75% of the power or 66% of the power, something like that. You get degraded power. Alright, we have something on this line. I don't think it's a fish. I think we picked up some junk. It might be fish though. Have I been dragging around a fish on the Crappy Man jig here? What do y'all think? Is it crap or is it a fish I'm dragging around? What is going on here? Nothing. Wait, that wasn't that. Did I have my other line? I'm confused. That felt weird. Maybe I'm losing my mind. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a reliable old motor though. I had to swap the fuel pump out on it. There was an electrical short when I got it that I had to rewire a portion of it. But it's ran strong and solid ever since. I had to swap the impeller out, just basic maintenance. Going in circles, yes. We did. We had one complete turn there. We're headed back towards the point right now. The wind is picked up, and again, I'm trying to adjust the speed. It's hard because you get the wind at your back, you're going too fast. You got the wind in your face, and you're going too slow. Then you gotta, turn sideways. It impacts you so weirdly in a jet mode. And if I don't pay attention for, 5 seconds and the wind gets me, it just like whips you around. You fall into the wave action and the wind at the same time. What reel are you using? It's a Akuma Cold Water 3000 series. It's a line counter reel. It's got the built-in clicker. They're really nice reels. The 3000 series though. The 2000 series of them I have on the short trolling rods in the back that we're not using right now. And they're absolute trash. The drag system in them is complete garbage. The 3000 series though, they're solid. I love them. I'm gonna pick up a couple of more of them to put on the short poles, and then the 2000 series I think are going to end up at the bottom of Pishkun here. I literally hate them. Rick Rob, welcome back. Still trolling, son. Yep. We'll be out here. We got about another 3.5 hours till we gotta go try and get the boat on the trailer. Let's all wish Rod good luck by saying shitfish in the chat. Shitfish. It's like the Tourette's version of Gesundheit. Or whatever the hell it is. Looked like you had something on. It felt like it. I don't know what the hell that was. I might have had the other line. I don't know. It's just weird. It got like to the other, or to the end of the boat, you know, 5 foot off, and it just no tension anymore. There was something funky going on. Speaking of, I'm gonna pull this guy in and see, make sure that we're still all right on this line. We got some weeds here. One man, hard everything at once. Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a juggle sometimes. Yeah, that's why I need to get an electric trolling motor on here at some point in time. It would just take so much of the complexity out of the scenario. Because so much of the struggle is just trying to keep the boat pointed in one direction. I mean, the wind isn't bad right now, but it's 8 to 10 miles an hour. You know, it's a decent enough gust that it pushes this boat around. And in between the, you know, the splashies of all the caps that we're popping over, it gets chaotic. It's not bad though with 2 poles, because you don't usually get super tangled. I'm running them, you know, with a big enough spread that even when I get screwy in the boat, it doesn't get too bad. When you got 4 poles or more in here, you start getting a tangled mess. You know, the first time you screw up, you let the wind take you. You pretty much always have to have somebody on the wheel. One pike lips. Yeah, we had a fish. We got a bite. I had the rod in my hand. I went to steer the steering wheel, and the fish was gone. I reeled it in, and it had shook and busted part of its jaw off. We got one fish lip. You've heard the term rip lips. Well, we quite literally ripped the lip. He shook his head and he left without it. That pike was just having a bad day. He didn't want to fuck with it. He was just, peace, I'm out, you can keep it, I don't care anymore. All right, so we are coming up again on our point that we've been pulling them off of. And I'm still trying to find the cap for my water wolf. I took it off, I put it somewhere like I'm gonna remember where this is, and then no idea. I don't know what I did with it. Literally no idea. But I need to figure it out because I want to get the water wolf back in the water earlier. Wind's getting twisty. It takes a couple of seconds. It just whips you right around. Take damn focus off the wheel for 1 second. Would that rip lip lead to death of the fish? No, they're typically something like that. They'll just live a weird, deformed life. You know, I've seen pike. I've caught pike with their bottom lip completely inverted or completely torn off. They fight with each other. They take big chunks out of each other. I mean, he had a bad day for sure, but no, he will almost certainly live his life on like nothing ever happened. San Anthony, welcome. Now I caught one last night that had its entire face rearranged. Mr. Potato Head. You caught Mr. Potato Head. 8 pike, nice. Yeah, Zen, we've had 8 pike landed so far. We've lost a whole bunch too, but we're doing pretty decent.
Oh, they're really tough, yeah. Find the hook, find the cap. I'm looking. I fish bowfin and they're always going at each other. Beaks before spawning. We get a lot of them tore up too. Salmon be on the spawn run soon. Yep, the salmon should be spawning. Alright, I'm gonna swap this out real quick. Oh no, we lost this. No, never mind, we didn't lose the skirt. I thought the skirt was gone. It's just wet and sticky. Okay. I was like, what the hell? The skirt came off. Oh. Alright, we're putting the water wolf camera on this one. Again, so what I'm putting on here, this is called a water wolf. It's an underwater wireless camera. It just runs inline on your pole. And then from the end of it, you attach a clip and your leader. And then let's get her back in the water. I'd be running 2 lines to the camera. Alrighty. We need to catch a fish on that. What's a skirt do? So it makes it look like it has some form. When it's going through the water, it twirls and it just gives some body to the lure. Any type of movement like that tends to draw a fish's attention. So you have the little leaves on there that spin, they flash, they thump in the water. You then have the tassels, the skirt on it that kind of flows as it's going through the water. It's just all about movement, motion, sound, vibration. And it's enough to get the fish's attention so they'll come over and inspect it. only 8 so far, and 1 lip I had to work. Almost done for the day, just clean up. Yeah, we had a bit of a slow morning. The last couple hours though, it's picked up. We've caught, 6 fish in 2-3 hours. Never caught a jellyfish. When I was down in Florida, I think we found all sorts of weird critters on the beaches and in the tide pools, but not with a fishing pole. I haven't now. Shit! Oh, all right. Fish on, fish on! Oh, stay out of my other line. Stay out of the line. Oh, he's on the line. Stay. Just another little guy. Oh. This might actually be the smallest we've caught today. Honestly, more dangerous than the big ones. They thrash around so much. It is real easy to get a hook. Trying to deal with these little funky bastards. Oh Lord, and we're in a death roll right now. Not good with the camera out. All right. There we go. Just a little guy. Little slime noodle. Really pretty fish though. This one is not beat up at all. Really nice condition. Just a little guy though. Isn't he cute? Yeah, this is smallest of the day. 19.5 inches. Really pretty little fish. We're gonna get her back in the water. Nice. Yeah, they hit the water. If you get a good dart on them, they just... Alrighty. You troll very fast. For pike, I tend to, yeah. They're a fast fish. Even the little ones have burst speeds of well over 5 miles per hour for a fairly decent, length of time, like something like 60 seconds. The adults have burst speeds way faster. So when I deep troll like this, I oftentimes, you'll get the hits on, like that one, we were turning. So again, it's raising and lowering up in the water. Just that shift in speed and depth will often trigger it. But I think a faster pull troll works better this time of year in summer, at least in this water body. Because it doesn't give the fish enough time to go up and really inspect what they're biting at. They see it fleeing, they see the movement, and they bite at it. They instinctively bite at it
just to try and make sure it doesn't get away, and then they'll figure out what it is later. So like right now, we're actually bumped up to like 3.4 miles an hour. This is towards the top end of what I troll, speed-wise for pike. But it's not uncommon for people to troll for muskie and pike at, you know, upwards of 5 miles an hour. Then here I pull 28 inches all day. Heck yeah, El Dumbo. Yeah, so this water body produces tons and tons of pike, but as you've seen, on average, they're quite small. They're not big. There are big ones in here, but most of them that you're gonna catch are gonna be basically perfect eater size. That one was a little bit small. I probably wouldn't have kept that one as an eater, but those you know 20 to 23 inches that we've been pulling all day are absolutely perfect size for eating. Got a pike bite me off and bought them in the next cast. I even caught a pike netting a walleye. Ah, yeah. Can you get out of the boat? I would prefer not to do that, Canadian banana. But why do you all flutes? You're real funny there, G. Bill M, still fishing. Wow, caught 8. I left you 2. Yeah, we had a slow morning, Bill. We finally we found them, and again it was out in the deep off a point where we were similar to the depths we were looking earlier this morning, but then we got sidetracked looking shallower. But yeah, now they're out in the deep and off a couple of these points that we've been fishing. None of them have been very big, but we've gotten into a ton of them. We've lost probably more at this point than we've caught. And in fact, that should be 9. We just caught one and it didn't get updated. SoCal, I think, had something to go do. Someone want to do me a favor and type 9 Northern Pike, 1 pike clip? Just like SoCal's pinned message there. Now, fully typed out, again, somebody who comes in the room and just reads 9 and 1 lip aren't going to understand what that means. Type it out like he's got a 9 Northern Pike, 1 pike lip. There's a lot of bones when you're trying to eat a pike. Not if you fillet them properly. You should be filleting them and cutting out the Y bones. It's a little bit different than a lot of fish on how you do it, but it's actually quite easy once you've done it a few times. There you go. Thanks, Rough Rider. How many hours you been out there today? Almost 12. Our stream started like 6:05 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, and we're 5:25 p.m. right now. So in 40 minutes, it'll be 12 hours. We've caught 7 of the 9 fish, you know, within the last 3. It was a really slow morning. You gotten slapped by a fin or a tail? Oh yeah, Zen. It happens quite often. If you watch some of my shorts or videos, you'll see that I do get splashed. I get slapped. All right, now we're just too deep. We're at like 46 foot. I got kind of blown off course. Echo Man says beautiful water. Isn't it pretty out here? I love the views out here. Dan Ridges, I deleted 1,000 live streams. Why would you delete 1,000 live streams? Bryson, yeah, we caught 9. Joe Ryan, crazy, still cool there. As for temp here, 100 plus index. Dang, catch on you on the spinner. We've had 4 or 5 bites on it. The paddle tail on the end is just beat to hell. They've all been short strikes. So we threw on a little while ago just a stinger hook on the end of it. Too small. It's really undersized for it. I don't have a bigger stinger hook made up. In fact, here's the other one out of the package. So we just threw a stinger hook on the end to try and see if we could get some of those short strikes. We had one solid bite since then, but he still got off. We had him on for 10, maybe 15 seconds, and he was able to get off. So there's been a lot of activity on it, but we have not yet managed to land one on the Crappy Man spinner. They do like it though. I think we probably needed to put a slightly shorter paddle tail or something on the end of it. How big were they? Ranging from 19.5 inches up to 23 inches. 1 to 4 pounds. Good eating guys, but they're all adolescents. None of them look like adults. Again, that wind is picking up a little bit here. I'm glad we didn't get rained on today. Find all my cryptid videos. Cryptid videos? You deleted 1,000 lives to find cryptid videos. Not following. Now, what the hell did I do with the... I still can't find the hook, and I still can't find the cap for the water wolf. Oh, I'm gonna get rained on today. Oh, dang. Like Bigfoot. Oh, okay, dang. Jeremy, glad I found your channel, bro. I'll be tuning in. Gotta get to work. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for coming to hang out, Jeremy. Always a pleasure to have new people in the live streams. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hit that sub button, come back and check us out. We do stream usually 2 to 3 times a week on this channel, and oftentimes from remote, beautiful landscapes like this. I'm trying to take you guys to a lot of the places that you wouldn't otherwise see on the internet. There's no internet here. It's all Starlink that's bringing this live to you. Trying to find hidden videos. Silver, he's after pike, so he needs to. You're trolling too fast. Nah, Silver, the pike tend to like a fast troll at this particular water body. We've caught, I mean, if you think we're trolling too fast, talk to the 9 pike that we've caught already. They seem to think that the speed wasn't too bad. How fast do you troll for pike? Are you one of the ones that trolls more shallow and slow? I see most of the people who troll here for pike do. Yeah, anytime, Jeremy. Hope to see you again soon, buddy. Slow for walleye. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're trolling for Northern Pike. There's no walleye in this water body. You have better luck trolling really slow for walleye? That's one fish I'm trying to learn more about catching. I've seen a lot of people troll super slow. I've seen a lot of people troll 2.5, 3 miles an hour for them. So we'd be a little fast for that. But now the northern pike tend to like a fast troll. You'll still catch them going slower, but I feel like I get more bites when I'm going a little bit faster. Yeah, they do. I've explained this a bunch of times. I really think that the faster troll triggers that just reactionary response, that they panic. They feel like it's going to get away before they can see what it is. So they're just going to bite it to stop it, to figure out what it is. So again, that's what you're saying. Like when you're reeling it in, it triggers that instinct for them to just pounce. And a troller in faster troll speed just gives them less opportunity to really check out what it is without them feeling like they need to stop it to do so. When you do get colder weather, so earlier in the spring and later in the fall as it starts to really cool down, I do slow down my trolls slightly, but even still, usually well over 2 miles an hour. You can never really troll for walleye, but you definitely do 1,000 more if you're able to park onto them. So you're stopping and jigging or stopping and throwing cranks. See, a lot of people around here, and a lot of what I've seen, people troll for them. I've never had I've caught one decent walleye trolling ever. It was a 6.5 pounder. But yeah, I struggle with the walleye. I've never been able to consistently catch them like I do the pike. Catch a mermaid. Will do, Dan. I'll get right on that, buddy. What bait would he use for that? Usually just jig them. Jig head and a worm, jig head and a crawl, or a leech. Dan, is this a lake? Yeah, this is Pishkun Reservoir. We're in central Montana. It's, let me flip the camera around here. Right on the Rocky Mountain front. Those are the Rocky Mountains in the distance there. Really pretty up here. Thought it was the ocean. No. I mean, I can see how you'd make that mistake. That horizon line makes it look like the water kind of goes on forever. That's why they call it Big Sky, Montana. We have those crazy views. Are you seasick after you get out of the boat? You've been live all day. Nah, this is how I roll when I come up here. I get up here at the ass crack of dawn, and I get out of here when I can't see my fingers in front of my face anymore. I love this shit. Like I said, I'm after a true lunker in these waters here. I know there's one in here. So I come back to this place and troll a lot trying to find it. Ice fish. I never have tried ice fishing. I've wanted to for a long time. I just don't have the gear. For the channel this year, we might get into ice fishing. We might do some ice fishing streams. I do know some people that have all the rigging and gear for it. So we'll see if we can take the stream along to do some ice fishing this summer or winter. Must be one of the largest lakes in the United States. No, it's only like, I'd have to look it up, but I want to say it's something like 1,100 acres. I could be wrong, but that figure is stuck in my head. You guys got burbot. El Dabo, that is one fish that I've been researching a lot lately. I've never caught one. I've always wanted to catch one. When I was a teen, a buddy of mine and his dad entered a fishing tournament near Loma, Montana. And it was a 3-day tournament, and we just slept on the banks and hung out all day and fished. And the one night, my buddy's dad caught a burbot, a ling. I had never seen one before. I'd never heard of one. But they're bizarre. They're neat. They're apparently really good to eat. But long story short, I've always wanted to catch one ever since. And I fish. They're in a lot of waters in Montana. Lots of our lakes have them. They're in the Missouri River. They're in the Sun River. I've never managed to catch one. But I've been reading, trying to do some research and figure out where they are. Apparently they're a cold water fish, so they're a very infrequent catch. During warmer months, though I know they still can be caught. I don't know what the trick is to catch them. They come out of our shallow river systems, our deep lake and reservoir systems. I want to figure out how to catch them though. No, Dan. So we streamed. If you look back, not last weekend, but I think the weekend before, we streamed from Canyon Ferry Reservoir, Montana, and that one's like 33,000 acres, and that's not even the biggest water body in Montana. They're fun and good eating. You can be 1,000 under, but you won't catch them unless it's dark out. I caught thousands of them, but only at night. See, I've heard that a lot, that it's a cold water fish and it's a night fish. I did watch a bunch of videos recently of some guys that were pulling them deep water fishing out of reservoirs during the summer, but they were pulling them from quite deep, jigging with oh god, I forget what the hell they're called, moonlight spoon. Well, so a bunch of basically super UV jigs and spoons, and they were pulling out some really nice ones. Do you catch them from shore or always in a boat? Half made by nature, half made by lake. Yeah, I think it was a natural valley that they dammed up to hold water, reservoir water. The main purpose of this lake or reservoir is to hold irrigation water for farmers, and to hold some of the water throughout the year so they can periodically let it go to keep the Sun River system flowing and cool enough. Julian, your rod don't break. Nope, it's been a long time since I've broken a rod. Have you caught a lake trout? Nope, that's another one that I went for the first time Father's Day. I went up to, it's called Tiber Reservoir or Lake Elwell, which is the closest place that I've found that supposedly has lake trout. I got completely skunked. That water body supposedly has really good lake trout, walleye, Northern Pike, channel catfish. It's fed out of the Marias River. It's a little bit further northeast from here. But no, I didn't catch anything while I was there, unfortunately. But burbot and lake trout are two that I would really like to go after and try and figure out. Have you caught anything other than pike today? Nope. Oftentimes I'll get yellow perch out of here as a bycatch. I've tried to catch the rainbow trout out of here, and all I get is bitten up by the pike more. And there's supposedly kokanee salmon in here as well. I think I've seen possibly kokanee salmon on one of my lure cameras, But it was too quick and too grainy for me to tell on that particular shot. I'm often skunked, that's why I call fishing rather than catching. Oh, it happens, Echo Man. We had a really slow morning today, but it picked up. We're almost at 10. I set up 3 shacks every winter on different lakes, so I spend a lot of nights on the ice. I just jig them up from... Oh, okay, so you're just in the ice shack jigging. Nice. What's your PB pike? 22 and a half inch, or 22 and a half pounds, 42 inches. Pretty good sized pike. What's the rod and reel setup? It's an Akuma Classic Pro GLT planer board series. It's an 8.5 foot rod. It's telescopes down to 7.5 foot. It collapses down so you can maneuver it a little easier in a small boat. Paired with the Akuma cold water series reel. It's like the 3000 series. It's a nice little trolling setup. I've got 2 of the longer ones, the planer board rods, and then I have 2 short, like 5 foot, 5.5 foot that you fish off the back of the boat, off the center. Lakers are mobile fish, but squid jig with white squid is my new favorite weapon for Lakers. Okay. Yeah, I bought a bunch of old plugs, like salmon plugs and stuff like that to try with them. I got a handful of spoons. I do have some like squid jigs. I didn't try those though. Again, I was trolling rather than jigging. Lake trout and bourbon, a good catch and tasty. Yeah, they're both on high on my list of fish I would love to figure out how to catch. You want to drop it to the bottom, jig aggressively, and then keep reeling upwards. So toss it down there, agitate them a little bit, and then run away. Is that what you're saying? Piss them off and then run. Hi from Lancaster, PA, first time here. What's up, Rob? How you doing today? Thanks for joining stream. We're out here Central Montana fishing for Northern Pike. We've got 9 in the boat so far, and we actually ripped 1 pike lip off. That's all we had on the hook by the time we got here. We're gonna count that as a catch, though. I was told that if it comes over the rail, it is to be counted. So. For lake trout, what I do is use a rod you have to put with steel line and a spoon with 1 hook. Mr. Twister tail. Okay. Spoon with a Mr. Twister. Any particular color or kind of spoon? Lake trout, what I do is use that rod you have put with steel line. White, okay. And are you slow jigging or trolling? I was gonna try trolling for them. And I got a bunch of salmon plugs and bigger spoons, but again, I'm fishing on a water body. I don't know where anything is, so oftentimes I will do that just to wander around basically and look at the bottom, see what the terrain looks like, see where the fish are. fall and spring for Lakers. Definitely the easiest time to catch them. But if you put in time, you can catch them all year. Makes sense. Yeah, the water body, it's a little bit further than this one from my house. It's about an hour and a half, hour and 45-minute drive. It's one of the largest water bodies in Montana. Tiber Dam, Tiber Reservoir, also called Lake Elwell. The problem is it's also a really dangerous reservoir because the terrain around it, there's no real like wind stops, and the wind really gets whipping up there sometimes in like freakishly fast wind, and it comes out of nowhere. I know that this year there's been at least 2 boaters or tubers rather that drowned. Wind kicked up, they got kicked off, and they weren't able to recover them. Took them like a week to find the bodies. Crappy Man Jigs, welcome back, buddy. How you doing? Six-foot roller. See, that's scary. And I'm in a little flat bottom John. It's not built for big water like that. So I've always been hesitant to go there and try, but I did try recently. I found Father's Day just happened to be, very low wind there. So I chanced it. I stayed pretty close to the boat dock for the most part. Didn't go out exploring a lot, but it's definitely somewhere I'd love to go back to. 60K, see, I told you it was gonna keep going, and it's gonna keep going. Are you down below, what'd you say what's the swipe rate look like on it now? Are you still on 100%? View duration? So 70% are swiping away or 70% are staying to watch. I'm assuming with the 60K like that it's closer to 30 away, 70 are staying. Redneck, any big boys? No, they just keep getting smaller. 70 are staying. Okay, yeah, good short, man. Yeah, the mystery of what color is going to come out of the jar is, that's just one of those things people are like, well, I don't know, what color is it going to be? I kept telling myself brown. I was very wrong. But that's awesome. Any more bites? Yeah, we've had like 5 bites on we're still running the first one here. It's been getting bit up. I've pulled it out of the water a couple of times. They are just chewing the absolute bejesus out of the paddle tail at the end. It looks like basically mostly short strikes. They're hitting it, but not hitting getting a solid hook set on it. So I did about an hour ago. We switched and we put we pulled it back out and we put a stinger hook on the end of it. Trying to see if we can catch them short strikes, but haven't managed to land one on it. What's up, Travis C, Dwight, Bear, and Spoon? Now we're running one of Crappy Man Jig's spinners. He made a custom spinner that he sent over for me to check out. Tipped with a perch paddle tail. And then on the other line, the one that we've been catching all the fish off of, or most of the fish, is a Berkeley Dredger 25-foot deep diving crankbait in perch color. How could I forget to mention, I listed 3 lures last night worth $100. What do you mean you listed them? El Davo Tackle Box Showcase. We could. Heck yeah, well, I'm gonna go do my stream. I'm sure you'll be live when I'm done and check back in. Yeah, it's about almost 6 o'clock here. We have light for roughly another 3 hours before I need to get the boat out of here. So we still got plenty of time to keep scrolling. I did also just throw the water wolf camera on there, so we are getting at least some underwater footage of possibly some follows, maybe the next bites that are coming up here. So we should have hopefully some interesting footage of what's going on down there. Maybe we can figure out what the short strikes are. Yeah, I thought about throwing a fresh plastic on there because this one is a little bit chewed up. But I figure we should be authentic here. It's what happens. We're giving her a true test here. I call small pike hammer handle. Yeah, hammer handle here are usually 12, maybe 16 inches is what I would call a hammer handle. If it gets bigger than a hammer handle, but it's still small, you call them a slime noodle. The ones, 24 to 30 inch, I always call them wolves or water wolves. And anything over 30 inches gets whatever clever name comes to mind when I'm shouting, "Get in my net, you dirty little bastard, you." I've lost $100 in lures. Oh, LW, you've lost lures. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I've had pretty good luck lately. We've lost a couple of lures. The last stream we did at Missouri River, I busted one in half, broke it, and I did get a jig head snagged up on something as well. Not too bad though. I mean, that was like $10 worth of lures. My Bogey's Lake trout was 18 pounder. Good God. No, I've never caught a real big trout. The biggest trout I've ever managed to reel in was about 5 pounds, which is a big trout for me when I've caught, 2-3 pounders my whole life. Sea chester, yes. You got to talk to them when you're reeling them in and they're big. You got to let them know what's up. You got to tell them what you want, what you need of them. Otherwise, they're not going to cooperate. Maybe the one that's chewing up the bait is the one that wants his lip back. He wants revenge. Maybe he's gumming it. That's why he can't bite it anymore. His lip's gone. Did you upload the underwater lure footage from the other day? From Canyon Ferry, I have not. I've tried clipping up a couple of times. I can't decide how I want to present it. So much of it's so crap. It's not good footage, but it's I'm trying to put together this is what the top water looks like. This is what it looks like when you're just under the surface. Here's what it looks like 5 feet down, and here's what it looks like anywhere past that, and just like progressively get ickier and ickier. But it needs to be short and concise and to the point. Because I don't think a lot of people that fish, I mean, I would never have thought looking at the surface of that water that it looked like it did 10 feet under. I wouldn't believe it without seeing it on the camera. So yeah, I have the footage. I haven't uploaded it yet. I'm still trying to decide how to chop it up and how to present it. Good question though, Travis. Been 3 world record Lakers caught around 15 minutes from my front yard. Heck yeah. No, Lakers can get to be absolute behemoths. I know Tiber has them. I don't think they get to be as massive. Flathead Lake here in Montana is, I think, where the big ones are coming out of these days. And they're big. They're 20, 30 pounders. If I recall correctly. Has the fish whistle been working? It did. It worked real well. In fact, it's probably time to bring her back out. It's slowed down a little bit. We did get off that point, though. I kind of got distracted. We should just be focusing on that point where all the damn fish have come from. But in the meantime, wouldn't hurt to blow the fish whistle a few times. Four-inch tiny baby pickerel walleye, my only catch. Oh, those are cute fish though. I wish I could catch a 4-inch pickerel. I've caught little walleye, not quite that small though. It's not bad. This lake produces 50 to 70 pounders. Heck yeah. Yeah, a lot of our fish species here in Montana don't get quite as big as some of the other states. All right. We've engaged the fish whistle. I feel the pike are coming in. We're gonna catch a big one on Crappy Man Jig's rod here. We're gonna get some cool footage. And then before we can get that one back in the water, this pullback here is gonna go nuts. I'm calling it right now. Let's do this. Yeah, rough. It is. Or can I get a fish whistle? Probably not from your local bait and tackle shop. I don't know. These days, maybe. You might want to go to your local tackle shop and ask. See if they have any fish whistles in stock. I suspect you might actually find one. All right, so we're coming back on that point now. We're on it. One fishing net, second rod, go crazy. Let's do this. That's what's gonna happen. I could have sworn I got a soda out. What did I do with my soda? Oh, I heard a click. Come on. Don't tease us now. I always throw a roach for the fish gods to bless me. That'll work. All right, come on. We need to even the catch count out. We need 10. Then we can go focus on finding a big one. We could throw some obnoxiously large bait out there and troll for a little bit and see if we can coax Grandpa out of his rocking chair. Nermeen, welcome, welcome. Weather looks great. It is. It's beautiful. It's a little bit windy, but really, really nice out. Probably mid-70s it feels like, maybe low 70s. Bit of a breeze. Got a bit of cloud coverage so the sun's not glaring down on me. The tip's supposed to bend like that. Yeah, so we're moving at a little over 3 miles an hour right now. It does have a fairly soft tip. And we're running Crappy Man's jig down here as well as a water wolf camera. So there's quite a bit of weight on the end of the pole that's gonna drag it down. And the willow leaf blades on the spinner create a thump, a flash, and as well as they're creating some drag which pulls the pole back. So most of the time when you're trolling, you're gonna see a soft dance in the water. You know, just slow swells in the pole. And that's natural, it's normal. Some lures are gonna make a bigger bend than others. Some of them might even have, a more rhythmic pop to them. But yeah, that movement is completely natural when you're dragging a heavy bait and a heavy camera through the water. What we're waiting for is you'll hear, you know, a zip or a long zzz. That's what something's grabbed onto it and run away with it. We've had 4 or 5 bites on it. They were all short strikes. We threw on a stinger hook, which is just a small treble hook that kind of hangs from the first hook. So you have the first hook and it clips onto there and then hangs, you know, a few inches back. So the fish have been biting at the tail and not getting a good bite on the primary hook on it. So hoping the stinger will help alleviate that problem. Zen Anthony, welcome back. Yeah, I did. I took a soda out somewhere. Where the hell did I put it? How do I keep losing shit? We're down 1 treble hook, 1 water camera cap, and an entire Mountain Dew soda. Hey! Look what I just found. We found the most important one. We found the treble hook. It's been chilling under my seat. Oh man, that makes me feel good. That was making me nervous. Hey, we're on a roll here. I found my soda. Shit. Where's the cap? Can we go 2 for 3? I've been looking for this shit for like an hour. 2 hours. Gonna beat the record for pike, which was caught in the 60s and was over 5 foot long and weighed 71 pounds. Where? Oh my lord. That's a big fish. That is a big toothy fish that I would love to call my friend. Where the hell did they catch a 71 pound pike? What water body did they pull that behemoth out of? I swear to God, that sky sometimes, it looks fake. It's like, how is that real? Yeah, I'm still missing the water wolf cap though. I stuffed that somewhere. I got a second water wolf camera that I want to put out there, but I can't until I find the damn cap for it. Three hours? Is that how long I've been looking for the damn thing? It's been a while. CT Fish Life, this live stream is AI generated. Absolutely. There are no real people, no real fish, no real water, no real sky. Pure AI. And it sucks too, because my AI cigarette keeps going out. Somebody needs to fire Dev. The sky looks amazing, doesn't it? It's so pretty. You gotta wait till sundown though. You think it's pretty now, it gets literally unreal. It's like I'm looking at it with my bare eyes and it's like, that can't be fucking real. It's like I'm convinced we're in the Matrix sometimes. Gotta be in Canada. Almost, David Rowe. We're right up by the Canadian border. Oh, you mean the big fish? Yeah, you're probably right, David Rowe. Just a figure of your imagination, right? It is just some Inception shit going on here. You're all just stuck in my memory. Or imagination. I can't remember which. Trolling, your favorite type of fishing. It can be. It's. I find it relaxing. I always compare it to bank fishing, but from a boat. I mean, I'm basically bank fishing. I'm watching my rod. I'm chilling. It's just like sitting on the edge of the lake or on the edge of the river, you know, sipping your beer and watching your pull tip. Except for you can, instead of saying, I wish I could have cast my line over like 5 feet that way, I know if I'd just gotten it a little bit further, we'd be in that hole. I'm bank fishing, but I can actively move my pole to that hole, back and forth over it, you know, around it. And when I don't like that hole anymore, I can go somewhere else with it. But yeah, bank fishing, it's relaxing. I enjoy it. And this time of the year especially, in water bodies like this where the water starts to heat up, the fish start spreading out. They go all over the place. It's tough to fish, you know, to jig for them. Springtime jig fishing for pike and fall time seems to be much more productive. For me, summertime, early fall, rolling around in a boat ends up with more fish and bigger fish for me in the boat most of the time. I think fishing off a boat is better than bank fishing. I do enjoy it oftentimes more. But there are though places that I do like to bank fish that I wouldn't be able to put my boat in. So I mean, it's one of those things. I enjoy both of them. I used to smoke the American Spirits too, and they would always go out. Marlboro Reds before that for a decade. Now I'm on Lucky Strikes. I love those. Yeah, ever since, God, I don't even know when it was. I was probably 23, 24. So I don't know, almost 20 years ago, they started adding that FSC, the Fire Safe Cigarette tag to all of the packs. And from what I read and understood about it, it's something having to do with the glue that they use to glue the paper together after it's been in the roller and to glue the butt on. But it's that additive that makes them smolder and then go out instead of continuing to burn.